just gone 7 o'clock on this Wednesday, February 11th, the day a nation decided. It's Decision 2026 Election Pulse, live from Barbados Today headquarters in Bridgetown. I'm Julius Kittens. Good evening. The canvassing, the speeches, the motorcades, the standing in the dew are all over. Today the people spoke, and for the next several hours, or a few hours, depending on the voter turnout, we'll endeavor to tell you exactly what you said. Now, it's been a short but spirited campaign for this snap general election. The ballots have been cast. The count will soon be underway in all 30 constituencies, and we hope to bring you pictures of those boxes being brought in under careful police guard as the evening progresses. Our team is out at each of the 30 counting centers. They will feed the numbers into our system, which will show up on the screen as we fill out the map that you just saw there. This contest centers largely on the governing Barbados Labour Party, led by Prime Minister Mia Amor-Motley, seeking a third straight mandate after sweeping victories in 2018 and 2022. And the term 30 Love has become part of the lingo of this country since 2018. The main challenger, the Democratic Labour Party, led by Ralph Thorne, determined to end that remarkable run and rebuild its parliamentary presence, and do so electorally for the very first time since 2018. But we'll also be watching the performance of a number of third parties and independents, testing whether a shift in voter sentiment could open a space in the political landscape for them. There has not been an independent elected in the House of Assembly since 1956. Fun fact. Now, to the balance of power. At the bottom of your screen, you see the reset button has been hit. We are all at 0. But the magic number is 16. A party needs at least 16 of the 30 seats in the House of Assembly to form the next government. And with voter turnout reportedly steady in the first part and the latter part of the day, the question now is whether tonight continues that Labour red wave or signals a different kind of reset in the House of Assembly. As I say, our team is live also on the road at the counting stations at both the headquarters of the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party, and they'll be ready with results, reaction, and ground reports. And for analysis, I'm pleased to welcome Ayo Olalara in the studio. She joins me to look at some of the key trends as the night progresses. And we'll be joined from the 31st constituency, Raheem Augustine Joseph. But in a moment though, and we'll come back to you, Ayo, we will have the big reveal. What Barbados Today projects will be, or predicts will be, the majority formed by virtue of what the people said, and that's based on polling conducted shortly before the general election by the pollster of cadres, Caribbean Development Research Services, Peter Wickham. We'll also be joined by the cadres psephologist. That's a word we don't get to say except every 5 years. Psephologist is someone who reads the political tea leaves and looks at the data and tells us who will win and usually why. Now, in a moment, we'll also go to our live roving reporter somewhere in the nation, and he will guide us through what he's been finding at the polling stations. But first, before we bring in the big reveal, I spoke to Peter Wickham earlier about the swing. The swing is that magic number that's needed to determine who will be the next government, whether it will be a Labour majority again or whether it will shift to a Democratic Labour Party gain. He'll also run through some of the key constituencies, the ones to watch, and we'll also be running through that list with you, the ones that we're having a key eye on to determine who will emerge victorious or likely emerge victorious from today's balloting. So I began earlier by asking Peter Wickham for his assessment of the ones to watch and also that magic number, what exactly that number is to swing against the incumbent. Peter Wickham, you have been not just looking at the tea leaves, you've been getting a sense of how voters feel and felt ahead of this general election. First figure, most important figure, is that figure known as swing. What percentage of voters have to disagree with the current state of play in order to first eject this government and vote in an opposition? What would that number be?
Important question, and the magic number is 19 or
That's
20,
massive.
which is massive. Yeah. Historically, we have had the swing in 2018 was about 18%,
Yes.
which was pretty big as well. And so theoretically, it is possible. Practically, it is unlikely because normally you would have that in a year where there's this obvious movement or shift, landslide year, and I don't see the evidence of that now. So I would say yes, a 90% swing is needed to change the government. Highly unlikely.
But based on your measurement of the audience,
Yeah,
of the
okay.
of the polling districts and so on, what is that figure likely to be?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can discuss it. No, the polling is over.
Yeah.
There are a couple of things. The historical reality suggests that normally there would be a swing against the Barbados Labour Party this year. So essentially, normally you have a landslide. It's a big swing. You have a course correction, which would be 2018. That was a massive swing against the Barbados Labour Party, but insufficient for it to lose seats. Normally, we would expect that course correction to continue this year. So the Barbados Labour Party should lose support at the national level. The challenge is that within the context of that, you have a situation where realistically there are only 3 or 4 seats that the Barbados Labour Party holds that can be lost unless you have a landslide in the other direction. And therein lies the problem. So realistically, I'm seeing that there will be a swing against the BLP.
Yes.
My polling is suggesting that it will be either a minimally negative swing, or alternatively, if there's growth, it will be in the low single digits. So the national swing I'm expecting will be single digits, low single digits, going against the Barbados Labour Party.
5%, 3%?
Yeah, probably not even that high.
Right.
Yeah, my sense is that if the Barbados Labour Party has done well and certainly consistent with what I've been seeing in the polling, the swing will be probably like 1 or 2% against the Barbados Labour Party.
So
Yeah.
the big prediction then, the Labour Party will be returned
to office.
To office.
Yeah.
Now, which raises the other big question of the night: will it be yet another 30 Love, as the score has been since 2018?
Yeah, that's the, or we could call it the three-peat. I think if you use the Americans,
Indeed.
the Americans lingo for baseball, the three-peat for Prime Minister Motley. Again, an important question, and one that I certainly have reflected on. And I can say that if the polling that we have done is taken literally, the environment is there for it to happen. And certainly a 30 Love is entirely possible. And I would say it is consistent with how people are feeling. One of the challenges I'm having this year, though, which is also something that was presented last year, is that there's a slight distinction between what people say in terms of how they feel and how they plan to vote. So one of the questions we asked people was, do you intend to vote? And what we have found is that there are a significant number of people who support the Barbados Labour Party, have a very high opinion of me and Motley, but are demotivated in the sense that they're not feeling the need to go out and vote, simply because a lot of them feel that the election has already been won, it's a 30 Love, and that there's really no need. So one could say, I like Mia, but she doesn't need me, so there's really no reason to vote. I can stay at home and watch movies.
Right.
My challenge is predicting the extent to which that will materialize this afternoon, or this evening, I should say. And that's a challenge because it's always easy to ask a person what they're likely to do. But what I have found is that predicting whether a person will vote or not has been a huge challenge in Barbados and across the region, because invariably it is a last minute kind of phenomena that we see. So 30 Love, people seem to like all of the candidates more, and that could be entirely the case. However, there's some marginal seats where that might not materialize depending on how many of the Barbados Labour Party supporters decide that they're not needed.
So it's a mobilization question, no?
Yeah.
The extent to which either of the main political parties can put out the buses, put out the cars, and get people into those cars and into polling stations. What then would be the ones to watch where it is likely that the main challenger, the Democratic Labour Party, has a shot at winning and thereby putting electorally an opposition in Parliament for the first time since 2018?
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, it's relatively easy to do. We look at the seats that are within the swing range, and as a result, we have the St. Philip South, sorry, St. Philip North. We have St. Philip West. We have the St. Lucie seat. We have the St. John seat. Those are the seats that are normally within that swing range. St. Lucie slightly outside of it because that requires a double-digit swing in order to be able to move. So that one seems less likely.
So the position of the incumbent against what the scuttlebutt has been throughout the campaign, or that he's a weaker candidate, one of the weaker candidates in the Labour Party camp, that doesn't hold true, at least according to the data that you've been able to gather.
Yeah, I would say that, and what I would also say is that it's pretty clear that this weakness is something that the Barbados Labour Party knew and Prime Minister Motley knew. And it would appear that there's been some mitigation on her part to ensure that you can manage the slippage.
More campaigning by her?
Constituency. More campaigning, initiatives to deal with brown water. And, you know, I have to say that on this occasion, it's fairly clear that the Barbados Labour Party has been prepared, and certainly Prime Minister Motley. She's flagged her weak points, and she's done what she has to do to essentially buttress and shore them up. So we've seen heavy activity in St. John. We've seen heavy activity in St. Philip West, Six Cross Roads, and St. Philip on the whole, there's been heavy activity. And then in St. Lucie, there have been initiatives up there, which leads me to believe that you're dealing with a prime minister that uses intelligence, uses the data that's available to her to find out what's happening on the ground, and essentially seeks to address those issues.
So let's drill down a little bit then into those. St. Philip is a massive constituency. According to what, and I say 3 constituencies, but according to the data, the number of voters registered, it will need again to be 4 constituencies based on what you've been talking about. But let's look at St. Philip West and St. Philip North. In the case of St. Philip West, the challenger, Dr. David Estwick from the Democratic Labour Party, is likely to be one of those victorious candidates, but for what?
Right, good question. But for himself, one could say. It's interesting that in 2022, the 2 biggest individual swings over and above what the Democratic Labour Party did were Estwick and Lashley in St. Philip. St. Philip has traditionally been a Democratic Labour Party stronghold. It's clear that Dems withheld their support and allowed the 2 candidates to win because of that swing environment. My sense is that there was an effort to correct that in 2022. What I believe is happening on this occasion is that, in theory, he could win because he's close to the lane. All of the factors are the same. The question is whether or not the David Estwick personality is something that people have grown tired of, especially in a context where the Democratic Labour Party seems not to have made a shift to the new as quickly as they should. So I would say, yeah, I think that he himself is his greatest enemy in this regard, and he's come out guns blazing, which, you know, no pun intended. And I think that is probably something that may have turned off a lot of people, because the feeling is that, you know, there's a time for difference and change and whatnot. Having said that, I still think that he's probably the singularly most important threat to the Barbados Labour Party's 30 Love.
But is that threat not weakened by the emergence of a third party, in the case of the Friends of Democracy, and the independents? I mean, it's a packed field in terms of other party candidates in St. Philip altogether.
Yeah, and I'm happy that you reminded me of that, because the third party, and in the case of St. Philip West, is Lynette Eastman, who is a former Barbados Labour Party candidate and may have some support, residual support within the Barbados Labour Party. She ran in the last election and came close to frustrating the incumbent,
Kim
Kay
McConnell.
McConney. My sense is that the fact that it is even more packed this time may very well mean that it could be problematic. Having said that, a lot of the alternative candidates are, Friends of Democracy and the Barbados Labour Party, DLP light candidates. If that's the case, then it makes it difficult for the DLP, and it wouldn't be surprising if that seat was saved for the Barbados Labour Party by a third party that appears to be splitting the vote. And that has been the case across Barbados. In St. John, that will also be a factor with the Kemar Stewart phenomena of running for the Democratic Labour Party and then running against the Democratic Labour Party. So that will be interesting in St. John as well.
You mentioned Kim Archer. You did not mention the leader of the Democratic Labour
Labour
Party,
Party.
Ralph Thorne.
Yeah. I mean, and that is fascinating. I think that is part of the reason that the St. John constituency has become such precious real estate for the Barbados Labour Party. No, an effort to keep him out. I assumed that he would do well. My polling is suggesting to me that he's not doing as well. Again, because I think the Prime Minister had understood long enough ahead of time what she was dealing with. And he's fighting against an internal battle with Kemar Stewart, and also an external battle with Mr. Griffith, who actually has the dubious distinction of being the candidate that has actually achieved the single highest ever defeat over and above the political party.
This is Charles
Which
Griffith.
is Charles Griffith, right? He would have gotten a 38% swing back in 2018 to take that seat the first time from George Pilgrim. And it's a Herculean effort. And he seems to have been able to hold on to it to some extent, thus far.
It's not on your top four, but it is also in St. Philip. And it's the largest constituency, according to it was in the last election, 11,000 souls voting. St. Philip South. What's the story there?
Yeah, I mean, since St. Philip South is slightly outside of the swing range, there's a 12% swing to neutralize it. And since I'm seeing a swing that is considerably less than that, my feeling is that won't happen. So that's why it wasn't on the list. But
safer in Darware of the
safer
Labour
in
Party.
Darware, yeah. Remember, it was won by Mr. Wood for
Anthony
two
Wood.
elections, Anthony Wood, and that has become, one could say, a Barbados Labour Party haven in the sea of Democratic Labour Party support in St. Philip South.
The story St. Philip South of the Harold Blackmans and so on, and that Dem support is no longer there in your view.
Well, I would say it's diminished, and one of the interesting dynamics I've been seeing recently is that I assume that DLP support is latent but might come back. The challenge is that the dynamic is changing, and if I'm fair, it started to change since 1991 when Richie Haynes set up the NDP, where people have fled the DLP, and it wasn't temporary. They have fled the DLP with a level of permanence. Some of them have died, because a lot of those people are old. And if you look at the DLP's cohort of support across the country, a lot of it is old people. A lot of it is old people who may either die or not start voting. Now, we assume that the DLP growth will start. It will take about 10 years, 10 to 15 years. Will those people still be alive and voting then? So it could be interesting, and I think that there is a possibility that the BLP can cement itself in St. Philip with a greater level of permanence, and St. Philip South is definitely the anchor.
But it's a massive constituency.
Yeah.
The registration now has gone up to 12,000 voters. That seat's not going to be called, we would imagine, until what, 2 or 3 in the morning. The question is, isn't that now right for being carved out? What would be the impact of carving up that St. Philip into now 4 constituencies rather than 3?
Yeah, I mean, St. Philip is where people are growing. It's growing. It's where people are moving to. It's interesting because Bridgetown and St. Michael Central are shrinking. And I think that St. Michael Central is about half the size of St. Philip South. So if we're going to create a seat in Barbados, that would be the ideal place to create it. But what it would effectively mean is creating a seat for the Democratic Labour Party, which is not an unreasonable idea. We need to have an additional seat so that we have an uneven number. In 1991, the Democratic Labour Party created the Christchurch South seat for Bernard St. John, for all intents and purposes. And he was able to hold on to it for quite some time. It's an interesting strategy in terms of adding seats, that if you are in government, you create a seat and you give it to the opposition. And usually that works reasonably well. The question is whether the
Labour
the
Party is that
incumbent,
magnanimous?
precisely in this environment, and whether the Democratic Labour Party will want to accept a gift of that nature, because the LP has been a bit suspicious of offerings in recent times. So my sense is that a new seat must be in St. Philip, somewhere in St. Philip.
But
if
parties
they're adding
aside,
it. Yeah.
parties aside,
Mhm.
this is simply too large a constituency, given the general
unrealistic,
average
yeah.
of
Yeah.
the size of constituencies across the board.
Yeah.
What, around what, 7,000?
1,000, yeah. It's unfair, and it's also a constitutional issue, because the Constitution says that it should be almost even. Recently, an amendment varied it to, I would say, 20 or 30% difference, but still, we're mashing the corns of a mashing the crease in respect of the constitutional requirement that there be equality. And I think that it will be addressed relatively soon in terms of creating a new constituency in that area, and we just have to see which boxes will form that constituency. Right.
So, last of this top four for you, St. Philip North.
Mhm.
Is there what, residual disdain for Michael Lashley, former St. Philip North MP, moving into the Labour Party camp? Or why St. Philip North for you?
No, well, St. Philip North is based on the fact that it was so strong for the Dems last time. And the assumption is that the new DLP candidate will take some of that. But certainly my polling in St. Philip North stopped at a point in time when Michael Ashley was declared as a candidate for the Democratic Labour Party. And to be honest, up to a few weeks ago, there was still some hope that Michael Ashley could reemerge within that conversation. I think that, frankly, it's all over now.
Yes.
He's been on the ground, and I think that it helps Sonia Brown
Dr. Sonia Brown.
significantly. And she may very well have another narrow win on this occasion, largely because of the fact that her competitor has gone. The other point is that it's conventional wisdom that if you have a new candidate, that person takes a while to find their feet. And I think that Simon Clark will be that person.
All right. So St. Philip West, St. Philip North, St. John, St. Lucie are the ones to watch, according to the polling that you did before the general election. But of course, these are predictions. The people spoke sometime today between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. And we will know exactly what they have said over the course of the next few hours. Peter Wickham, I was talking to there earlier this afternoon, as we will bring you the big reveal at the top of the hour. Barbados Today's prediction as to which party will form the majority, but I think you can gather from Peter Wickham what that result is likely to be. Let me take this opportunity now to bring into the discussion one of our analysts for this evening, Ayo Oyolara, who is a multifaceted political scientist and entrepreneur, the host of her Just Politics, Our Worldview. Make sure I got the nuance correct. Just Politics, Our Worldview podcast. And she joins me now. So welcome to what hopefully will not be too long a night, but still, you're on what you heard Peter Wickham say. 19 to 20% would have to be the big figure. A tall order for the challenger, the Democratic Labour Party?
Definitely a tall order. And I agree with almost everything that Peter said, by the way. I think that there's one seat I'm watching, the one in St. Philip North. Now that Michael has been removed from there.
Michael Ashley,
sorry. I think that the swing on there is very low. It's like literally the lowest that the Democratic Labour Party has to get. But now that he's removed, how does that change the conversation? And I think as the night go on, I think I want to watch how that develops, because that could be interesting. Yeah.
Right. So there's St. Philip North. St. Philip West is also
St. Philip West
on the radar. That's Dr. David Eswick, who is challenging the incumbent Kay McConney for that seat. You heard Peter talk about some likely discomfort among the voters with the brash style of the former finance minister, economic affairs minister. What is your take on that?
There are people who like that type of thing.
Is that number growing or
I think
shrinking?
it's shrinking.
Yeah.
I think we want a better politician, in the House, but there are people who like that type of thing. Do I expect him to win the seat? I don't know. I know the swing is very low with regard to swing towards the Democratic Labour Party that they need to get. So we'll see how that goes. But I don't expect him to win the seat either. But I don't want to make any bold predictions.
No,
yeah.
We'll let the numbers do that for us. A few moments ago, you saw pictures of a transport board bus and police officers around. Now, it's not officers of the Barbados Police Service heading for a picnic. That is the first picture we have of boxes coming to the counting center for Christchurch South. And there you see the officers arriving and under careful and close guard for Christchurch South. That's an interesting constituency. It was a constituency that was held by the leader of the Democratic Labour Party, and now he is standing for Parliament in St. John. So what's become of that picture in Christchurch South from your perspective, Ayo, with Chantal Monroe-Knight, Dr. Chantal Monroe-Knight, who is the would-be replacement?
Yes, and that's an interesting seat. I have a lot of time for Chantal Monroe. I think her personality works so well with people, and I think that she's done some good work in Christchurch South. She hasn't been the representative, but she's been the candidate for quite some time, almost a year, which is longer than her challenger, because he just came in like a month or a few weeks or something like that. So she has some time to work the constituency, and I think that it might be hers actually.
All right, yeah. we shall see. We're also joined from our other analyst, who is monitoring from the 31st constituency, but he is in the UK, and that's Raheem Augustine Joseph, who is literally on the road. He's a Rhodes Scholar studying at the University of Oxford. Welcome to the program, Raheem. Your thoughts, even as you monitor things, though from afar, of the state of play that you heard earlier, Peter Wickham suggesting 19 to 20% swing against the government would be required, and the likely turnout from your vantage point this evening.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me, Ayo, and the others. Good night. I think for the most part, I have mentioned those that as part of my own research I've thought deeply about. What happened got ideas suggest that again it's left to be seen, not a widespread mass of individuals going out to the polls.
All right, for Raheem, we've got some sound problems we want to fix. I'm going to sound as if I'm in a cave that is a very, very large cave, repeating myself. So we're going to get that sound. We'll come back to Raheem. Raheem is an extraordinary figure in himself, another young, bright thing in politics, if I may be so bold as to say that, along with Ayo as a scholar in political science, as is Ayo, and he is at the University of Oxford doing his Rhodes Scholarship, studying postgraduate in public policy and law, and he's been writing for us here at Barbados Today, his column. So we want to get his vantage point from the UK, which whether in Peckham or in Brixton or in Leicester or further north in Manchester, in Bradford, there's keen interest by the diaspora, the Bajan Brits. So that's the state of play at the bottom of the screen. As the evening progresses, we will see those figures come in and those numbers. So we've hit the hard reset, and the balance of power it's all up for grabs. That's the figure, all 30. Kareem Smith is somewhere in Barbados monitoring events. Kareem, will join us now in a moment to give us his take on the of play today as he saw it in his journey around the nation. Kareem Smith. All right, Kareem, you're not hearing me just yet. We'll come back to Kareem. This is live television. This is the sort of thing that happens from time to time while we get the kinks sorted. It's early days yet. You aren't missing anything just yet, sports fans. We've just seen the first bus pull up with the very first constituency in the country, Christchurch South, at just on 7:30 on the evening of the 11th day of February. So let's now look at the next set of boxes to arrive. This is St. Michael West. So the boxes are being transported under police guard by bus to the counting centers, and you get word from our reporters on the field as to when the count will start. You just had a very brief glimpse there. There it is, St. Michael Southeast, and that's the Parkinson Memorial School building in the background there as the bus comes in and the election clerks are filling the space, so the counting should begin there in earnest. We should think around 8 o'clock if anything is to go by in terms of past performance in general elections. The longest delay we've ever had was the 2018 election, where we weren't getting the count coming in until around about 10 o'clock. We do not suspect that that will be the situation this February 11th in the year of our Lord 2026. So the ones to watch, you can write them down if you like. St. Philip North and St. Philip West. St. John, where the leader of the Democratic Labour Party is challenging Charles Griffith, the incumbent for the Barbados Labour Party. And the fourth constituency in the ones to watch is St. Lucie. Let's talk a bit about St. Lucie, Ayo, your perspective on how that northernmost constituency is going to fare tonight. They've had complaints about roads, and they've had an even bigger complaint about brown water pouring out of their taps over these many months.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. It's Peter Phillips and Ian Griffith up there contesting the seat from the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party. The swing is 11% that the Democratic Labour Party will need to get.
That's a big
and
number.
That is monumental, even though it's, it might sound small, it is kind of big at the same time. So, based on some of the things that you said just now, the brown water and, the roads and so forth, it'll be interesting to see how that shapes up. Again, unless something really spectacular happens, I expect that to go back to the Barbados Labour Party too, but we'll see how that goes also.
Well, Peter Wickham earlier did not hold up much hope for the Democratic Labour Party taking St. Lucie. He talked about the heavy influence of the leader of the Barbados Labour Party, the incumbent Prime Minister.
Spent a lot of time up there campaigning alongside Peter Phillips, that is. So, the expectation.
St. Michael's Central is firmly on the radar as a transition seat heading into Election Day. The race features Barbados Labour Party candidate Tyra Trotman, who stepped into the seat following the resignation of longtime MP and Speaker Arthur Holder, alongside Democratic Labour Party's Andre Worrell, Friends of Democracy's Raymond Wiggins, and Anthony Hines of the People's Coalition Party. With the constituency having changed hands in recent years, attention is focused on whether voters opt for continuity or another shift. This is one race where past movement adds to present uncertainty.
People actually turn out to vote. That's a lot of votes.
Well, indeed it is. And so this idea of a 30 love or three-peat is growing even larger, it would seem. And again, no figures in yet, no votes being counted. We're being conservative, but it is going to be a tough ask. let me ask you then about the influence or the role of third parties. The Friends of Democracy coming on the screen, represented by the green there at the bottom of your screen, the People's Coalition Progress, an alliance of smaller parties, including the United Progressive Party, the New National Party. They're in, I suspect that's orange. And so we gotta get used to these new colors coming into the picture in this part of the world.
Khaki today, because I was like, what am I gonna wear? I'm gonna wear khaki.
Happily no purple from what I can see. But the point is, this is one of the, and this is becoming a very significant feature in party politics and elective politics in Barbados. Many more independents, many more third parties. And some people are saying, but you don't stand a ghost of a chance. So why do they stand for Parliament if this is such a two-horse town?
Well, I mean, in fairness to people, I think that sometimes when it comes to the political process, there are people who feel like they have more to offer than just sitting on the sidelines and watching things happen. And we are enshrined in our Constitution that they have the right of association. So some people feel like the way to do that, the way to get more involved is to start a political party. I stand by the words of one of my mentors, Dr. Bell. Political parties aren't started just because you want to. They have to come out of something, like what is in need at the point in time, what is missing within the whole scheme of things at the point in time, why a new political party. And I think that why these new political parties that we've been seeing over the years haven't done very well is because there was no real reason at the point in time it said, well, I can't get in that party.
Right.
That's not a good enough reason. I don't like this body. That's not a good enough reason to start a political party. The political party has to be started on a movement, and if there's no movement behind the political party, then it's almost doomed to fail. I like some of the things I've seen coming out of the Green Party, that is Friends of Democracy. When I say what like coming out of them, I mean in terms of their organization. I think that they're the most organized third party that we've ever seen in quite some time since Richie.
The National Democratic Party of Richie Haynes.
Richie Haynes, right? I think that they may be the most organized one we've seen thus far. But again, why did it start? Because similar to way, yeah. And, people have been calling it DLP light.
Yes.
So the expectation then for me is if they're able to grasp the imagination of the voters, more than likely what they will do is take away the Democratic Labour Party's votes, because those are their natural supporters at this point in time, if that makes sense. So,
indeed. Yeah. There was a party, it was called the Labour Party late. It was formed in June of 1955. And 6 years later, they held the government for a further 15 years. That just happens to be the Democratic Labour Party. So it is possible, for new parties to come on the scene, but it does require a lot of groundwork. Is there a greater interest by the people who lead those parties to win, to have a say in the political process, to be heard, or are they willing to take the long look and say, look, we're not interested in gaining government, we're just interested in building a base?
Which is what I find interesting about Friends of Democracy, because if you're starting a political party, you're starting a political party to hold the government. I think because they don't have the 30, I think they have like, they say 12 people, or 12 people? 12, yeah. So they say, well, we don't have a full slate of people, so we just want to hold the opposition bench.
But do people vote for opposition parties in Barbados?
No, we don't. And at least that's not the culture of our landscape. We vote for a government. In fact, we vote for a government more so than we vote for a person. And this is something that people tend to ignore, right? If we have a political party that has such a strong leader that can really use the term again, grasp the imagination of the people, then it makes it very difficult. That's what's happening right now with the Barbados Labour Party. That's why it's so difficult for the Democratic Labour Party to make the inroad that they need to make. I mean, but a lot of it has come from the disorganization and everything that's been happening with the Democratic Labour Party also. That has significantly contributed to the 2:30 lows, and we'll see how they do this afternoon.
Right. Okay. So there we are, the state of play at 19 minutes to the top of the hour, and at the top of the hour, our big reveal is to the projection for which party will form the next government. Let's now, though, go to the person who represents the government in waiting, or at least the constituency in which he is standing. Ralph Thorne of the, that's not Ralph Thorne, but he will be joining the returning officer in St. John presently to talk about it. We'll come back to Raheem Augustine Joseph, but let's join Curtis Hines, who's looking at the story in St. John where the Democratic Labour Party's Ralph Thorne is seeking to challenge the incumbent, Charles Griffith. Curtis, what was the day like in St. John?
Mr. Thorne previously served as the member of parliament for which was a seat he contested last election. Our third candidate is
Curtis must have heard us. Probably didn't. We'll come back to Curtis for an update on the situation there in St. John. There's going to be a bit of a lag because we are working with this marvel of modern science known as the internet, and sometimes things don't work entirely to plan. But hopefully, the other system that has been working according to plan, according to the Electoral and Boundaries Commission, is the counting of votes. And as we've seen, boxes came in Christchurch South, in St. Michael's Southeast, and we also saw boxes coming in, I think, in one other constituency, which escapes my attention, but the counting should begin in earnest from 8 o'clock, and we will get some indication as to any more boxes, any more seats are there. So Joseph, have a quick glance there. St. Michael East, and the buses has arrived at St. Joseph. St. Joseph, of course, held for a long time by the former Attorney General Dale Marshall, and he is now handed the baton. But one thing that has not changed is his challenger from the Democratic Labour Party, who has really stuck it out through thick and thin, regardless as to the fact that this is a hardcore Labour Party stronghold. That challenge has remained, even though there's a new face in St. Joseph. And is that going to be forever and a day? Because the people who have fond memories of the old man, Grantley Herbert Adams, representative for St. Joseph, man who's been dead only since 1971, is it likely that kind of, strength of a deceased MP is going to continue right through? It hasn't continued in St. John for Errol Walton Barrow and David John Howard Thompson. So is that going to continue in St. Joseph?
Let me just say that Randall Rose has the patience of Job. Let me say that. Good, well done to you, sir. Yeah. What's funny about that seat too is the succession planning by the Barbados Labour Party has been done so well that I am seeing another 20 years of that being a Barbados Labour Party stronghold, because Ryan is so young at the same time, Ryan Brathwaite that is, who Marshall has handed over to. But kudos to Mr. Rouse, that's all I can say. But yes, in terms of, I don't know if it is only because of the Grantley Adams influence. Of course, that has a lot to do with it. But, I mean, Marshall, I think he's a homeboy from the area. Ryan, again, a homeboy from the area. Yeah. So the succession planning up there has been very well thought out, I think. And, yeah.
Right, we shall see. We'll take a break at the moment and come back with, get our report sorted out from our teams in the field, and also to hear from a man up north in Oxford, England, Raheem Augustine Joseph. You're watching Decision 2026 Election Pulse here on Barbados Today.
Welcome to the Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
There goes your client, ruining your night's rest again.
I got this.
With our online shop, it's a hassle-free instant booking process for your audio and video equipment. You see availability, set your pickup and drop-off times, and get the final price of your order instantly. Pay via cash, card, or direct bank transfer. We know Miss Panic is definitely getting a markup for ruining your beauty sleep. Summit Media and Event Rentals. Imagine the possibilities.
Life happens, even for
Hey,
the
everyone.
most experienced athletes. That's why Bayview Urgent Care is here. With no appointment needed, you can walk right up to our front desk and be greeted by caring and professional staff who are there to guide you through our intake process. Our dedicated and highly trained nurses and doctors in the urgent care department provide thorough examinations and talk you through the next steps. Need immediate blood work? Bayview Laboratory is conveniently located on the second floor. Need x-rays or scans? Diagnostic radiology is also located within Bayview Urgent Care. Once you are on the mend and ready to go home, our patient shuttle is able to take you where you need in comfort. Bayview Hospital's new urgent care is perfectly equipped to provide you with a full circle of care. Call us at 433-9999 to find out more.
So we are back here at Election Central at Barbados Today headquarters in Bridgetown. In a moment, we'll have the big reveal. We'll be joined by our resident cephalogist who's taking his seat alongside me here, Corey Sandiford of Cadres, Caribbean Development Research Services, and we're very pleased to welcome Professor Don Marshall of the University of the West Indies, who will be joining in to look at the trends and what they'll be saying as the votes come in. But for the moment, let's go for the big reveal. We are going to hear the rest of my chat with earlier today with Peter Wickham, who looked at, among other things, other than the percentage swing against the government, which would be needed in order to change the government on the order of 19 to 20%, and also looking at the impact of the re-registration process. And also, we heard earlier, the ones to watch. He talked about St. Philip North and West, St. Lucie and St. John, but he also had some other things that he wanted to get off his chest, and we were very happy to help him do that. Let's hear the rest of my chat with Peter Wickham, and then the big reveal. But up to the last moment, the Electoral and Boundaries Commission was working on that list, trying to make sure that people were registered. Will that have an impact in this election? Not the integrity of the list, the size of it.
Yeah, I think it will have an impact to the extent that it will appear as though the voter turnout was higher on this occasion. Look, this idea of list management, there's no perfect solution. You know, I was involved in a process in St. Kitts and Nevis, and Corey, who you'll be speaking to shortly, was involved in the same process. And they took like 20% of the people off the list because they couldn't vote because they weren't there, they'd moved away and whatnot. Voter turnout shot up to 80% in the next election. You're back to a situation now where the list is cluttered again. It was complained about in St. Lucia, it's complained about in Trinidad and Tobago, in Guyana. It was a huge complaint of the opposition. The challenge is that unless you have a registration process that is periodic, which means that you register for elections like they do in the United States, you will have a dirty list because someone will register and the day after someone will die. And the process of getting names off the list is complicated because it has to be posted in the newspaper, it has to be advertised for some months, and then there has to be an objection process. The process is very antiquated, frankly, and as a result, we're having these problems. I am not convinced that the situation in Barbados was any worse than anywhere else, or alternatively, that it required outside intervention, because frankly, what it required was for the candidates to do the work. And I'll give you an example. The electoral list in St. James North, after the previous election, one of the candidates went through and cleaned the list to make sure that they identified all the people that did not vote. And it's very easy. You send out a circular, the ones that come back, person can't be identified, you strike them off the list, because clearly if the postman can't find them, the people probably don't exist. Right?
They moved out of the
They move out of the
constituency.
constituency, or alternatively, they died. Some of them have gone
left the
away
country,
and
right.
left the country and stuff. We identified close to 2,000 people out of a list of 8,000 in St. James North that were in that situation. If that is compared across the country, you're looking at 60,000 people.
That's 25% though.
Precisely, it's a significant number.
It's a massive number.
Right. So the Electoral and Boundaries Commission is saying that they deleted 8,000 names. And my sense is that if you only deleted 8,000 names, you need no need to start deleting. If what happened in St. James North that I need to go by. So the issue to me is being managed. I appreciate that it's challenging, but what is missing is that candidates are not helping by ensuring that the lists are clean. They're supposed to be box captains, list managers associated with campaigns. And those are the persons that are supposed to go through the list and clean them. Someone doesn't vote, they can go to the person and find out whether the person is there, report that information to the electoral office and help with the list cleaning.
You are stopping short of saying it is disingenuous for a criticism of a voters list over which the parties themselves have a tremendous amount of power in helping to clean up for the Electoral and Boundaries Commission.
Yeah. And I'm not being disingenuous in stopping short. Sorry, I am
not stopping short.
It, right?
You're saying
it, yeah, because in the St. James North situation, I made this assertion because I had information coming from one of the candidates. The other candidate challenged the assertion that these people were not able to vote, and I said, "Well, did you count your returns?" And they said, "We have a couple of boxes." And they said, "Did you count your returns?" And he said he didn't. He admitted that he didn't, and I think that is probably the most simple thing you can do to determine how accurate the list is if you count your returns. So I think that there's, I guess there's a disinterest or an unwillingness or a laziness on the part of candidates. But then, yeah, you come and you criticize it and say, it's so easy because of this challenge.
Right.
Yeah.
So a pox on all their houses.
Indeed, yeah.
So let's talk very briefly now in the remaining moments. Two things. Turnout, we'll come back to that in a little bit, and this big question of whether people are going to stay away because they just don't care about the system. They're apathetic. You're suggesting that because the list has grown, now the full list at last check was 273,956 voters now on the list as a result of the re-registration, despite the culling of 8,000 odd by the Electoral and Boundaries Commission. It's still a larger list. So if it's a larger list, you're saying the turnout, despite people saying, I'm not interested, the Labour Party is going to get back in, not going to turn up, is not actually going to drop that much.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to drop that much. Normally, you would have a growth, and I think that the growth we've been seeing is around 10% over the last few years. The growth is 3%. So in other words, it's not declining, but it is just growing at a less rapid pace. And I think that may give the opportunity for an appearance of voter turnout will increase this year somewhat. But we have to see the actual numbers and compare them with the numbers last time to see how many people are voting.
But you're not predicting a situation like in St. Lucia where really a minority of people elected the majority in many cases.
Yeah. And I think the challenge with St. Lucia is that their list is also dirty. I think their list is dirtier than most, to be honest, because we cleaned ours in the 90s. I don't think St. Lucia has ever done that. So I think that is an overestimation. I think vast majority of St. Lucians voted. Right. I think that is a fair reflection. But again, list cleaning.
List cleaning.
Yeah.
And so the question of apathy, the extent to which the Prime Minister has called not one, but 2 snap elections since 2018, does that not have an impact? People say, look, you're asking me to come out again. My mind is made up. People tired voting, as the saying goes. And the creeping, thanks to social media, this notion that has been seen throughout the Western world. Elections don't really make much of a difference. That we've been picking up a lot of that apathy as our teams go out to talk to the voters in the constituencies. What's your sense based on the data?
Yeah, I mean, and you're very right. I reject this argument that people are tired of voting. I get a sense as I move around the region that we like elections. We like elections. There is considerable economic activity associated with elections. A lot of people get stuff when they have elections, even if it's a T-shirt or a hat or something like that.
Or Jew.
Jew.
Standing out.
Standing the Jew, right? Get cold, flu.
It's not been terribly warm in January.
Which is not a good thing. But yeah, I mean, I think that we like elections a lot more than we're willing to admit. I think there may be a nuisance for some candidates, but I think by and large, people don't mind voting frequently. The issue to me is not that. The issue is I might say that I like to vote or I like elections because I like the social media interaction and whatnot. I get to see young brother on stage for free, without having to pay money. We like that kind of stuff. And I mean, in places like St. Kitts and Nevis, elections are like a music festival.
Yeah, carnival.
It's like a carnival. So it's great. The challenge is the process of voting is antiquated. It's something that bores people. And I'm not talking about the election, but the actual placing of the X. I mean, that's exactly the same way it was done at the turn of the century. It has not picked up any new innovations or anything like that. And we're in a world where people vote electronically for everything. You pay bills online. So you're saying to someone who's a millennial who doesn't have a lot of experience standing in queues, government is moving to put all services online and people love it. But yet still you're saying, but when election can every 5, you need to stand up in a queue and vote and put an X on a piece of paper. When a lot of people using that pencil haven't touched the pencil till 5 years before. And indeed, people who are voting for the first time may not have touched a pencil before in their life.
In fact, the only country that, to my mind, that actually used voting machines, physical machines that punched a hole, was Trinidad and Tobago in this part of the world.
Okay, I didn't realize that they had started that.
Many years ago, and therefore they were not electronic, and that ended. But the point is, you're suggesting that government by a click.
But the challenge is that in this political environment, that's not going to work because oppositions will never accept that because they have difficulty supervising this process, and that's going to be far worse. And in the US, you see the challenges. So I don't expect it to go there. So my thing is, we have to bake in the possibility of apathy, if you could call it that, because the system is just not a system that responds well to people. And
in today's culture.
Right. And I have some interesting data, which I'm hoping I can release in full shortly. Certainly there was a study that the United Kingdom did back in 1992. And they found that the election, which had won the lowest turnout in history.
Is the fixed date election?
It wasn't a fixed date. No, it was a election. It was, I think, Tony Blair's second election. And the reason simply that the voter turnout was so low was that most people knew the result, because the polls were saying that he was winning on a canter, and they said it's not needed, which is curiously enough the same kind of dynamic that's going on currently. I don't know if that's apathy. I think that is either indifference or satisfaction, because the effort involved in voting is an effort that is too great for me to expend when I am happy with how things are going, and I don't believe that it will change. If I thought that there was a threat to the Motley administration, then I will go out and vote. And I'm saying this is what voters seem to be saying to me. If you can make it easier, I will vote anyhow. But in as much as it is as difficult as it is, then there's no reason to change. Why am I gonna put myself through the process, the agony of voting?
But I'm not hearing from you a need for constitutional change of fixed day elections.
No, I like those things. I like the fixed date idea. I think the fixed date idea, it helps for several reasons. And it's not just apathy. I think it helps because you can plan and structure properly.
And clean up lists.
Prime Minister has, even within a fixed date scenario, you can have lists being dirty. I think the challenge associated with the is really that it gives the Prime Minister a power that seems a bit unfair to call an election when you feel you can win. That's one of the greatest powers that prime ministers have. Sadly, or interestingly enough, most prime ministers have not used that power, but it has been used with lethal effect in Dominica and St. Lucia here twice. And I think that it will probably become a more popular tool going forward simply because they've realized that they have all these tools in the arsenal. And this is one which is not available. When you see the opposition flagging, you punish them. So a fixed date fixes that. But even within the fixed date context, you're still going to have these same problems with managing the list simply because the process of cleaning it is antiquated. You have a situation where government departments can't share data. So somebody dies, but yet still that person, the dead person's record from the court doesn't automatically trigger a process to remove the person from the list. It still has to be advertised.
The left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing.
Yeah, it still has to be advertised, and people still have to be in the paper to check and so on, and therein lies the problem.
Last question, your thoughts, 30 seconds on this campaign, short as it was. Sweet as it was?
Sweet as it was. It was short and sweet. I love the social media aspect of it. The meetings were back. We haven't had post-COVID interaction on this level. The meetings were huge. They were big. I think that in a sense, it was a foregone conclusion from the beginning. The Democratic Labour Party really did not show up. But at the same time, we saw glimmers of people on the DLP side that tell us what the future is likely to be. And I think that that's an interesting point. I particularly like Corey Greenidge. He spoke well on the platform. Elvis Wickham, no relation. As far as I know, yeah. He also presented well for himself. So I'm saying that there are people there who may be part of a future DLP. But on the Barbados Labour Party side, yeah, I mean, it was clear that Prime Minister Motley was romping home in terms of organization, strategy, and all of these things. So that's what made it an election. And I think it was one in which a lot of people were essentially saying, we kind of know what will happen. Do we necessarily need to be a part of this? And that would be the way that I would want to summarize it. Yeah.
Peter Wickham, many thanks.
My pleasure. My pleasure for chatting. Right?
Peter Wickham there speaking to me earlier about the polling that he'd done shortly before the general election to get an idea of what the people were likely to have said today. And we will tell you exactly what they said today as our team of reporters and information assistants are pulling in the figures and sending them to Election Central here at Barbados today. When those come in, I am joined by a much larger panel across your screen, along with Ayo Ololara is Corey Sandiford, our resident psephologist, who will be telling us what, as the figures come in, what the likely result will be, and he will confirm how those trends compared to the previous election in 2022. Welcome, Corey Sandiford of Caribbean Development Research Services. And we're also joined by Professor Don Marshall of the University of the West Indies. And we're going to talk a bit about voting lists, because we have a casualty of that dirty list as described by Peter Wickham. And just for point of clarification, by dirty, he does not mean that any skullduggery was involved in the creation of that list, but that it simply is this large list of voters that the Electoral and Boundaries Commission has to go in and cull those who have moved out of the country, those who have shared this mortal coil. As you can see, Professor Don Marshall is very much alive and in the flesh. Couldn't vote today. How come?
Well, when I checked, good evening viewers, everyone online. When I checked on it would be the 25th of January, 2 days before the scheduled deadline, discovered that my name was on the list of persons who would have emigrated, living overseas since 2022, and that's certainly not the case. And I tried to get something done about it, but I wasn't successful. So unfortunately today I couldn't participate, and I'm not pleased about it. But I know part of it is that we're often told in the circulars and in the media broadcasting by the EBC that we have to check the list. So I would say that since I've been voting since 1986, I would have checked the list back then. I would have checked it in 91. Never checked since, because I came to
It's a reasonable assumption.
that I would, 9th time around or so, that I would see my name on the list. So it was my sister actually that drew that to my attention. And when she raised that alarm, that's when I became aware, 2 days before the deadline. So even when the election was called on the 17th of January, I didn't feel to check the list, as it were. But that notwithstanding, there's a tremendous amount of bungling going on, and while we've had some anomalies in the past, nothing rose to the level of the howlers that we're hearing. And we had access to social media in 22. We had access to social media in 2018, where people could share their personal testimonies. I've not heard of this level of bungling before. And I think really after this exercise, the EBC has to take a hard look at itself and its processes.
But it has to be said, and Peter Wickham spoke about it as well, on all your houses in terms of the political parties. They too have a role. Even the ones that complained about how bad the list is, they have a role to play in cleaning up the list for the EBC.
Yes, and some of them have been, I think it was the candidate running in the St. Michael, I want to get it right, but it's South Central, St. Michael South Central, is that where Marsha Cattle
is?
Right. I think the candidate running for the Democratic Labour Party complained about the list quite some time back during the campaign. About anomalies, about anomalies on the list. So I think another candidate I've heard also complained about the list. And so it's not good. It's not looking good on the EBC.
Okay, well, Corey Sadiford, whose job is to do the stats for us today, he also has a story to tell. You told me earlier about your siblings who came in quite the opposite. Apart from the occasional flights of intellectual fancy that academics are allowed to have, he has no known flights to any other country that would disqualify him from voting. So you have siblings who voted who haven't been here for a while. Let me be careful.
You gotta watch
Get it
you.
right, yeah. Don't want to run a follow representation as people are. But go ahead. But seriously, they've had quite the opposite experience.
Right. So I have siblings who do not live here who are still on the list. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. All I can say is that I received the circulars and I paid attention to circulars because as soon as I saw that there were enumerators going around who had been supposedly to my house, I didn't see them. However, I said, I don't want to leave that a chance because you never know. I did not want to have to go to wherever it was. I said, I was told I needed to render myself. So I went on EBC's website. I used the chat tool to check I think I was required to enter my ID number and verified. I just checked my polling station to make sure my polling station had not changed and good to go.
But to be clear, your siblings are not ineligible constitutionally or otherwise from putting their X. They're registered, they're duly registered, they can do so even if they don't actually live here all the time. I mean, that. So it's not a question
on the
of,
list.
Yeah, if they're on the list. So there's no scope down there.
List.
It's just a very shabby approach as far as we can see from the Electoral Boundaries Commission. But spare a thought for this independent agency, bipartisan agency that has been forced to produce a list for general elections ahead of time twice since 2018.
I have learned never to attribute malice when it could be explained by incompetence. And in this case, I think this classically fits it. Anyone who's trying to suggest otherwise is just being mischievous. The reality is that persons across the partisan spectrum are affected. No one knows one's persuasion because we still in Barbados have a time-honored tradition of respecting the secret ballot. So ultimately we're dealing with a situation where they just got it, so far they've got it wrong. I'm going to call it as I see it, they've got it wrong.
Right, well, Professor Marshall just used a philosophical razor right there, and he did it very skillfully, wielding it like a scalpel. Hanlon's philosophical razor, which says, you know, never try to assume the very worst outcome when simple incompetence or the more simple explanation will be more likely the reason. Let's join by somebody who is spending his time reading philosophy, public policy, and law at the University of Oxford, Raheem Augustine Joseph, who has been waiting patiently. We had some technological snafus earlier. Let's bring him in now. Raheem, from your vantage point, you know, sometimes when you take that flight and you stay away from this part of the world, you have a different view entirely of the goings on back home. Your reflection from the 31st constituency, as I've called it, on what happened in this election campaign leading up to today, and your expectations for the night.
Thank you so much for having me. I hope the echo is not still there. I mean, interestingly enough, due to the colonial experience, it can be the 31st constituency for true, because when you go across England, you find the Warrens and the other places similar to Barbados. But suffice it to say, I mean, I've followed this campaign intently, and I agree with what Peter said in the first iteration about some of the seats to watch. So whether it is the closeness of Marsha Caddell's win the last time around, the David Estwick's, the leader of the opposition, whether it be the former Minister of Education and I forgot the new portfolio, Kim Connie and others are quite interesting seats to watch. I've looked also, and I agree with Professor Marshall to the extent that it's worrying that there are so many individuals who have been disenfranchised by virtue of not appearing on the list, right? I think we've come too far as part of this democratic tradition to be able to not just do what is necessary to clean up the list, all right? And of course, I know for the most part, those within the country and who migrate to other parts in the region, it may be easy to remove them. I think the difficulty also comes in with people who move to the US and the UK, and how do you verify, or individuals who may have died in the UK or the US or other parts of the world, and how you sort of work through removing them. But at the same time, the democratic tradition suggests to be from 2018 that the Prime Minister is quite a fan of 3 terms, 3 years and 4 years. And I think the EBC, if in any way, shape or form, should also be cognizant of that historical reality. And to the extent that by year 2, they should very well be preparing even better than the opposition to be able to make some of these changes as part of their own enumeration exercises. But suffice it to say, as I said, I've looked with great intent. I think tonight leadership is one of the clear issues on the ballot. I think Prime Minister Motley has sort of made it clear, and of course, whether it be the lyric and the other songs, Take Charge Mia, whether it be sticking with Ralph, you could see questions of tried, tested, true over time leadership. These are difficult times, and you need someone who has been there throughout this process to take you through it, to hold your hand, and her sort of making that contrast between someone who's never held a ministerial portfolio and by extension prime ministerial portfolio, and that sort of dichotomy whereby the DLP sort of focusing a whole lot more on these domestic issues, the cost of living, etc., and of course the sprinkles of the third parties who I don't think will have much of a dent, but looked very, very nice within this campaign for multiplicity of reasons. So I'm watching intently. I'm interested to see how some of the young candidates fare, the Corries, the Tyras, the Wickhams, etc. Throughout this campaign, and tonight we'll have a more thorough discussion about it.
Check on this issue that has come up quite often. We're going to get these issues sorted out, don't worry folks, of what some call voter apathy, or I'm just going to sit this one out because I pretty much know the outcome, or an increasing disaffection, particularly among many young people, not all of them, that the system is so broken that I don't see any role for me in electoral politics. As a member of Gen Y going into Gen Z or Gen Z, what's your take?
Yeah, I think the view obviously that there is this sort of growing sense of apathy across the region, across the world generally, whereby young people feel that to the extent that I can't shift the needle and that the system is that the politicians and the political system has not been able to deliver the goods, there is a whole time process, taking of the time and going in to vote. I may not be amused by any of the options, nor may I be amused by the manifesto promises, which, by the way, there's what I call a sort of growing irrelevance of the manifesto by virtue of it being released 1 day or 2 days before, a week before. And I think it's more about the event that commemorates the manifesto more than the manifesto itself. And I'm not saying that the manifestos in this time were not sufficient, because I very well liked some of the idea proposals. But I think there is that sense of the growing apathy of people wondering what, again, also the individualism, what's really in it for me, and how do I feel driven to go out to the polls because I see myself reflected in, one, the political proposals, or two, the individuals in the ballot. It does not mean, however, that the apathy extends at times to individuals that say, hey, this game is bought and sold. And believe you me, in a country where there may have been 50 love, or not may have, that there was 50 love in 2 consecutive elections, I think there are a wide cross-section of people who believe that Mia is going to take charge tonight. So what change is there that I can possibly bring with that one singular vote in a constituency whereby Chad Blackman, for example, defeated Felicia Dujour by probably over 2,000 votes? These are the calculus in people's mind.
Right. The other question this evening is this an election, or going to be an election that is a referendum, not so much on the leadership that you've had since 2018, but the leadership of the government in waiting, the challenger led by Ralph Thorne. Your thoughts, Professor Don Marshall? Could this be a referendum on Ralph Thorne, depending on whether he wins or loses in St. John?
That's a very good question, and I appreciate the question. Indeed, as I begin to reflect, let us consider a few things. The campaign was the first time that Ralph Thorne gave his first speech as leader of a mass-based party. All other speeches that he's given as leader of as a political leader has been via his role as opposition leader in the House, and when he's at branch meetings or conferences. So internal meetings. But the first time he would have spoken to the party en masse, the rank and file and the impartial other, was during this campaign. And in some ways, there's a maxim that obtains in this moment that he is trying to follow, you can imagine. And that is that if you want to lead, you have to win a seat. So the first thing that he has to do tonight is to win the seat in St. John. If you say, I don't know if we can ramp it up to the point of saying it's a referendum on him, as much as it is an election that tells us how do people estimate and view the Democratic Labour Party as an entity at this point in time.
But the internecine warfare, the bloodletting, visible for all in George Street, the lockouts of party members, the expulsion of party members, is that still in the minds of voters?
In 2006, there was a lot of weeping and tears and gnashing of teeth within the Democratic Labour Party. And in 2 short years, they won the election. Sometimes we make a lot out of it, and there's a lot of intrigue and theater associated with these things. But if in the minds of the electorate, sufficient policy errors have mounted, or there be sufficient examples of poor governance that will lead people to believe, well, not 30 love again. Maybe you can get the government, but not 30 love. We want to see an opposition. There's a way in which some of those issues that you'll call part of the internecine warfare of the Democratic Labour Party might be just set aside to elect someone that's likable or someone who's effective in a particular rating. So like where Waters may emerge and Philip Eswick may return and so on, because of that sentiment of the need to give the opposition a chance.
Corey Sandiford, your view though of the likely impact of the third parties, the Friends of Democracies, the PCPs, and the independents, drawing some of that support for the opposition, for the Democratic Labour Party in this election?
In entirely possible, and as we were discussing earlier.
After Laura to say something. I'm saying she's saying a lot of things right now.
The most marginal for the Barbados Labour Party is the incumbent, coming off the results of the last election in 2022, in particular St. Philip North and St. Philip West. Yes. Mm-hmm. Those were the two that the Democratic Labour Party in 2022 came closest to winning. So those, by extension, now in 2026 should be the ones that they're nearest to winning now, presuming that they get back that support that they had in 2022. But will some of that support be pulled away by Friends of Democracy, for example? Current leader Karina Goodrich pulled away, but in St. Philip West be pulled away from Dr. David Estwick in that riding, just to give the viewers an example of how things could go tonight. Mm-hmm. And those are the two seats that where my interest lies. I do want to make a comment though on the question of whether this is a referendum on the leadership of Ralph Thorne. How can it not be? I mean, he would have created some of that conversation himself. I work in politics. Some people may say it makes me cynical, but I have to deal with the facts. And from my reading of things, Ralph Thorne did not cross the floor, having been on the backbenches of the BLP. I'm saying the bigger point I'm making is that he would not have crossed the floor from being on the backbenches of the Barbados Labour Party to come over to the Democratic Labour Party and be in the background. I think he would have fancied himself for where he now is. And in fancying himself for where he now is, he also knows the political behemoth that is Prime Minister Mia Mottley and who he would be coming up against. So he would know that we are having politics in Barbados where, as has been the tradition, but even more so now, the fate of the party is very much being decided on this question of leadership and who's the better leader. So yes, I very much think that going into the polls that there will be votes going for leadership on either side, and if we'll be looking tonight to see if he is able to win his seat, and what will it look like if there are seats won by the Democratic Labour Party, but he is not one of them. All of that is of interest. Can't wait for the numbers to start coming in.
That's a cold, bloodless assessment. If ever heard one. I mean, I thought I was being cynical.
Politics, cold and bloodless.
Let's go now to Lorianne covering things from the vantage point of some of where that bloodletting was at George Street. If Lorianne can hear me, she can let us know what the mood is as the vote count is getting ready to begin.
Are you hearing me? I am not sure what it is. As you can see, we have just a few people at the back of us at the DLP headquarters. Right now, they are preparing for the vote count. Currently, the leader of the DLP, Mr. Ralph Thorne, is not here. According to the campaign manager and the general secretary, Mr. Petty Shepherd, they have not been able to reach Mr. Thorne, but what they are hearing is that Mr. Thorne was unable to vote today because his name was not found on the voters list. So currently, there is a bit of a confusion going on here at headquarters that this is the situation we're in, but they are still setting up to wait for the countdown and the vote.
So stay with us for a moment, Lorianne. I didn't quite get what you said in terms of being off the list and not being able to vote. Could you run through that and, to the extent possible, source that particular statement?
So according to his campaign, the party's campaign manager, Mr. Andrew Campbell, and the General Secretary, Mr. Pedro Shepherd, they both confirmed with me that Mr. Thorne, from what they understood, was unable to vote. But they also said they have not been able to reach him. They tried reaching out to him and they have not been able to reach him. But the word has been coming in at headquarters that Mr. Thorne was unable to vote because his name was not found on the voters list for him to vote. They were not able to confirm with me at which polling station he went to, but for now, this is the word that we're getting. He was unable to vote, and they are currently awaiting to find out what will happen next. But they are still setting up about 8 people behind me right now waiting for the vote count.
And Graham there at DLP headquarters at George Street. We will stay on that story and seek confirmation. 2 sources I assume independently, we've got a two-source rule. If two people say independently that the sky is blue, then the sky is blue. But let's wait to hear from, as the saying goes, from the horse's mouth. And again, an instance where someone who made the loudest noise about the voters list is an apparent victim of it, if those reports are to be believed. I'll make sense of that. Pick sense from nonsense, if you will.
Oh boy, this is interesting. Look, the voters list, there's work that needs to be done. The EBC has to do better, because every year there is the concern.
But hang on, you can go and check and know whether or not you're listed.
I'm coming to didn't the leader of the opposition check to see if he was there before he went to vote? Like, there were so many notices being placed on social media by the leading party and other media by the ruling party, the leading party, right now, the Barbados Party. I mean, that was the, I mean, at what point in time did you go check? You went today to vote without checking to see if you were listed? It's kind of weird to me, but that's where we are. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Finish your point. Because I can, your bewilderment is palpable.
I'm sorry. I know people tell me I can't hide in my face. Everything shows on my face. I'm sorry.
Good, that's important.
But it is what it is. Yeah, it's just a crazy situation to me. And this is not to dismiss the fact that the list every single election season is a problem. And I mean, the point was made earlier that even the political parties, they have to get involved. At the level of cleaning up their constituencies, not the political, but the politicians at the level of cleaning up in their constituencies, and help with that process also. But at this stage, I mean, for a leader of a party to not be able to vote because he didn't check to see if he was on the list, it's just weird. It's just, that's not where we are.
Weird is your characterization, Professor Marshall? I mean, not taking into account the fact that you yourself were a victim of this.
But he's not the leader of a party.
But you're not the leader of a party. He is. Isn't it really incumbent upon him to check, to know whether he is on one? And two, is this his way of calling into question the integrity of election if what we heard from Lorianne Graham, from the two bigwigs in the Democratic Labour Party, is to be believed? Ralph Long wasn't able to vote where he was supposed to vote today.
Well, just before I got here, I saw on social media this point being raised, and so we still have to get clarity as to what transpired. But from what I read, it appears that both he and his wife was able to vote in a particular area. They both went to vote in a particular area, and he was not assigned to that area. So that was a peculiarity, and he did not go to the next area where he was then assigned to go. So it's not a case where he was disenfranchised. It's a case of, from my reading, it's a case of him not registered to vote in a particular area, a particular constituency. So we'll wait further, but for me, the only puzzle, and that's why I say I prefer to wait to hear what's the principle he's standing on. Mm-hmm. For me, what's peculiar is that he did not go to give his colleague the support in the other riding where he was then assigned. But it might be that he's standing on principle that this is a bungling that has gone too far. And but I suppose there will be questions all around. Why did you not go and support your colleague? If you're leading a party and your colleague would benefit from the vote. There's another argument that would say, look, all these years, you or your wife were registered, living in a particular address, expected to vote in the address. Your wife gets through to vote, but then suddenly you're askance and askew, placed in a different area. And so it might be his moral outrage, so he just takes a stand. But I prefer to just wait and hear.
But it has led to, for the first time, Commonwealth and CARICOM observers being called in to view our elections. Our tradition is we go look at Pakistan, we go look at South Africa.
I'm not embarrassed about these things. United States can't get it right yet. There's 200 years of a democracy, right? There was an election where there was this butterfly voting. I heard Peter saying they need to use the technology, but the technology went horribly wrong in that case in the state of Florida, where George W. Bush's brother, Jeb Bush, was the governor, and that rating went away. So in this case, it's an institution responsible for preparing a cleaned up list by the time we're ready to have, by the time the electoral cycle matures. There's a little bit more extraordinary levels of anomalies, and they have to take the rap for that. But that is not a slight or anything to be embarrassed about. And I'm sure the election observers, I'm very familiar with this process, will not necessarily flag that as a flaw in terms of the quality of our democratic process. I think what they may signal is the need for the process within the EBC to be more disciplined and so on and so forth. Something has changed, the way in which enumerators have generated the list and so on. Something has changed.
Enumeration exercise.
Yes, I strongly believe something has changed.
It cost them 5 years and now they got 4.
Well, no, I think it's even beyond that. Someone was telling me that you ask postmen, they ask postmen and so on. I'm wondering about that whole process. We at the South Louis Institute, you at Cadres, we do routine exercises where we speak to, we try to canvass views through public opinion survey and so forth. And there's a way in which you do it. It's a tried and trusted way. I am surprised to hear about a different set of processes this time around on the part of this independent body, and I'm just wondering why they're proceeding in that way.
But I mean, when we had the cleaning of the list, so that the cleaning of the list is new, and has it had the time to be carried out the way that we'd be expected to carry out, or was the EBC thinking that they would have more time or the luxury of the extra year that was in which the election was constitutionally due? I'm not putting anything out there because at any day I don't know. What I will say is I don't like in the interim where we're giving credence to reports on social media, because you do realize that it's entirely possible that you have people who are linked to political parties and set up burner accounts. And put posts up there today, boost them, and so they're appearing in people's feeds essentially. There might be actual people, but at the end of the day, there are people who are putting stories out there on social media in public consumption to drive this story of quote-unquote stolen election forward. I'm not saying they're untrue, I'm not saying they're true. I'm saying I don't like taking cues from social media, and at the end of the day, it's unfortunate that we're in a situation where we will be jumping ahead, and EBC situation is such as it is, and now you're having to believe those stories, or people will jump ahead and believe those stories.
So just to recap, according to our reporter Lorraine Graham at DLP headquarters, who's spoken to the General Secretary Pedro Shepard and the campaign manager for Ralph Thorne, the leader of the Democratic Labour Party, he was not able to vote. And we do not understand exactly what that means. Our understanding thus far is that he was registered, not in a constituency that he expected to be registered in. And we want to find out from Ralph Thorne, who has not been reachable so far this evening, exactly what happened up there. We're still waiting word on the count being underway at 26 minutes away from 9, and as soon as those first returns come in, Corey Sandiford will input those into his system and be able to tell us in the earliest returns what the situation will be like this night, as all 30 seats are up for grabs in the House of Assembly in this general election. We saw pictures come in at Parkinson Memorial Secondary for St. Michael Southeast, at the Barbados Community College for St. Michael East, in Christchurch South. We saw pictures at the Cuthbert Pilgrim Memorial Hall there on Maxwell Road of the Transport Board buses bearing the boxes from the polling stations coming into the counting centre, which is Cuthbert Pilgrim for Christchurch South, and as I mentioned earlier, those counting centres where the count will begin, monitored by both political parties, other agents, and of course the EBC. And again, this is not to suggest that there's anything awry in terms of the integrity of this election, though it has to be said that the person who raised the loudest noise about the likely fairness of this election was indeed
Should have been the first to check his name on your list.
Ralph Thorne. So we'll find out about that. Raheem, up there at University of Oxford, Rhodes Scholar studying public policy and law. What do you make of what you've heard thus far?
Yeah. I mean, a few things. I agree with the proposition that this is a referendum on the leader of the opposition. Obviously, once you defect to the other side and you have an election in which you have to fight, the truth is the extent to which you can go on later on as leader of the party will depend on your ability to win. I also do recognize that over time, I think the mass-based political parties in the region have attempted to shy away from engaging people in a broad-based way, even outside of the election. So something as simple as a mass-based meeting, even after some of the speeches in Parliament, as part of the sort of getting and testing the ground and understanding of where the parties are as part of getting ready for an election, cognizant by the way that the opposition parties in this region, the DLP included, have always been calling for an election, right? Because that's just what they do until, of course, the election is called and the opposition parties then say, hey, let's take a bit longer. So you can't catapult into the seat of prime minister without winning a seat. What is interesting for me as well, though, is the extent to which that the DLP, as part of this campaign, not only focused on domestic issues, but attempted to sort of make this discordance between the internationalism of Prime Minister Motley versus the domestic nature of Prime Minister Motley. And of course, maybe cadres and some of the other organizations could look into what is this sort of Barbadian perception of leadership, and does it matter to the ordinary Barbadian voter of how internationally recognized and renowned their political leader is? Cognizant, by the way, that the Barbados Prime Minister, for the most part, has always had a very great regional stature and internationalism. Prime Minister Arthur, going all the way back to independence. So that for me is critical. In relation to the sort of voting today, Professor Marshall brought up the idea that I hadn't even thought about, that yes, you may not have been enfranchised in this particular place, but as the leader of the political party, there is a requirement, at least innately, to say, hey, I have to go over there and give my skipper or my friends some support as well. But of course, we know the strategy of politics. We know in this sort of social media era of drumming up support for the particular cause, that would say, hey, if I couldn't vote, and I'm guessing that this is the argument that's going to be made, if I couldn't vote and I'm the leader of this party, well, what of ordinary people across the length and breadth of this country? I do not think it is a badge of shame for anybody as part of the international observers. I think it is a very good way to test the democracy and to be able to build on it and have international agencies provide a litmus test and considerations that you say that these are the things that we need to be able to work on. But tonight, clearly, of course, once we hear from the leader of the opposition, we will be able to have a clearer sense of what the sort of ideological position is about not voting or not being able to, among other considerations. So for me, that is part of the sort of interesting, and it may just be a first as part of this election.
Right, thank you very much for that. It's 20 minutes away from 9 o'clock, awaiting the first returns from the general election of 2026. A quick look at where the buses have been rolling in. Our reporters have been sending us pictures throughout the evening, and in a moment we'll join our roving reporter Corinne Smith somewhere in this country to give us a feel of what the day has been in this day, election day.
St. Michael Northwest, too close to ignore. St. Michael Northwest is shaping up as one of the tighter races as the general election enters its final stretch. The constituency is being contested by incumbent Neil Rowe of the Barbados Labour Party, Democratic Labour Party candidate Ryan Walters, and Ricardo Williams of the Friends of Democracy. With 3 candidates on the ballot and all sides active on the ground, this is a contest where margins, turnout, and late momentum could prove decisive. As election day approaches, St. Michael Northwest remains firmly in the too close to ignore category.
I'm here at the Ellerslie Secondary School in St. Michael Northwest constituency. This is the official counting station for the constituency of St. Michael Northwest. Thus far, there's not a whole lot of activity, but there's quite a bit of anticipation. Election officials, journalists are here awaiting the arrival of 14 boxes. Now, I just spoke with Returning Officer Charles Keynes, who said there is already one box situated here, as this is also a polling station at Ellerslie School, and they're awaiting another 14. He says there are just over 7,000 registered constituents to vote in this election, and of course, we will bring you more details as they become.
For a moment, because that's an very interesting development there. So the polling district that is Ellerslie, obviously the box is going to stay there. They're going to be joined by the other polling districts' boxes, and that hasn't happened yet at 19 minutes away from 9. So that's interesting. It is a. And this is perhaps why.
Finish up early tonight.
Perhaps this is why Professor Marshall and Corey Stanley for the rain black, but that does not yet seem to be the case. But earlier though, this is a story over in St. Peter going up north. Pictures there of the bus already there, bearing the polling district boxes for that constituency at the Coleridge and Parry School. The counting centre is there, and St. Peter is interesting because it has bits of St. Andrew in there as well, and St. Lucy are in that constituency. And there we have the city of Bridgetown. The agents are getting off a smaller bus, and the boxes at the Donald Henry Auditorium at the Bethel Methodist Church there in Bay Street, where the counting is set to begin. That was moments ago in the city of Bridgetown. So the boxes have arrived at St. Peter and at the city of Bridgetown, but not quite yet in St. Michael Northwest, which is going to be too close to ignore. It's not on the list of the ones to watch according to your data. What kind of swing would be required for Muro to be ejected by Ryan Walters based on the figures and the polling that you would have done, cadres would have done earlier?
Yeah, well, you're putting me on the spot here, so to pull up the numbers, but the swing is usually, the swing is usually in the teens. So that's the main thing to bring money for to dislodge any one candidate. You have the ones that are more marginal, which is the ones that we were speaking to earlier. Yeah. But for the most part, the teens and the high teens, yes, is the sort of swing. And just for the sake of the viewers, when you start talking about swing, I know you start again and maybe a little bit esoteric for people, but the swing, like a 1% swing or a 5% swing in the election, in a quote-unquote normal election where the political parties, you have both parties represented in parliament, could usually mean a very different thing. A 5% swing could change a government in some countries. But when you start talking about high teens, that's a lot of voters. Like, the voters really got to turn out in the numbers, as opposed to the current context where the word on the street, as I was saying earlier, in the minds and mouths of Barbadians is voter apathy and people not going out to vote. So it was really necessary for the opposition, specifically the LP and the newer parties, we'll call these smaller parties, the newer parties to really move people in their numbers and really energize them enough to get out and vote this election. So that's really the question mark now as we wait patiently for these boxes to come in.
Indeed. Professor Don Marshall, have a thought, spare a thought for the incredible amount of money that a political party needs to mobilize voters. Radio and TV and social media don't elect people. People elect people. And to do that, you've got to provide the buses, you've got to provide the taxis, you've got to provide the food and drink to get people to vote on election day. And it costs a lot of money. And to my mind, last time I checked, I don't recall any campaign finance legislation being talked about at all. We've been talking about integrity in public life, we've been talking about prevention of corruption, not campaign finance reform, to find out where the money goes or is needed to go, or whether elections should be publicly funded.
Very good summary there, Julius, and I couldn't have said that any better. There's a need for campaign finance reform, but we come here every cycle and we say the same thing. And the truth of the matter is that there's the advantage of incumbency when it comes to the question of access to finance. So whether it's the Democratic Labour Party, that's the government, or it's the Barbados Labour Party, that is the government, there's an advantage that incumbents enjoy over their rivals. But of course, there's also another side that we need to take a look at, corporate buyout. Now, you can get the corporate sector being involved in democratic elections and exercises, which could pervert the causes that drive people present a raft of measures that would be kernel to their mandate. The other competing interests come from the corporate side that have funded your campaign, that have funded the individual candidates, and that have kept your presence on social media.
This is where you talk about such things as crony capitalism, state capture.
That's where you get state capture. Sure, that's where you get a situation where a party, campaigns in rhetoric and then rule in prose, a sort of bait and switch, where people say, but hang on, you baited me with a set of measures and so on. Why is it you're switching up? Well, there's an invisible hand at work, and that invisible hand, those corporates and individuals and philanthropists that are sort of investing shrewdly into politics because they expect a particular return. And why we speak about the need for campaign finance reform across all liberal democracies is because we want to ensure that the will of the people remains sacrosanct. And there's nothing wrong with lobbying. Different interest groups lobbying, contributing, but when you get transparency, for example, in the donations, what that does is that if there's an inadvertent piece of legislation or set of policy measures being put in place that betrays the public trust, you can get a sense in where that's coming from, based on what's going on with the donations, right? So we need the transparency, which is the kernel thing behind the campaign finance reform.
And public funded elections. Possible? Yeah. Make sense?
It makes sense. For example, when Barbados is one of those countries, it's, I think, under Prime Minister Arthur came up with a very useful and stellar idea of ensuring that there's a subvention that parties that win seats in the House will receive to help contribute to their upkeep and so on. And I think that is in the best tradition of what is required, because when you're wholly reliant on corporates and philanthropists, then you, again, political parties subject to capture. You're just keeping it real.
Right, a few moments ago, some pictures from the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium, and I can tell you that the counting is underway for the constituency of Christchurch East Central. So that's underway. The nomination center was the Milton Lynch Primary School, so that stretches all the way from Water Street, includes such places as Newton and across to St. David's, and then west of the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium, the counting station there for the ballot. So the counting is underway in Christchurch East Central, and we look forward to the early returns in this election. Now, without revealing too much, Ayo Oloyara, you've been interested in the impact of business on party politics. Your view on what Professor Don Marshall is saying?
Of course, I agree with Professor Marshall.
Well, please disagree. It's going to be a long night.
No.
Let's have some fun.
Let me just say what I would say also is, so not dismissing what he said, but also, good, is the reality that there's a lot of discussion on integrity legislation. This comes under that broad heading, yeah? But there's no political party in Barbados that's going to institute or rather pass integrity legislation. Within both parties, they stop at the upper house. They've not got past the upper house with the legislation. Why? Because it doesn't benefit them if they're the government. It removes a lot of the room for them to have political strategy, for them to, and you were talking earlier about fixed dates election. That removes a lot of power from the Prime Minister to basically control her cabinet, which is important, all right, to a sitting Prime Minister. I say her, but I mean him or her. I've gotten accustomed over the years to say her. All right, but I mean him or her. So all these are things that I think they're nice to say, and they're good to have, and they would be good to have if we want a more ordered society. So there's no denying that, but it removes so much of the play from within the whole political space that it makes it almost like.
I could tell you, if you could search the public campaign finances, a lot of people can be real disappointed with the show.
Many.
Like this whole show that we've got, this
the setting, the concerts, the big noise and so on.
Young Brother playing
The state taxpayers can't afford that.
Like it's a different show, and we want to see the magic. We've got accustomed to magic, so not all of that will go away, and we would have to get accustomed to a completely new
reality.
Political setup for campaigns. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. We have to get accustomed to it.
Don't want to talk about the unseen hand of economics coming into play, and you're campaigning in.
From behind institutions, we're talking about from the voter, the electorate, and what the electorate is now looking for in a campaign. Should you want, this is part of why the smaller, the newer parties struggle to make that impact. They can't campaign on the same level. They can't sustain the presence in the public outside of elections and might be able to attract some funding during elections, but then they got that 4 or 5 year period in between elections where they have to attract funding to be able to talk about the same sort of, it's Raheem, right, that's joined us via Zoom, is the same sort of meetings outside of the election campaign period. All of that takes money. The lighting takes money. The audio takes money. Setting up platforms takes money. And we don't like to think about that as voters, but that is the reality.
I disagree for the first time.
Yes, finally. Disagreement makes a horse race.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, the drive to capture minds and hearts, what the political parties are about. And right now what's in vogue is to entertain. Okay, to entertain the dry fit shirt, the cap, the paraphernalia, the fish cakes, and we're going to bust a crowd and so on. And we're going to have some entertainment, and in between there we'll do some consciousness raising about the measures that we want to put before you. And that formula is a useful formula because it's quite Caribbean in some respects, you know. We'll have a party and so on and so forth. But I also see in this region an absorbing interest that various publics had with Obama's campaign in the United States. Stick a pin, stay with me. Obama's campaign was mesmerizing for its messaging. Yes, we can. And so on and so forth. I go back to, so I might be dating myself, to electoral cycles a few years back. And we've had campaigns that did not necessarily rely on the songs and the effects and the pageantry and so on and so forth, but the messaging was effective. And when we were talking about economic democracy, I'm just using that as a theme, when that excited imaginations. I mean, today we asked, what was that about? But that excited imaginations, and a number of us voting for the first time were captivated by that. And Don Blackman on the platform reminded us of the sociology, the history of the place. You've had subsequently, so 2018, let me go to 2018 to just give the balance. The speeches that Mia Mottley was giving, Prime Minister Mia Mottley was giving in 2018 were grounded in decolonization outlooks. Today she doesn't talk that talk. There's not that much talk. I went to several of those meetings. She was not just exercising the gift of great speech, but she was resonating on social justice fronts in a way that excited the public imagination. I do think there's a role for lifting consciousness without necessarily having to resort to bring the entertainers and so on stage. And the more we go that route, the more the issues become light, and the more dumbed down the consciousness is. I have to be very frank.
Yeah,
I think we're in the midst of a festival of dumb.
In the social media era where there's a lot of...
We're a festival of dumb where the issues are, we hold politicians to very low standards and the politics remain transactional. Largely because if you dumb down the discourse and keep them distracted in fets and partying, then you don't have to give an account for why the premise of the policy economy, for why men immersed in foreign earning. We don't have to deal with hard questions. We just keep them entertained.
But circuses.
Correct. You know.
But it takes money.
Don't you worry. I will do the work.
Yeah.
So may I disagree with you now?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Yes.
And then I have to disagree after.
I agree that in 2018, the Prime Minister's messaging was a lot about decolonization because there was a particular mission at hand. One, republicanism. That was being entered into the conversation. So, of course, I believe that at the time, that conversation had to be had, removing the Nelson and all these types of things. What I think is, we've achieved that. All right? I also disagree with you on the fact that the messaging has been dumbed down. Because, yes, there is the entertainment and so forth, but one of the things that the Prime Minister has sorry, is she still the Prime Minister? We don't know.
Yeah, she's still the Prime Minister.
Yeah, she's still the Prime Minister.
This is true.
Sworn in.
Yeah. Is that she's captured the youth vote in a huge way. That has been happening quietly over the last 7 years.
We do with 42% electorate participating, so be careful when you say the youth vote. That can be measured.
It can be measured. But what I've seen, I taught a class the other day. These are
minority-led governments, yeah?
But still, they matter. All right? And the class had like 25 people. And I just asked the question because I try not to get into people's minds too much, you know. But yeah, so y'all voting because they're like between 19 and 22, I think the age group was. And they said, of course. One said, nah, I don't get involved. One person.
One. Yeah.
That is actually unique. No, because before they would be like, nah, we don't get involved in that. And they said, are we voting for me?
What kind of class was this? I mean, you've got to ask how representative would that be of what going on?
That's not
fair.
That said, an old wise history teacher of mine once said, whenever you want to look at a trend, don't look at Barbados. Every country, Barbados behaves very differently from everybody else. St. Lucia had a minority electing a government and actually gaining a seat for the majority in the St. Lucia Labour Party. Do you think really that a minority will vote in this election?
Well, it seems possible, but I mean, all kinds of numbers are being spit all over the place right now, so I'm looking forward to seeing what's happening there. It makes me a little uncomfortable when we talk about this. No, the 42% voted in the last election, because the list would have had on
a lot of
people who were not living here, and it continues to. So, I mean, I was having a conversation the other day on a podcast, and we were saying that the list will always be dirty, and that's essentially an extension of what Peter Wicker was saying,
yes.
Where the minute that somebody is registered, somebody will die, and the list will be dirty all over again. So it will never be 100% clean. But at the same time, when we're talking about who voted and who did not vote up until 2022, it still would have had on that 42%. Like, it could have been higher if the list could have been cleaner. Is the basic point that I'm trying to put out. I can't argue. I find it difficult to argue when we're talking about Prime Minister Mia Mottley. In terms of attracting the youth vote, because the young people that have come up and vote have largely voted for the BLP. You will have to look at the numbers now and see how many did not vote for, and if the extent to which that is true, that she is mobilizing young people. Yes, the ones that did vote voted for her. You can't argue at that point. But what is it going to look like in this election? Are young people feeling disaffected with what's going on in the country, and do they see their vote having meaning? That's really the thing, that is the question, that one of the questions that's on my mind as we head into the election. We didn't have a youth manifesto from the political parties that's to us.
Indeed. It's 9 o'clock on Wednesday, the 11th of February, 2026. the votes have begun to be counted in at least one constituency that we can tell you about, and we'll bring the results to you as they come in. But for the moment, let's head due east to St. Philip West and Kareem Smith at Princess Margaret.
Yes, thank you, Julius. We just journeyed across the Princess Margaret Secondary School in St. Philip West, as you said, from the Ellerslie School in St. Michael Northwest, where voting had not yet started, but some of the boxes were trickling in. Here at Princess Margaret, all of the boxes, as far as I understand, have arrived in 2 charter buses from the Transport Board. And there's quite a bit of activity here. However, no voting has started as yet. No counting has started as yet. There are 2 observers I've seen in the back of the auditorium from the Commonwealth. But this is a very hotly contested seat, and one which I think Barbadians will be paying quite a lot of attention to. The candidates contesting the seat are incumbent Kay McConney of the Barbados Labour Party, Dr. David Estwick, who is a former member of parliament under the Democratic Labour Party up until 2018, a seasoned campaigner, and one who is, some person who is keenly listened to as well by the public, some person who is very opinionated and strong on the platform. And Ms. Karina Goodridge from the Friends of Democracy last election in 2022, she would have contested the seat under the Solutions Barbados. This time around, she contests as president of the Friends of Democracy. And this seat is being keenly watched as well because of the closeness of the margins from the last time around, where the BLP's Kay McConney would have only secured 50.2%, enough to secure a victory, but it was one of the closer seats. Of course, Dr. Estwick would have amassed 41.6% of the vote, and the remaining number would have been split amongst third parties. I was not in this constituency today, but from the reports that I've gotten from some of our journalists on the ground and from residents as well, is that the voter turnout appeared to be slow. There was not a lot of activity, I'm told, at polling stations. However, of course, once the voting gets underway, we will have a better idea of how many persons would have exercised their civic duty in this constituency.
Stay with me for a moment. We spoke earlier, Kareem, and ran a bit on this whole question of civic involvement and responsibility and so on. And an interesting conversation that you had earlier today with someone who cast their ballot properly and fair and square and everything, but the motive or the thinking behind doing so, and what that said to you about their level of assumed knowledge, or our assumption of their level of knowledge of their civic responsibility.
Yes, well, I was in one of the St. Michael constituencies, St. Michael Northeast, where I must say, just from my observations over about 3 or 4 hours, there were quite a number of people coming out to vote, including young people, which is something that was quite heartening. But, I was having a number of conversations with persons on the ground. There's one, as you noted, that stands out. I was speaking to a gentleman who is in his 50s, and he admitted that he is not a regular voter. And he went to the polling station. He was very, very happy with the process. He reported that it was smooth. He waited about 15 to 20 minutes. But he reported to me that he confided in me the person who he intended to vote for. And as he was talking me through the process, it sounded to me as though he may have voted for the wrong person in error. And he indicated to me that the person he intended to vote for, that their stated address on the ballot paper was not an address that was in his constituency, and therefore he would have placed his X. He would have assumed that where he ought to have placed his X was next to the candidate whose address was actually in the constituency. And I think for me, it was very clear, and I think that he was a bit embarrassed. But I think it was very clear that perhaps just a bit of public education, civic education, things that we take for granted that people know and understand as they're moving to the polling stations and they participate in these types of processes, we might assume that they know. I think it's important that persons have a full understanding of exactly the process, the minute details, the things that we take for granted, so that when they do exercise their right, they are, fully satisfied that what they intended to do is what was done.
Here at the Princess Margaret Secondary School in Six Roads, which is the counting center for St. Philip West, and we can now tell you that in St. James North at the Gordon Greenwich Primary School, just off the Ronald Map Highway, Highway 2A, just south of Bakers, there is counting underway. Those are earlier pictures, but we can tell you the count is well and truly underway in St. James North. And St. James is also an interesting, if only for academic purposes for many people, as to how politics will run there. St. James South as well, where the count will take place at Queen's College for that constituency. And as you just saw, Kareem, there at St. Philip West, where it will be the McConney Estwick show. Ayo, your thoughts? We'll come back to you in a moment, I'm being told. So nobody go anywhere, and you neither, unless you get a very cool drink after this.
I feel like a no vote is also a vote, so whatever I decided to do before I came here would definitely impact going forward in terms of the government and stuff. And I personally, I resonate well with what the party that I voted for would have put forward. So then I decided, you know what, just let me come out, cast my vote, and hopefully it goes in the favor of who I decided to vote for. Yeah.
And would you say that that sentiment or the enthusiasm that you have expressed to participate in this process, do you feel like that's a sentiment that is shared among your peers?
No. Honestly, I've asked a couple of friends this morning if they were going to vote, and a lot of people said no, which is their right as well. We have the right to and not to, but I believe persons of my age, persons in general, should come out and cast their vote.
Did they say why they weren't coming out?
They just said no, honestly, yeah. And
finally, as a young person, what are some of the issues when you look around your constituency, your country by extension? What would you consider to be the issues that were on your mind as you made your decision?
Not any major issues. One that I can think about is, like, one major issue would be crime and stuff, and then like the cost of living, and that's what I think is pushing a lot of people to commit the robberies and like those crimes around that area. But one thing I would say is the roads as well. The roads, garbage is an issue, especially in my specific neighborhood. There's been a pile up. I'm just hoping that small issues like that and then major issues such as crime would be fixed.
How was the voting process?
It was good. It was okay.
Okay. How long have you been voting?
From the time I was 18, and now I'm 75.
Okay. Do you find that the process has gotten easier over the years?
I wouldn't say it has gotten easier, but because it took a little while. We're going to vote this morning in my area, right? And so I wouldn't say that it was easier. It's too many. You have to go to one person, they're calling your ID number. You have to go to another person, they're calling your ID number. That's quite annoying.
Okay. So if the process, you prefer a more seamless, so you think it was easier before?
I would think so, yes.
Okay.
And where before, if someone was unable to actually put their own X, you could fill a form and do that for them. Apparently you don't do that anymore. It has changed.
Okay. Because I know they said that for some people who might be disabled, that they have to make a declaration, an oral declaration on entry. Okay. So was that the process you had to go through with her?
She didn't need that.
Okay.
Yeah, I just asked a question in case, and they told me that they don't do that any longer. But I guess the oral declaration, yes. But before, as I said, they could fill a form, but the lady told me they couldn't do that anymore, that the returning officer is the one who would have to do that for her.
Oh.
That's what she told me.
Wow.
I can do it for myself.
Yeah, we understand that, but just ask the question.
Okay, understood. All right, well.
And I was happy to vote.
You were happy to vote?
Yes.
That's good.
We're voting for change.
That's
I've
good.
made the best man win. That's all I have to say.
All right,
Who wants to
wonderful.
be best man winning?
Okay,
We're
great.
voting for change.
Thank you. Can you give me your name, ma'am?
Heather.
Heather?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
From the Gen, as near as I can tell, the Gen Z generation, and from someone who's been voting since they were a teen and they're now in their 70s. Just to let you know that the counting has begun in the Lawrence T. Gay Memorial School, which is the counting center for St. Michael West Central. If you're not seeing results, it's not that we're keeping them from you, it's just that the returns have not yet been coming in. Those boxes need to be counted. It is the A to Z, and then or in some cases the A to H, and then the H to Z, and then that has to be compiled, and then that has to be entered, and then we know. So that's not the case just yet. So don't think that we're pulling any results from you. We just don't. We haven't received any yet, and that's the case across all the competitors. So there's no need going away to anybody else. Those votes have not yet been counted, but the counting is underway. And so far as I can tell, 4 or so constituencies, by my reckoning, at 12 minutes past 9. Now let's look at some other pictures coming in from, there's Emmanuel Joseph, who is standing by, and are you ready to talk to us now, Emmanuel Joseph? Right, Manny can't hear us quite yet. We'll come back to him. So we're waiting for the very early returns to come in, and then we'll get an idea as to where this night is headed. And I have to say, having covered the general election in St. Lucia, where we didn't have to do too much work. The Electoral and Boundaries Commission was sending us the information electronically on the screen, showing up, showing the nice bar charts and everything. Little old St. Lucia and Barbados, with its much vaunted antediluvian democracy, still pretty much with a few twerks or changes, pretty much the same way since voting was done for every one of us in 1951.
Every one of us. Speak for yourself.
Well, as in terms of universal, in case you just joined us, that joke was really intended for those who were here from the beginning, who would know that Professor Don Marshall is not among the every one of us, because for some inexplicable reason he could not find his name as being duly registered to vote any constituency this day. The Electoral and Boundaries Commission will say you had ample time to go and check, but you said up to 2 days you were trying to check the EBC. So shall we wrap you on your knuckles, or is this a statement of your dissatisfaction with the system? So just to let you know, this is why he said all this. But you know exactly what he meant. Universal adult suffrage for all of us since 1951, and we've been doing it pretty much the same way, with the exception of the sheet with the numbers being called out, your national registration number, that came in after independence, but it's been the same way over and over again. And in this social media era, I certainly detected in talking to people a bit of discomfort with that same old way of voting.
Don't let's discuss trust. Yeah? Building trust in the integrity of the process is paramount. And what I appreciated the very good points that earlier Peter Wicker would have made about, the fact that we as digital natives get accustomed to doing things electronically and so on. And since the dawn of the Internet of Things, there's a way in which life is a lot more digitized than before. I want to put an accent on trust. We've built a lot of trust around the process, staid and conservative and traditional and even old-fashioned as it is, when we find the 75-year-olds participating in the exercise today and expressing a high degree of trust based on the familiarity of things, that's a good thing. While it's true millennials will feel a little bit uncomfortable, I think when we get through this exercise, barring the kinks that we've discussed about the EBC, and that's an independent body, we will still feel satisfied that the will of the people was expressed. But, you know.
Can democracy die by atrophy as much as by, intent of bad actors? That a system that becomes antiquated and doesn't move with the culture could actually, because we only, as you know, democracy is the will of the governed consenting to be governed. And they could simply say, look, I've had enough of this process, and they can...
The process can actually become passé, while democracy can still thrive. Well, it seems paradoxical. You see, if you believe democracy is about good governance and allowing for inclusion, transparency, participation, civic participation and engagement, then long after the 2 seconds we exercise every 5 years, the life of the democracy thrives on the basis of civic engagement, people feeling that they're part of the legislative process, people feel they're part of the decision making, there's effective lobbying, people feel they can, truly we have town hall meetings, people participate, you can express themselves on the talk shows. If those things are happening, if there's great civic engagement, then we won't quite feel like democracy has atrophied. Okay. Right? But I do take the point that the electoral process still is symbolic and it's actually something that we need to work on and improve upon. But democracy doesn't end in just 2 seconds.
I just want to tell you that okay?
Yeah, fair enough.
They come back.
These terms that's right. That's right. I agree. Yes.
There we go. And we've birthed Gen Alpha and Gen Z.
So this is no longer a general election, it's a generational election.
I also participated to help birthing Gen Z.
Okay.
There you go.
That's post 1994?
I still think about millennials
is what?
as children.
And after?
We're 40.
All right. Emmanuel Joseph, who is very much of my generation and older, who's been around covering general elections since the 1970s, so he has an eye on how things have changed or not changed. But he's nodding, but I think he's nodding because he...
We're here at the Barbados Labour Party headquarters on Roebuck Street.
If at BLP headquarters, go right ahead.
We're here at the Barbados Labour Party headquarters on Roebuck Street. Well, there's a lot of music in the air. The party music is blaring, and some fans are here, some supporters are camped out, and they brought their chairs for a long night in anticipation for the final results in general elections today. And the road has been blocked off as a thoroughfare. This is normally a busy street, but we expect that there will be blocked off later tonight by crowds of people in the red, supporters of the Barbados Labour Party. Now the food vendors are also out in their numbers, and they're ready to make a brisk trade here on Roebuck Street. So until further developments, this is Emmanuel Joseph from the Barbados Labour Party headquarters for Barbados Today.
Roebuck Street, and again, it's not a massive festive atmosphere at any of these locations because by and large this is going to be almost a sleeper of an election. But let me hear from you again, Professor Marshall, about...
You turn to me. One of the things that I've noticed that we don't quite talk about, the health and well-being of the candidates that participate in this process. It's not by accident. When I heard earlier that Ralph Thorne couldn't be found, couldn't be contacted, I well recall a few nights coverage. A number of the candidates tend to either seek solace arrest. After this intense campaign, 6 o'clock comes. When 6 o'clock comes and the last vote has been casted, they normally retreat to either solitude or a place of quiet rest, and an election agent or a close ally aide or whoever will alert them at a particular hour, say 3-4 hours later. So I'm not surprised that both the headquarters of the major parties look a bit sparse. Yeah. It's not that there's cold feet. A number of key persons are just taking it, dialing down.
They're recharging their battery.
Recharging, and you'll see some activity around 11. Mm-hmm. That's when people get a sense of the results and so on and so forth. Right. So I just thought I would say that because we forget that these larger-than-life characters are actually human, you know, and this has been a goal in 3 weeks.
Let's get Raheem Messenger, who's been listening from his vantage point in Oxford to weigh in on this. You've heard about this whole question of voter apathy, or is it the question of the antiquated nature of our general election system and whether democracy can die by apathy or not. You heard the voices of a young voter and an older voter. And just as I say this is where the counting has begun. In St. Andrew, at St. Philip South, in St. Thomas, the counting is underway. In St. Michael East, in St. James North, in St. Michael Northeast, St. Michael Southeast, St. Michael Central, Christchurch East Central, and Christchurch West. We're going to keep that on the screen for you, just to let you know, if you've just joined us at 21 minutes past 9, what the state of play is. No returns have come in just yet, but the counting is underway in those 10 constituencies, while Raheem Augustine Joseph weighs in on what he's heard thus far this evening.
Yeah. I want to go back to an earlier point made by Professor Marshall. I mean, I disagree to some extent, but I think he will agree with me that it's about the balance. Every time I think about Caribbean politics and the fanfare, I always get amused by how much there is, but I understand that it's part and parcel of the Caribbean culture, to the extent that cricket, in a way that I guess the English and the others would not particularly see as being modest and being how best do I describe it? Being the traditional method of batting, whether it be Saviv and the others saying, really turning the tradition on its head. And I think that is really what Caribbean politics has become. This sort of rewriting of the traditional, boring, if you want to call it that word, benign process, whereby people throughout the entire day have so many things to think about. And therefore, this limited representative democracy has been borrowing that sort of right to somebody else to make these decisions. So I agree with Ayo, who mentioned that, hey, I don't know that over time or even in this campaign, that there was so much time given to entertain that I took away from the sort of platform speeches. I guess we could debate about the extent to which some of the deep issues were discussed. But one thing I enjoy about the Barbados election season and just the Barbados exceptionalism that former Prime Minister Gonzalez speaks about is the ability to discuss these issues. And when I watch the platforms, I heard a distilling of it in a sort of long epistle way, which is good. But obviously, I think people within the Caribbean enjoy the fanfare that is sprinkled around it, whether it be the music, which in and of itself also tells a message, whether it be the performances from Young Bread or anybody else, that also has a messaging that coalesces with what the political party messaging is at the time. One thing I think that also maybe overlooked as part of this campaign is the extent to which that the ruling party was able to utilize and capitalize on social media and technology to be able to, I guess, reach people and engaging people. From very early, I realized Prime Minister Motley, being the social media titan that she is, then sort of moved into the TikTok spaces and other spaces. And I'm not knocking down the DLP, but I'm saying it says something about a party's ability to retain and find talent among certain demographics that kind of widen the base of the support. Now, obviously, campaign finance limits the extent to which you can do so. But for example, if you go on the Instagram profile of the leader of the opposition now, you will still see pictures of him in a red shirt. Now that tells something, and these things matter. Perception in politics is very important. Of course, I don't have the data to suggest in any way, shape, or form how this influences anything, and I don't think it probably does. But I'm saying that the BLP, as part of this campaign, relied very heavily on this sort of technology focus, and I think that may be critical as part of the modern-based political party. There needs to be, again, as part of the whole polity, that level of balance, so that the issues are distilled and they focus in a very serious way, and people leave with a sort of classical, I guess, education and consciousness building about where the country is and where the country needs to go and how they're thinking about the Barbadian society that they want to be part of. But I think that is sort of where we are at this sort of idea of this campaigning. But I agree with Professor Marshall, at least in the last iteration, that politicians, it's easy for us to knock on politicians in this region. As a matter of fact, politicians, the cricket umpire, the football referee, the calypsonians, get the most lashes. But something has to be said about their ability over time to be able to withstand some of the pressure and deal with some of these things, the personal life, the intense campaigning. And I think obviously, yes, they sign up to be judged and misjudged, but I think at times we have to spare thought as well for their own mental health at this time, particularly knowing that if you come out or if even internally somebody know that you're seeing this professional or you're talking to this professional about some of your difficulties, you are seen as weak among other things, and that is problematic. So yeah.
Thank you, Raheem, for that. Let me talk about messaging. I know you want to weigh in on this, but the old jaded reporter would say, nobody reads manifestos. Nobody really is into the message, the overarching message, whether it's about decolonization or not. It's what have you done for me lately, and whether I'm feeling it. Your thoughts?
Yeah, you see, when I'm thinking messaging, I'm agreeing with the young man Raheem about the overall messaging within the campaign, because the same thing he was saying just now, and we've exhausted this a little bit on the podcast, but over time, and it's funny that he came and said it, that the leader of the opposition is still on his social media in a red shirt. Do you understand that? No. This is where Don and I will stray a little bit on the path, because somebody in Don's Professor Ayers' group is not going to necessarily see that as a problem. Younger generation, do you understand how when I say that the Prime Minister, whoever young voters are coming, she's capturing those because she understands that messaging and how to put it out there in the best way. There were so many follow-ups on the Democratic Liberal Party's platform that were, to me, so embarrassing because of how easy they were to get done. Something I
own
said.
goals? They were own goals?
Yes.
Against, scoring an own goal.
Yeah, they were own goals. And sometimes simple as if you pull down the manifesto, is it compressed? I mean, some simple little things that, do you understand? That tells you, the person who knows what's going on, do these people know what they're doing?
It's like non-verbal communication. You're sending a different message.
Exactly. So that's
whether you're really ready.
I'm talking about readiness. Yes.
All right. So again, let me just show you where the counting has begun in the constituencies thus far on this night of the count. We saw at least 10 constituencies where the counting has begun, and apparently I'm being told that list is being added, so we can't show that to you just yet, but I can at least tell you that 10 constituencies out of the 30, the counting, we can tell you, has actually started. We are awaiting the very first results. One of the earliest, the city of Bridgetown, that was on the list, and now the list has been amended, and there we are. So let's just quickly go through them. At the Allen School, the count has begun for the constituency, the single parish constituency of St. Andrew. Down from that, there's St. Philip South at the Faith New Testament Church of God, there at Curtains in St. Philip, the count has begun. In St. John at the Log School, Messiah Street, or Society Plantation, depending on your point of view, we're adding to that list, as you can see, the count is underway. In St. Thomas, the counting has started at the Duncan Seymour Center at Sharon Moravian Church. Then we're doing this right on the fly, so you know exactly what's happening. In St. Michael East, the vote is underway at the Barbados Community College. To St. Michael South Central, the count underway at the St. Michael School. St. James North, the count is underway at the Gordon Greenwich Primary School. Over at St. George North, at St. George Secondary, the bus a long time arrived. The boxes are in the counting center, and they're being counted for St. George North. The story is also the case in St. Lucie at the Darrell Jordan Secondary School in the Eiffel and Phillips Auditorium. The count underway for St. Lucie. For St. Michael North, the count underway there. St. Michael North, the Eden Lodge Primary School. At St. Michael Southeast, the count is underway. Another keenly expected contest there at the Parkinson Memorial Secondary School. The count will begin. Over to St. Michael Central, another area of interest. St. Michael also always an area of interest, but the St. Michael Central at the Commonwealth School, the count is underway. No returns in just yet from any of these constituencies. Over at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium, the count is underway for the Christchurch East Central constituency. So at the moment, we'll take a break and come right back here on Decision 2026 Election Pulse from Barbados Today.
Welcome to the Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
There goes your client, ruining your night's rest again.
I got this.
With our online shop, it's a hassle-free instant booking process for your audio and video equipment. You see availability, set your pickup and drop-off times, and get the final price of your order instantly. Pay via cash, card, or direct bank transfer. We know Miss Panic is definitely getting a markup for ruining your beauty sleep. Summit Media and Event Rentals. Imagine the possibilities.
Life happens, even for the most experienced athletes. That's why Bayview Urgent Care is here. With no appointment needed, you can walk right up to our front desk and be greeted by caring and professional staff who are there to guide you through our intake process. Our dedicated and highly trained nurses and doctors in the urgent care department provide thorough examinations and talk you through the next steps. Need immediate blood work? Bayview Laboratory is conveniently located on the second floor. Need x-rays or scans? Diagnostic radiology is also located within Bayview Urgent Care. Once you are on the mend and ready to go home, our patient shuttle is able to take you where you need in comfort. Bayview Hospital's new urgent care is perfectly equipped to provide you with a full circle of care. Call us at 433-9999 to find out more.
4 years ago, there was only a global pandemic, and that really made things very difficult for those of us who were counting a general election then. We were all in separate rooms. We couldn't put on a mask and talk to you, but it was a shorter night because somehow the system performed a little differently than it did in 2018. It's a great long wait of 2018. And I suspect that we're into another of those long waits now that we all have dispensed with social distancing and masking and so on. I say all of that to say that it is now 25 minutes away from 10 o'clock. And unlike many other general elections that I've covered across this great Caribbean of ours, we still cannot tell you just yet what you have said when you voted today from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. However, the counting has begun in these constituencies. And I was going through that list, and in Christchurch South, that was one of the earliest locations where the count to begin. And over there at the Cuthbert Pilgrim Memorial Hall off Maxwell Road, the count began, as well as St. Michael North, where the counting began at Eden Lodge Primary School at least about an hour ago. So that's the state of play where the counting has begun, and we want to let you know that as soon as those earliest returns come in, it's straight into the computer and straight onto your screen, and you'll be able to know exactly where the balance of power will be by the end of the day and who will be the first to gain or hold their seats. All 30 seats up for grabs, all 30 seats so far held by the incumbent, the Barbados Labour Party. And you'll see when those first returns come in, you'll see a chart with the candidates. So for example, here at the city of Bridgetown, where the Barbados Labour Party, do not adjust your screen. Yes, that is Michael Lashley, standing for Labour, the former Democratic Labour Party long-term candidate for MP for St. Philip North, and the cabinet minister in the Frondell Stewart administration, who's now standing for Labour in the city of Bridgetown. Neil Rowe is challenging him for the Democratic Labour Party, and for the coalition is Corey Beckles. And so when those figures start to come in, we get a very, very early indication, Corey Sandiford, as to how this night's going to turn out. You just need a few boxes. Walk me through the process. How early would you be able to get a sense of where this night is going based on the earliest possible returns?
Immediately. I mean, you start entering the numbers. Everything is set up here to go on the computer in terms of being given projections for both the seat and then also what it's saying to us nationally. I mean, there is the odd chance that when you enter the numbers, you know, it could start looking, this box might be high, the other box might be low, you might get the other box half hour later, but still, it still gives us a sense that we can speak to immediately and get a sense of which way this election is headed for us.
Now, the city of Bridgetown usually comes in pretty early, if memory serves. City of Bridgetown doesn't take too long for the returns to come in. You're saying that you can tell, you can project from that onto a national picture?
Because it gives us an idea what the swing looks like, and once we have an idea what the swing looks like, then we also know, for example, the 4 marginal seats that we were talking about earlier, is it looking like they're going to go this way, or is it looking like they're going to stay where they already are, which is with the BLP?
But the intricacies of Michael Lashley, something that interests you. Here's the families of the Wiltshires and all those in Bayfield and so on heavily come out for St. Philip North, and for anybody that Michael Lashley says turn up. That was in the heady days of the Democratic Labour Party in Fortress St. Philip for the DLP. That's not the case anymore. What impact do you think his, shall we say, crossing the political floor, if metaphorically, will have in this election? Or will it just be a situation where the numbers will make really no difference in terms of his own candidacy?
I certainly think the numbers will make a difference in his old constituency. His moving, I think that will make a difference in terms of the numbers.
In St. Philip North?
Yes, in St. Philip North, yes, because how much of that support now goes to Clark, that replaces him, is the question. All right, how much of that support has followed him is the question. Do you understand? So I definitely, and then he benefits from the support of the Barbados Labour Party if that continues also, having moved to the city. So there is that. So definitely numbers will be interesting to watch.
If ever we get them. And City of Bridgetown, Neil Rowe versus Michael Lashley. You wouldn't have thought.
No.
Nero. Yeah. Dale Rowe, sorry.
Dale Rowe, yeah.
Stand correct. Dale Rowe. And Corey Beckles.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't have imagined that 12 months ago.
Yeah.
If I said to you, that's going to be the lineup for City of Bridgetown, you wouldn't have said. You wouldn't have said that.
I mean, I would have. But
Not even 2 months ago.
The plugged-in cynical psychologists would say that.
People see things for what they are, not what they appear to be.
Okay. Well, explain that. Unpack that a bit for me. When you say that, what do you really mean?
I mean that because of my line of work, I can't make loose statements to the public, or even if I'm reporting to a client privately, I have to speak to facts.
To the data?
And yes, they have to speak to the data, have to. Like, I can't just make willy-nilly statements. We do have a tendency of Barbados to fly off with the latest rumor, and I guess it's newsworthy, and then sometimes you have news outlets, not this one, which take a story and then the story don't turn out to be true. Sometimes they recant the story and sometimes they don't, and just move on. And I mean, especially in this era that we're in now where everybody wants to break the news first. The point I'm making is that with politics, you always have appearances versus reality. And one has to be able to speak to the reality. Oftentimes, in my case, you can't do it publicly for various reasons, but you got to see things for what they are. And sometimes something does not appear as though it could be true. The Barbados Labour Party winning 30 seats twice. Who would have believed that prior to the 2022 election? Not many people. But it's exactly what happened. So you have to speak to fact. At the point, if I had poll data that I could have spoken to publicly, then that's what I would have said. A lot of people might not believe it. You would see the Democratic Labour Party, I'm sure, come out against it and say that, this poll for various reasons. I'm just giving a hypothetical here, but one has to speak to what the numbers are.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you what those numbers mean for the City of Bridgetown specifically in a moment, but just to let you know, you'll see at the bottom right hand of your screen, 19 out of 30 with a little icon of a tick on a calculator. That means that the count has begun or is underway in 19 of the 30 constituencies at 18 minutes of 10 o'clock on a Wednesday. That is it. It has begun, is underway in 19 of the 30. So there's only another 11 that we don't know what's happening there yet. But that's the situation as it stands. Now, talk to me about the City of Bridgetown, and this I gather is being updated as we speak. So we might have our 20th constituency being counted, but again, no returns have been completed just yet. For the City of Bridgetown, walk me through that, appearance versus reality.
So what I can tell you from 2022 is Corey Lane, who was the BLP candidate at the time, in terms of percentage support in the constituency, achieved 77% of the vote. That's a huge number already. Even before I tell you what the other parties achieved, that's a huge number. You normally expect to see just over 50%, somewhere between 50 and 60, 77% of the vote. You had Kemar Stewart at the time. That's Kemar Stewart that ran in BLP. Thought he ran against Mia Molly, but maybe that was in 2018, ran in City of Bridgetown in 2022. So he got 17% on that occasion. So 17% is not a big number. So that gives us already, you see the kind of change that has to take place on the BLP side in terms of reduction in popularity versus the increase in popularity that the DLP needs to achieve in order to swing that seat their way. It's a lot of ground to cover. And this, for the viewers' sake, again, the two parties don't start at zero. No. The BLP will be presumed to get back some of that support. They won't get back all. It's very likely that they will have lost some popularity. But will the DLP performance improve appreciably to the point where they're able to swing that seat? That's a massive number of votes.
Did Korea not outperform the Prime Minister in her constituency in St. Michael Northeast, if I'm not mistaken?
Can't say off the top of my head, but I mean, the Prime Minister's numbers were already so great to say that he outperformed her. I mean,
it's nothing. It's
and then again, and let's talk about voter turnout, because the Prime Minister's seat will be one where you have voters who don't turn out because nobody expects her to lose. Right. She has not lost that seat long before she was Prime Minister. Once she won that seat for the first time in going Parliament, she has not lost the seat. So maybe Corey Lane just moved greater numbers in terms of coming out to vote.
We've been talking about Mia Motley capturing the youth vote, but let's deal with the facts. Don Marshall, Mia Motley has been the hottest brand in Barbadian politics since, by my reckoning, 1992. I mean, even before the general election of 1994, she was a very hot prospect. I remember as a reporter covering the general election of that era of 94, and I get the sense that she's been, for a very long time, very hot with the youth vote in successive generations, it has to be said.
That's a rhetorical talent. She would have begun an upward peak, let me put it like that, around 2014 when she became leader of the opposition. I think leader of the opposition, yes. Definitively leader of the opposition because she was temporarily that after 2008, but we all know what happens. You know, when parties in the opposition, you get some convulsions going on. You hardly find incumbent parties going through these convulsions because when you're in government, you can paper over the cracks. The tug of war between herself and Arthur was over. The 2013 election, that from the vantage point of the BLP, that nearly was won, was over. And it was time to move on from the general in Arthur. So she came into her own race as leader of the opposition. Just after the general election in 2013. By 2014, I call it the beginning of her peak because she has enjoyed a popularity from that moment through to now, I would say, where I would say only now there's been a slight dip, but that's realistic. We're just keeping it
because people are used
realistic.
to
People get accustomed. There's the magic that you could spin. After a while, it's the norm of the human condition. After a while, people get accustomed. But that popularity continued. Her stardom relative to global appeal has also added to her charisma and the mesmerizing effect on Caribbean populations, not just Barbadian. Have served her in good stead. We come to a point where, however, all politics is local. And the question that will be asked increasingly of her, that's why I say we see a bit of a, not plateau, that would be dramatic, but we see a slight decline, and it's also quite normal, is when the question is asked, but what trophies have you brought home to the Barbados society and economy lately? When that question gets repeatedly asked, that's when the true measure of her legacy will begin to be understood. She navigated, she's a leader as a navigator. She's led in relation to crises that we've had to contend with, COVID, and the post-lockdown recession, post-lockdown uncertainty, let me put it that now, global recession. And now we're in a phase where the Trump years will test this government. This is 2026, 2027, 2028, and the world order has in fact changed. The dynamics of international relations have in fact changed. Well, none of the parties really discussed this to any serious degree during the campaign, and perhaps that's why in my mind I said that, to me, I felt a sense of dumbing down. And I could concede the point that how you package and present your narrative also does matter. There was a disconnect across all the campaigns with the fact that the world has in fact changed. That Trump 2.0, the Trump quake, is something Barbados has to deal with immediately, beginning with third country asylum seekers. Do we house them? That's going to be after February 12th, and the motorcades and everything. That's what we have to deal with. How do we engage and relate to our neighbor 90 miles off the coast of Cuba? How do we relate? And in trade, international business, what kinds of solidarities are we going to build with other countries? What will be our relationship with the EU? And it can go on and on, but I'll yield at this point.
I'll be dating myself, but there's a song called There's Got to Be a Morning After. And that is very much going to be the question as we talk about those big ticket items of geopolitics and the impact. And I do want to spend some time on that, but just to let you know that Frederick Smith Secondary School there at Trents has become the latest constituency to have its counting begin, St. James Central. So now we are at 21 of the 30, and over at St. James South at Queen's College, the vote has begun to be counted there for St. James South. No returns just yet as we approach 10 minutes away from 10 o'clock. So there's the hurry up and wait thing going on here at Barbados today, because we really don't know what you have said, because the Electoral and Boundaries Commission is trying their best to count it, but it's taking their good time. Let's spend some time a little bit about these big ticket items, because after the bread and circus, after the music and the young brother and so on, we've got to deal with the fact that there is what we thought was the great democracy slowly disintegrating in the up north, and it is doing some extraordinary things that are beyond the pale of international law, and we're catching a lot of that. A country decides to invade a South American sovereign state, and flights to Barbados are canceled. So that has an instant impact on our tourism. We've already ended, it would appear, our relationship with Cuba in relation to, that had happened some time ago with the medical team, but that's not likely to be repeated because of a very active, evangelistic Secretary of State in the United States who's against any contact of any kind with Havana. And so that is changing the dynamic in the Caribbean and becoming to grips, really, are we not, with our own powerlessness or our own limited range of action on the international sphere for all the talk about being internationally visible and globally popular as our incumbent Prime Minister has been.
And I agree to a certain extent. I'll say this. I realized during the election, even though, because I followed on what Professor Marshall was saying, even though the Barbados Labour Party in particular, a couple of candidates tried to bring up the global dynamics, you know, the new global dynamics that we have to navigate from the perspective of, yes, we need somebody who can navigate that, somebody who's proven that they can navigate that. One of the things that I did notice is that they stayed away from the particulars. Things like, what are we going to do with the people who are deported? The reality is we have to take them. What are we going to do? Our powerlessness becomes real. All right? And that's something that we have to confront. All right? So I'm not saying that that's what the Prime Minister is going to do. I'm saying that is the reality. What is little Barbados going to do if they say they're going to send back all the people out? And we've seen it happen in other Caribbean nations. We've seen the results of that. All right? And that will become, so. But is that going to be something that I'm going to stand on a political platform and say, is that politically expedient?
No, but that's not how I was framing it. Hold on. And I take your point that these are complex issues.
Yeah.
Not a lot of wiggle room.
The powerlessness, though. Let's tackle that. So if I had to bring this on the platform, if I was leading a political party in this moment, because it all comes down to narratives, right? How compelling your narrative could be, what rhetorics would you bring to bear, how would you motivate a population to think.
Optics.
Yeah, and optics and so on. And as we talk about strong leadership. Now, certainly one of the things that we need to do, and
Now, when you say how you will present that to the people,
yeah,
that you're not going to take the liability of the big bad America send them back.
The first thing is that it's a pity that CARICOM could not sit among itself and settle the question of how it would treat as a unified bloc
Well, I agree
the
with you
question
there. And
of
discuss
the
the
third country asylum seekers. Let's just settle it as a region. What kind of posture, what would we do? And strong leadership throughout the Caribbean requires building these solidarity communities around key key areas, key points, key issues.
Assuming that the leverage is not greater than that solidarity.
Look, I'm going to say this. The leverage, what's happening is that we have, at the same time as our leader, our Prime Minister, our current Prime Minister, has been made a mark on climate and made a mark on building regional solidarity and so on and so forth. We've seen some cracks. Because the United States has withdrawn from as many as 66 different international organizations, climate is no longer going to be the soapbox upon which we can begin to make an impression unless we build other kinds of solidarity communities. One. So the messaging around that and accessing finance to support climate mitigation and so on is going to be a Herculean task to overcome, because the IMF resilience and climate related fund that we relied on when we were last with the IMF has been shut down, to the extent that we will engage them again, because I expect that the government will engage them again. There's not that the search for climate finance to support climate mitigation. That's going to be something. The world has changed.
And the debt swaps.
That's right. The world has changed, and that I'll come to that in a minute. The second thing is that a number of faux pas has been made by the Prime Minister on the platform during this campaign. But let me be balanced. The flubs, foul-ups, bleeps, and blunders of the opposition Democratic Labour Party have been legendary.
Egregious.
Legendary. They're the stuff that will last for a long time to come. But I'm moving now towards some of the more serious, unnecessary faux pas that have been made.
Unforced errors, I think.
Unforced errors on the part of the Prime Minister. In speaking to sister and fraternity parties, she's relying on a set of relations between the Barbados Labour Party and, let's state, the Jamaica's People's National Party, that are more the creature of recent times than Tom Adams' Barbados Labour Party and Edward Seaga's Jamaica Labour Party at a time during the revolution in Cuba. The alliances between Seaga and Tom Adams at the time, when
you're talking about Grenada.
Yes. I'm saying on the platform she speaks about a natural affinity between the Barbados Labour Party and the PNP, and historically that's not accurate.
That's not true.
There's been before her, there was an alliance between Tom Adams' BLP, Edward Seaga's GLP, and Eugenia Charles' Dominica Freedom Party in relation to their cooperation on the question of Grenada. So at the time of the implosion of the revolution, they could invite the United States to participate. So that is a matter of historical record. Now, that the current Prime Minister might ideologically, at this moment, have affinities with the PNP, and that's fine. But you can't say that. You ought not to say that on the political platform, because the GLP has just been returned by the electorate. You don't want to disrespect the electorate. The electorate in Jamaica returned the Jamaica Labour Party only recently, in late 2025. So if you need to build regional solidarities and continuance, we expect that the Prime Minister will continue on. If you want to build those solidarities, you don't necessarily need to say something on your platform about the affinities of your political party in relation to another. The mistakes have been made again with Trinidad, where we seem to be in a collision course. Mia Motley's ruling Barbados Labour Party is on a collision course with Trinidad's equivalent ruling party, and it might
United National Congress.
Right, and the offense might not have started from here, by the way. No. It might have started from the other end.
Okay, let me just, that's a lot to unpack there. We're just coming up on 10 o'clock on Wednesday, the 11th of February, where the counting has begun in all but 7 constituencies of the 30 in this general election. I'm joined here at Barbados Today headquarters by Ayo Ololara. She is a political scientist and entrepreneur who's dedicated herself to the study of global affairs and civic engagement. She is the host of the Just Politics, Our Worldview podcast. To my right, our resident psephologist, the man who actually looks at the data and says, this is the trend for tonight, going how long or short it will be, is Corey Sandiford of Caribbean Development Research Services, CADRES. You just heard from Professor Don Marshall, who is the director of the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute for Social Economic Studies, SELISES, University of the West Indies. And joining us from the University of Oxford, the Rhodes Scholar and thinker Raheem Augustine Joseph, who has been listening quite patiently to all this. I'm going to ask him to weigh in as we get ready for the early returns to come in from any one of those 23 constituencies. Anyone will do.
Anyone will
according
do.
To Corey, I only just need one. I'll be able to tell you how this night's going to go. Raheem, weigh in on this, and you've been taking time from at Oxford to look at the international picture about the issue of powerlessness, about the need now more than ever for regional solidarity and the cracks, the fissures in that system of solidarity known as CARICOM. Your thoughts?
I think I agree with Professor Marshall, and even I, to the extent to which it was not mentioned entirely as part of the campaign, save and except for moments when the BLP mentioned that, hey, and particularly the Minister of Foreign.
To just stick a pin there, we are joined by someone who is going to talk about how the night is going. Manny Joseph is with Paris of the Barbados Labour Party at Labour Party headquarters on Robert Street. All right, we'll come back to Manny there, just a little snafu, but we wanted to hear, get a sense of what the mood was there at Robert Street. Let's go back. I'm sorry to have interrupted you.
That's fine. So
you were making the point about the issue of solidarity or the lack thereof in CARICOM.
So save and except, obviously, for when Minister Simmons on the platform speaks about the actions of the United States and what the local response should be. So that's one. The second thing is that the DLP platform also stayed very clear from it, which was interesting because opposition parties have a tendency to be able to maximize every single political opportunity. And I say that I was disappointed to the extent that the leader of the opposition, when asked about the Venezuela question, essentially didn't have a position. But again, there is a discordance now that we have to wrestle with, which is an interesting one. There is the international posture, a decolonial question, which has been advocated by Prime Minister Motley from 2018 onwards. And then there is the pragmatic domestic politics that is a consequence of the powerlessness, but also the inability of the region and other blocs to be able to come together to respond to some of the questions or actions by the United States of America. Of course, we've heard Canada speaking about it to the extent that Prime Minister Carney has been affected by that sort of fissure. But I get a sense as well within the region, obviously, of these fissures. And I disagree with Professor Marshall to the extent of the parties being the basis of these fissures. To the also noting that the actions, of course, or this engagement by Prime Minister Bissessar, or this bedfellow relationship with the United States of America, at the expense of Caribbean solidarity, has kind of created this catapulting of the exposing of the regional integration movement. And nobody's saying, or at least I'm certainly not saying, and I don't have any partisan colors, so I'm at liberty to say that what you do and how you do what you do in politics matters. That to the extent that the United States of America, as part of the region, can engage prime ministers and ensure whether it be the boats, whether it be the support for the invasion or the kidnapping, whatever lexicon you want to utilize, of Venezuela, and how Trinidad and Tobago has essentially supported such action in discordant with the regional position of the Barbadian lexicon of friends of all and satellites of none is concerning to me. And how Trinidad and Tobago, particularly Prime Minister, has made a fool of the regional integration solidarity movement by arguing that CARICOM is an unreliable partner. Let's put in bracket here how CARICOM has essentially held second to the United States the trade surplus balances of Trinidad and Tobago, has further exposed the region. Now, I'm not laying blame fully at the hands of one Prime Minister, but the region also, the integration movement has not responded in a solidarity way that brings heads together to be able to deal with how exactly do we deal with these issues, whether it be the issues of the drugs trafficking or whatever that we want to call it, whether it be how we respond to some of the pressures of the food, the deportees. I was seeing the interview on the TV here. It's being shown, or I could continue.
Oh, okay. We're back here at the Barbados Labour Party headquarters on Robert Street, and with us we have the CEO and campaign coordinator of the BLP, Pat Parrish, with us. Pat, can you tell us how the day went for the Barbados Labour Party?
Today we had some persons who were not on the list that called, and we were able to get some of them on the list and direct them to the various polling stations. Other than that, I would say that we had a very good day. The weather was kind to us, which is very important. As it relates to the voter turnout, we know that there was a low voter turnout, but I would not go into details with that. That is for the General Secretary. I only do the coordination. So we had a good day.
Yes, what is the sense you're feeling in terms of the possible outcome from being on the ground?
But I was not on the ground today.
Okay.
I was coordinated from the office. And I always say you have to wait until that last ballot is counted.
So you're all ready for tonight, the final results. You're anticipating, what are you anticipating?
I said to you before, and I'll say it again, we are waiting until that final ballot is counted across Barbados. So we are just having an election watch at the moment. As you can see, there are persons who gather to watch the election and hear the results. It is something that we always do.
Have you been hearing any counting, any results of that?
No, not as yet. I know they have started counting in several constituencies, St. Joseph, St. Philip West, St. Philip North. There are quite a few that they have started.
The latest result was 21.
21, yeah. So we should get an early result.
Hopefully.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, too.
You're welcome.
What you say?
Well, I mean, that I'm stating the facts. But the very first returns of snow come in. We can now finally tell you 10:08, St. Michael West. Keep that on the screen for a while. That's a picture for the polling districts for St. Michael West, with the very first figures coming in. Chris Gibbs, who landed the job as housing minister for the Labour Party, and is off to a canter against Damien Fannis of the Democratic Labour Party, and long-time candidate in many elections, Patsy Nurse now turning out for the PCP, who formerly turned out for the Democratic Labour Party in St. Thomas, not getting any traction with the voters. But that's the early picture. Also in St. Michael Northeast, off to a canter as well, as expected, Mia Motley, Barbados Labour Party, and Jamal Sandiford of the Democratic Labour Party with merely 27 votes, with 7 votes for Clarine Howard, the independent there for St. Michael Northeast. In St. Michael Southeast, a whopping return for Santia Bradshaw, well underway with 1,049 votes, against 206 by the General Secretary of the Democratic Labour Party, Pedro Shepherd. That's the situation in St. Michael Southeast. Let's just quickly, slowly walk those through because those figures are very important. They're the very, very earliest returns that we can bring you, and we need to go back over them again so you are very clearly aware of where we are. That's the picture. Note it, and I'm going to ask Corey Sandiford to give me some idea of how that is looking for these constituencies.
Could I get some boxes? Very useful to you if I get boxes.
Okay, so boxes would be of help because some boxes will be out and front for one party, and another box would be giving you the entirely different story.
Well, everything here is set up to tell a story by box by box.
Okay. So that's the situation there, though. Very much off and running the Labour Party candidate for St. Michael Southeast. Don Marshall.
This is trending at 2018. So it's not looking good for the Democratic Labour Party for sure. But you will have to say congratulations again on the Barbados Labour Party's capacity to sustain levels of support.
Yes.
That are in keeping with the very popular embrace of its leader, and in keeping with the performance that could be expected by the Labour Party when they decide to engage in this ritual. They always bring the A game. And yes, it's a question of resources, but it's not enough to just simply say resources. I think many people say, oh, they have the money. I think you miss that you try to recruit the best that you can secure. So if someone is skilled in social media use, you recruit the best. If you have influencers that are going to play a part in shaping impressions, you recruit the best. So they're being always able to get value for money. We had an example earlier about someone saying about, say, Ralph Thorne's Instagram page, still carrying images of him wearing red shirts. If you want to, if you want value for money, whoever you're paying to do this has to be able to say to the leader, listen, you're the face of this party. Everything that around you has to look and appear a particular way. It's clear that the Prime Minister still allows herself to be handled by professionals and not just presume that, okay, by my rhetorical talent and my popularity, I can wing it. No. She still allows herself to be handled. So her media page, and everything looks the part, feels the part. And I'll just end by simply saying these numbers are, in Beijing parlance, off the charts. Off the charts. I've been here before, and I'm getting shades of 2018.
All right, so the projection is that the Barbados Labour Party will be returned the prediction is the Barbados Labour Party will be returned to office. It will be a Labour hold all around, but the margin of the vote so far, you just saw St. Michael Northeast there with the Prime Minister comfortably ahead in that seat, suggests, just on the face of it, shades of 2018, really a repeat of 2022 as well, if these numbers are anything to go by. Again, you would like to see the boxes, but still, it's starting to look a very, very same old for how the voters responded in this election.
Well, right. So I'm sure that you have the candidates, the Democratic Labour Party candidates, wherever they are present, and they will be getting that tap on the arm that Professor Marshall was referring to earlier at this point in time, and they would definitely hope that they see the returns, that they will at least be a little bit closer, that there would appear to be any running as opposed to what you just saw represented there on the graphic. They're not in the game. They're not in the game. So if things proceed on this basis and pointing out that, well, we just saw 3 just now, 4, and one of them was the Prime Minister, so you kind of put that one to the side. Yes, that was never going to be any other way. But anyhow, the others that were shown there on the graphic, they would want those bars to look at a little closer as opposed to this. They're just not in the game. So I wanted to just mention, for the sake of the public, St. Michael Northwest, because I think it was you, Professor, that was talking about St. Michael Northwest. That's one of the seats where you have interest, and I'm using this seat now on what happened in 2022 to just paint a picture to the public for what I was saying earlier about how swing works. So in 2022, Ryan Walters, as the candidate there for the first time, actually lost. He had 2% swing away from the Democratic Labour Party, whereas the BLP had 2% swing towards them. And one would have thought that maybe they would have performed better, but what they will go on to describe to you and the viewers is that there was such great swing against Chris Sinkler, who was the candidate who ran there previously in 2018, that he came 26% away from Chris Sinkler. And this is somebody who, if you go back to 2013, he was one of the people who was actually able to increase his support. I think he was +8, whereas the party was minus whatever it was at the time. He was +8. He was able to grow his support. So 26% away from him in 2018. So when you bring that number all the way down to 2, even though Ryan Walters did not win the constituency, that number still has meaning. And this is what I mean when I'm trying to put out there that the numbers don't start from 0. And there's a question of how much do the parties get back? How much, and this is to what Professor is speaking to about, you have to commend the Barbados Labour Party still mobilizing that support in the context where you're saying that there doesn't seem to be a choice, one party state, all these things that people say popularly, they still have to go and win the election, they still have to mobilize voters, they still have to get back the majority of those people who voted for them in the past. They're not going to get back all, that's not going to be likely, or they're not going to get back more, that's not going to be likely either. However, they still have to go and win the election, and that appears to be what's happening from what we see in the graphics just now.
Going to ask Olawara to weigh in a moment, but let's just get quickly back to those early returns, 5 minutes into the first returns for the night. You just saw St. Michael Northeast, the Prime Minister, but now St. Michael West. This is the first indication of a return for St. Michael West, with Chris Gibbs of the Labour Party polling 116 votes thus far, and Damien Fannis 31 of the Democratic Labour Party. Next, we go to another of our constituencies that we've got returns on thus far, and these are going to be updated live to the screen. So when that number is updated, as it comes in, it'll be automatically updated and shown to you. You saw in St. Michael Southeast, Santia Bradshaw pulling way ahead of Pedro Chabot of the Democratic Labour Party of 1,049 votes against the 206 votes for Pedro Chabot. Not looking good if you really want to be competitive in a seat, despite the extremely long coattails of the Prime Minister that has affected all of her candidates thus far in the last 2 elections. It's not only maybe the strength or weakness, relative strength or weakness, it's the extraordinary vote of confidence in Myanmar that has pulled a lot of them in. But last time I checked, politicians, leading politicians, don't really like large majorities. What do you think about that, Don Marshall? Large majorities being almost, the kiss of death for politicians. And Owen Arthur felt that way about large majorities.
And before him, Earl Barrow. Great, excellent. Earl Barrow. Which makes Prime Minister Motley a unique individual. I don't think, I think it's a matter of choice. In terms of large majorities, there's always this worry about a revolt in the backbench. And because you have to control a backbench, you have your cabinet or your frontbench ministers, and then you could always get resistance from the backbench and possible renegade behavior. We don't have a tradition of the whip because our numbers are not very, very large. In large legislatures, you need the whip because in England, for example, it's 375 to win the government, I think. Yeah. So you'll need the whip to bring some in line and so on. And it's a figurative whip, by the way. If one is listening up there, is not an actual whip.
We don't have really whips in our version of Westminster.
Small numbers, so you can pick up the phone and persuade a guy to do what he has to do. However, I do believe from observing the style of the current Prime Minister that she does not have those kinds of fears about large majorities and the possibility of revolts. Well, she's not shy of appointing large cabinets, one. We can debate whether or not that's useful, that's good for the country, but she's not shy of doing it. And two, there are roles that backbenchers can play and have played as parliamentary secretaries and so on, that she's found useful as well. Which, of course, I can't leave out Thorne. I can't leave out discussing Thorne because Thorne was one that we voted. But he's a successful attorney with a successful law practice and could be comfortable without a ministry, let me put it like that. There are a number of a politician. The culture is that a number of our politics tends to be largely transactional. So you find MPs like if they're in the front bench because they figure being in the cabinet, you can influence policy decisions a little bit more directly. That might benefit your constituency, for example. Whereas in the backbench, unless there's a call of the parliamentary group, you may not may have access to influencing policy as you do as a cabinet minister, meeting weekly with your leader. So, in that sense, I could understand. I think in that sense we can understand why. It is fair to say I don't think Prime Minister Motley fears large majorities.
Okay. One of the things that we can tell you now is Christchurch West has started to come in, where William Duguid, the senior minister responsible for infrastructure in the last Labour Party administration, pulling well ahead of Andrew Cave, the challenger, 198 votes for Cave of the Democratic Labour Party, to William Duguid, 744 for Labour. Your thoughts on that? Does it say much to you?
Same thing. Continuation, the same no boxes. We corresponded with my colleague, and he has the same issue on his end. So it makes it a little bit difficult to speak to the swing or intricacies that we will want to speak to. But we see how the race is trending. And it is looking like not great for the Democratic Labour Party, or should I point out the newer parties as well? And we get that question mark of whether in some of those seats, if a few of those votes, but it honestly would not have made any difference if the newer parties that went to the Democratic Labour Party is not nearly enough.
But have you also said that if it continues like this, we're going to see a swing away from the Democratic Labour Party, further away, which is crazy.
Going into the election because, okay, so I talked earlier before we came on this program about push and pull effect. Will people be pushing, if the Democratic Labour Party wins seats tonight, will people be pushing them into these seats, or are they looking to be pulled? Because the entire conversation that I've seen them have on the campaign via social media and so on is framed around the Barbados Labour Party and what it is not doing or what it is doing wrong. And you really do have to give account of yourself to the voters. So are you just criticizing and you're hoping that people are pulling you in via sympathy or because they want opposition? And then you have newer parties which are defining them as saying they're keeping the BLP in check. So the whole conversation is about the BLP. You kind of like push the BLP in voters' eyes continually by making the conversation about them constantly.
But again, it sounds as if you're saying this is a referendum on the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party.
All of them are, because at the end of the day, I keep saying, we see 30-0, 30 love, to use back the professor's term that I used earlier, 230 loves. And we say, oh, the BLP has achieved this massive thing, but it's really a conversation about the Democratic Labour Party and that they're not showing. So then on this occasion, we know that the BLP is probably not going to be able to achieve the same popularity that they have in the past. They couldn't achieve the same popularity in 2022 that they did in 2018. So they would lose something incrementally. But will the Democratic Labour Party increase its support and in enough numbers to win seats?
I'm going to ask Ira and Don to weigh in a moment. Let me just run the table once again so that you know exactly what the state of play is in the early returns in this general election, this 11th night of February. We've seen returns come in a number of constituencies. They're being updated as we speak, but we want to bring you all the results as they have come in thus far in all of the constituencies so far. And we've got, by my count, at least 4 constituencies that have turned up already with the count. Let's have a look at those constituencies, and you can keep abreast of the developments while we discuss among ourselves the state of play and what this will likely mean, with time now at 24 minutes past 10. So can we have a look at the returns for these seats thus far and the candidates, so that you know all of what we know so far this evening. Some of you might have been just joining us and not seen everything. In St. Michael Northeast, Mia Motley is so far at 717 votes, compared to Jamal Sandiford of the Democratic Labour Party. That's St. Michael Northeast are coming in, and 22 for the independent there. That was St. Michael Northeast. In St. Michael North, this is the newest that we've had so far this evening, where Davidson Ishmael in St. Michael Northeast is pulling ahead of Dawn Marie Armstrong of St. Michael North for the Democratic Labour Party. And the Friends of Democracy, represented by Bertnell Ricardo Harrison, has pulled 13 votes thus far. So have a look at that for a moment. That's St. Michael North. Davidson Ishmael, that's the newest figure we've got thus far, 184 votes, ahead of Dawn Marie Armstrong of the Democratic Labour Party with 59 votes, and 13 votes for the Friend of Democracy's Bertnell Ricardo Harrison. Now to St. Michael Southeast, where it's been off and running for the Labour Party incumbent, Santia Bradshaw, at 1,049 votes compared to Pedro Shepherd's 206. That's the situation in St. Michael Southeast, covering such areas as Pinelands. And in St. Michael West, the picture is Chris Gibbs for the Labour Party, pulling ahead in that constituency. Just quickly running through that. St. Michael West, Chris Gibbs, Damian Fannis of the Democratic Labour Party with 31 votes. So that's the state of play by my count. 4 constituencies I saw just now: St. Michael Northeast, St. Michael North, St. Michael Southeast, and St. Michael West. St. Michael constituencies tend to be among the earliest, along with the city of Bridgetown. Kind of wondering what's happening in the city of Bridgetown. We'll find out what's happening there with that count. That usually comes in pretty early. St. Michael Northeast, St. Michael North, St. Michael Southeast, St. Michael West, and now St. Andrew for the first time tonight. Ronald Springer of the Labour Party is polling ahead of the Democratic Labour Party's Ramon Goodman, 109 votes to 48 votes for St. Andrew, with Ronald Springer again in a positive position for Labour. That's the picture in St. Andrew. So 5 constituencies I've got by my count. Let's see if we got them all. St. Michael Northeast, St. Michael North, St. Michael Southeast, St. Michael West, and St. Andrew. And all of them are trending Labour's way this evening, and comfortably so by all accounts. Doesn't look to be at this early stage yet, it has to be said. I can always tell you about, if you've got the time, about a little parish called St. Joseph, where it always looks as if Randall Rouse will run home with it all in St. Joseph. And that last box, I think it's C1, comes in, and that turns the table and ends Randall Rouse's long quest to win in St. Joseph for the Democratic Labour Party. It has to get some sort of medal, if not the Barbados Bravery Medal. And we have those characters in Barbadian politics. The D.D. Garner is going way back, long before many of us at this table were around. There's long-standing candidates over in St. John, someone who was bound and determined that Arbar would not win and stood for candidacy for many years. So we have these long-suffering candidates. But it has to be said, whether it's new blood or old blood, the Labour Party, it's going to be their night again. And all eyes are on what will be left for the main challenger, the Democratic Labour Party, to gain this evening. Ayo, Ololara.
What would be left for them to gain?
At all.
Well,
again, give me the numbers.
If these numbers continue like this, as I was saying earlier, we're going to see a further swing away from the Democratic Liberal Party. And right now we're seeing, we have a number swings way above the teens, right? Which is crazy, which is high already. So how much further are we going to go now? All right, so that's the question. I mean, at this point in time, look, I don't want to be unkind to anybody, right? But let me stop there.
No, I mean, we've got to call it as we see it. So if you think that there's something that is being said about the Democratic Labour Party today.
Let me put it this way.
That's it.
I want to see a return, contrary to many people who watch my show, I literally want to see a return of a Democratic Labour Party in Barbados. We've not found the right person to lead that party as yet.
Right.
We've not found that person. And I think the Democratic Labour Party felt like because Ralph had a seat in Parliament, that made him the person to come over, and that would give them some push. Couldn't be further from the truth. The personality of the person matters, and it matters greatly.
And so John Marshall, the quest for a charismatic leader has to begin in an election party, in a political party?
I agree with some of what is said, but let me make this point.
The crisis facing the Democratic Liberal Party comes down to root and branch, and not just a leader. Certainly from a messianic figure is not going to help the Democratic Liberal Party, because we do this all the time, and we end up blaming, well, the first one you could blame not just Francis Stewart, but the entire cabinet, the entire thing. But let's move on from him. We blamed Verda the last time, and we thought we found a leader in Ronnie Yearwood. The minute you blame Thorne alone, you're deluding yourself. The Pisa, Yearwood, Thorne belong to the same bracket. The Democratic Liberal Party, as a brand, needs to refresh its politics. You need a movement.
It doesn't have a brand.
Its brand is shot. There's this stubborn tendency, because I have made several appeals for the Democratic Liberal Party to present.
Let me just interrupt you there. There's a very, very different picture.
Yeah, this
in
is,
St. Lucie, though, so we finally have a horse race, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but we're talking about 1 or 2 polling divisions.
1 or 2 polling divisions, but still, for the very first evening, this Democratic Liberal Party has shown up for the fact, where a vote. This is what makes life interesting for journalists. We want to see the more marginal seats, but this is more marginal bosses. But this is interesting. That said, this is an interesting development, where Peter Phillips of the Barbados Labour Party is ahead by 1 vote, and now also St. John has come in, where Ralph Thorne is behind by Charles Griffith by about 82 votes in St. John. So those are more interesting developments from the ones to watch, as we named earlier, St. Lucie and St. John being the ones to watch, along with St. Philip West as well. But that's the picture. Once again, in St. Lucie, Peter Phillips of the Labour Party is 1 vote ahead so far. It is early days yet, but still a much more competitive showing by the Undertaker Ian Griffith, who is seeking to bury his opponent, but he is still if you forgive the black humor of a journalist, that's the situation there in St. Lucie. Okay, and politically, of course, not an actual fact. Now it's looking a little more competitive for Labour in St. Lucie. That's the situation. So things can change in a heartbeat. 336 votes against Ian Griffith's 286. So that's an update in St. Lucie. 336 votes for Peter Phillips, 286 votes for Ian Griffith after a 1 vote margin change. Back to St. John we go, 183 votes for Charles Griffith, and Ralph Thorne polling 101 votes thus far. It is very early days yet, but again, a very interesting picture is turned up in those two ones to watch, St. Lucie and St. John. Over in St. Andrew, the picture is one where Ronald Springer of the Labour Party is holding on to a comfortable lead so far against Ramon Goodman of the Democratic Labour Party. That's the situation there in St. Andrew. So St. Michael Northeast, St. Michael North, St. Michael Southeast, St. Michael West, St. Andrew, St. Lucie, and St. John. And let's run the table once again. St. Michael North, that's the picture so far. No new votes since we last were in St. Michael North, where Dawn Marie Armstrong at 247 votes is challenging Davison Ishmael comfortably ahead for the Labour Party in St. Michael North. Over in St. Michael North East, we saw earlier Prime Minister Motley ahead in the 700s against meager returns for the Democratic Labour Party there. That's the situation there in St. Michael North. We're going to refresh the screen with new votes. There we are. No new votes there where Mia Motley is well ahead of Jamal Sandiford of the Democratic Labour Party, with a smattering of votes there for the PCP. First votes being cast, actually, for the PCP thus far this night. So there we are. We seem to have a little more competitive showing in St. John and St. Lucie, but again, you need to see a little bit more.
Well, I mean, the St. Lucie seat is actually a good example because at first, let's say 5-10 minutes ago when we saw the numbers come, we saw 99 to 98, one vote ahead for the Barbados Labour Party. But if we were keying that into the system, that would show you what that box looked like versus the last election. So that would immediately give you an idea of what the increase in turnout was versus what it isn't, and you'd be able to get spoil votes put in, and you'd be able to see how that box is performing versus how the BLP and the DLP performed last time. So it might have appeared completely different, I'm saying. And then when you see now the 336, I think it was the 280 something, somewhere in there.
50 vote lead.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, just when the numbers include, then that shows us something more on the screen, but we'll be able to speak to the number with more intricacy.
Okay, that's the situation now updated in St. John, where Charles Griffith is now at just 5 votes short of 500, and the deficit against Ralph Thorne is still there at 350 votes for Ralph Thorne, 495 for Charles Griffith. That's the situation in St. John. So far, Labour ahead by just over 150 votes. Now, that's the picture in St. John, and it has that. For all this talk about Prime Minister coattails being long and all that, Barbados is still, politics being local, polling districts still matter. Boxes, families within boxes who vote in a certain way, that still is the case. It's not a monolithic or one-size-fits-all view of any constituency in Barbados.
I mean, I don't get too into the families and all that. I deal with numbers. At the end of the day, that St. John's seat, one of them would expect Ralph Thorne to be doing better than he's currently doing. I'm not saying the race is over, however, one would expect him. The election raises leaders' profiles. This is the first election that he's facing, as Professor Marshall was saying earlier, but one would expect that if he's going to carry that seat, he'll be performing more strongly than you would expect it to be looking more like how St. Lucie had been looking initially when the numbers start coming in. So I would think that is disappointing for him so far, and his support base and his party who think that he's going to win and who thinks that the party is going to win and so on. I honestly never thought that was going to be the case. I never thought I was going to see that happening. I wanted to wait. Let's just dip my toes.
Are you getting the box information?
No, I'm not. But I just wanted to dip my toes into that conversation about the Democratic Party and what you were saying.
I would yield.
Right. What you were saying, Io, versus what Professor was saying. The Democratic Labour Party, to me, from my one analyst standpoint, is just, for whatever reason, refusing to join the 21st century. I don't know why. I keep want to see. I keep wanting to see. Yes, I keep wanting to see them perform at a higher level. I don't want to see them do the same thing. I don't want to see them perform at the same level as the BLP.
Let me get a sense of what 21st Century is, the Corey Sandifer version, then the Don Marshall version, and of course up north after Iowa Basin, Raheem, Augustine, Joseph.
All I'm saying is, I'm not countering either Iowa or Professor, but I'm saying that for the Barbados Labour Party has very obviously found a way to speak to the electorate, and I was talking earlier about the youth vote, and the young people who do vote, they capture most of those votes, the majority of them. So they found a way to speak to young people and to the electorate in a way that is working. On the other hand, we're saying that we have this low electoral turnout, or not as many people turn out to vote who could be. So there are votes out there that are up for grabs, but for whatever reason, the Democratic Labour Party is not able to find a way to appeal to those people who don't feel attracted enough to the BLP to vote for it. They're not able to convert that into support. They're not able to grow their support. And that's something you will hear this talk about, oh, the bees win elections when the Democratic Labour Party supporters don't turn out. I've been hearing that forever and a day. But what's been happening since 2018? Has the DLP's support been increasing? I was saying earlier that when you look at the DLP support, the support base is aging. So you have a population that yes, you have this huge, traditionally large support base, but the population is getting older, and you're not converting newer voters who are joining the voters list every election cycle. You're not converting that into new support. So you have the Barbados Labour Party that's growing its support, and it's having support amongst younger demographics, versus the Democratic Labour Party that's getting an older type of support and is not growing amongst the young populations. Theoretically, there are young people out there whose votes they could be getting, but they're not finding ways, they're not joining the 21st century to find ways to appeal to those young people. Okay. And with that, I would hand over to the professor who wanted to talk about what that would look like.
Right, before I get the Don Marshall view of what the Democratic Party should look like in the 21st century, I should tell you that in this, the 6th year of that said century, in Christchurch, West Central, Adrian Medic Ford is polling 300 votes against Rashid Belgrave's 110 votes. So that's the very first Christchurch constituency to come in, from what I gather. The very first returns for Christchurch West Central, where it's Adrian Ford leading the tally for the Labour Party in Christchurch West Central. So, Don Marshall, your view of what the Democratic Party should look like in the 21st century?
Well, it has to think about its message and ensuring that message connects. And in terms of, we all spoke about the need to reach people wherever they are, using the different platforms and communicating in a way in which did I see something there? Something come up on the screen?
I just want to tell you that. So Michael South, your vision or lack thereof on behalf of the Democratic Party is showing up big time for Kirk Humphrey, for Kirk Humphrey's benefit, in that he's well ahead of the final voice of the Democratic Party in St. Michael South. Can some of this also be the newness, the relative newness of these candidates for the Democratic Labour Party?
Could be, but that would be to minimize the depth of the rejection. I was once told, and not once, I was frequently told, that the Democratic Labour Party refuses to present alternatives because there's a moment in time in the electoral cycle when you will present your proposals or your alternatives. That is dingy old style politics that belonged to an era some 40 years ago.
Along with Lady Bird books.
That's right. The truth of the matter is, if there are crises facing Barbados right now of a local, geopolitical, and international sense, you want to present yourself as an alternative, you weigh in on the issues. Mm-hmm. You weigh in on the issues, you offer alternatives, you offer suggestions. Where there are moments you have to agree with the government, you agree with the government. But where you say a DLP approach would be, you say what it ought to be. Mm-hmm. You don't play this weasel politics game where you say, my job is only to oppose, and that I'm not helping you with the solutions. That is what you call 20th century style thing. That's not We live in an age where Barbadians can use the social media and listen to governments across the region and the world discuss current issues. They can listen to think tank institutions, they can listen to oppositional groups, where this is a normal part of the discourse. You come up with solutions that face the country because you want to show the citizenry that you're plugged in. You don't hide back and criticize. And I think that has been the mode of the Barrows DLP that stuck with them, where you are cagey about these things. So that's just one example of what I mean when I say that the party needs to reorganize itself to be one where it is thinking seriously about the policy formulation process, thinking critically about the issues. I'll give you one example. They came up with this trying to find the language now, it's getting late in the day, but they came up with a dossier speaking to crime solutions, which was the one moment that should signal to them this is what we ought to be doing. Because the Prime Minister, in her wisdom, saw usefulness in the document. And I'm saying that should be for the economy, that should be for public services, that should be for, don't just react to government, come up with solutions and change the conversation in Barbados.
Okay, before I bring in Lara, let me just let you know that these are real-time figures coming in. And right now the Labour Party is comfortably leading in 10 constituencies. The GS saw that update before your very eyes. 689 votes as Colin Jordan pulls ahead of Jason Phillips of the Democratic Labour Party. So in 10 constituencies thus far, it's Labour's night. And that's the trend we've seen with a little flutter early in the evening in St. Lucie, but then in real time, we saw that change as the boxes came in for St. Lucie. We are looking at St. Michael Northeast, St. Michael North, St. Michael Southeast, St. Michael West, St. Andrew, St. Michael South, the parishes, the rural parishes of St. Lucie and St. John, Christchurch, West Central, and St. Peter. In all 10 of those constituencies so far, Labour is ahead. Ayo, your thoughts on the fate of the DLP in the 21st century?
Yes, because I was listening to both the professor and Corey, and the one question that came to my mind is the question I've asked before: what is the idea of the modern Democratic Labour Party government, or rather party, Democratic Labour Party? What's the idea of them? And they've not been able to sell us a story, an idea, or anything. And that's the problem that I'm having. Now, you say that, no, they don't need what do you call them? What type of leader?
The search for a messianic leader.
A messianic leader, right? A charismatic leader. But that's not what we're saying. What I'm saying is this.
That's what you said. I said.
I understand.
You were
because that's usually the kind of conversation that surrounds that, right?
No,
but this is
what.
Let me finish.
I know there was a narrative about whether or not we should blame the leader.
I understand that.
But
then I'm
goes
saying.
Beyond the leader, it's the institution.
Let me tell you where it comes to the leader. Where it comes to the leader is this. You need a leader to organize the whole entity.
But this is not. No.
I don't think you guys are disagreeing, because I've heard him saying the same thing. Don Marshall saying needs to be root and branch reform.
Yes.
And to deal with the mechanics of an
it has to come in
party.
with the whole story, the whole idea of the party and everything. But continue, sorry, go ahead.
No, we wanted to get your view of what
I thought you were
the
going
Democratic
back
Labour Party
there,
is,
sorry.
because the returns are in so far for 10 constituencies. And in all 10, the picture is pretty much the same, where the Labour Party is well ahead of the Democratic Labour Party challenger. But spare a thought for the other parties. Those other parties there with the colors of green and orange aren't there for show. They mean to say that there's time perhaps to end the sentimental affection for the Democratic Labour Party, Party of Independence, Party of our Borough, a national hero, and it's time for an absolute alternative to either of those established parties in the Friends of Democracy and the People's Coalition for Progress. Why not look at those parties? And they have been putting out messages, however squelched by the enormous messaging machine of the Labour Party, and for all its flaws, the large messaging machine still of the Democratic Labour Party. They're offering a complete alternative and saying, but for our lack of organization, we have something to say.
Friends of Democracy have said to us that they don't want to be the government.
Keeping BLP in check.
They're keeping BLP in check, so they want to be a pressure group.
Opposition.
That's what they've said to us, all right? Because they're not going to be the opposition, so let's be real, all right? So they want to be a pressure group. So they say that to us, so where are we gonna, spend time there voting in a real way? But
So they're not, they should be in the system because unless you really want to be, you need to be in it to win it. Is that
you
what
need
you're
to be
saying?
in it to win it. Where you enter it, what's going on? This is the way we enter.
We don't vote for pressure groups.
We don't vote for pressure groups.
Right.
All right.
People's Coalition of Progress, for progress.
Right.
Inclusive of the United Progressive Party, former, and so on.
They were decorously silent for a long time, and then with the season approaching, they pop up in their various poses and guises, and they say, hey, let's combine.
I give you one other name to think about, in addition to the three. So there are already three to think about, and then to add PCP to that to get accustomed to. No, I mean the three parties that are in the PCP, then add the term PCP to even further confuse the voters' minds.
That's right. That's right. It's UPP and two others.
And NP and
I was up with a progressive
Conservative
party
Leadership
joining
Party.
ranks with a conservative party.
What's
the message in there?
It's more than just alphabet soup
I don't know if people think about it that
of political parties. Let's take a pin in all this discussion right now. We'll be right back with more coverage of Decision 2026 here from Barbados Today.
Welcome to the Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
There goes your client, ruining your night's rest again.
I got this.
With our online shop, it's a hassle-free instant booking process for your audio and video equipment. You see availability, set your pickup and drop-off times, and get the final price of your order instantly. Pay via cash, card, or direct bank transfer. We know Miss Panic is definitely getting a markup for ruining your beauty sleep. Summit Media and Event Rentals. Imagine the possibilities.
Life happens, even for the most experienced athletes. That's why Bayview Urgent Care is here. With no appointment needed, you can walk right up to our front desk and be greeted by caring and professional staff who are there to guide you through our intake process. Our dedicated and highly trained nurses and doctors in the urgent care department provide thorough examinations and talk you through the next steps. Need immediate blood work? Bayview Laboratory is conveniently located on the second floor. Need x-rays or scans? Diagnostic radiology is also located within Bayview Urgent Care. Once you are on the mend and ready to go home, our patient shuttle is able to take you where you need in comfort. Bayview Hospital's new urgent care is perfectly equipped to provide you with a full circle of care. Call us at 433-9999 to find out more.
Voter turnout across St. Michael's Central, North and South was steady but relatively low during the morning hours, picking up around midday and again in the final minutes before polls closed at 6 p.m. Most electors described the process as smooth and efficient from entrance to exit, though a few said it felt tedious and drawn out. After casting her ballot at the Eden Lodge Primary School in St. Michael North, Prime Minister Mia Mottley described the system as thorough. She noted that her identification card was checked 3 times and her ID number verified twice, explaining that since Barbados does not use the ink system, multiple checkpoints are necessary to ensure accuracy. Elderly voters, including those using wheelchairs, canes, and those who are visually impaired, also gave the process high marks. Returning officers from the Electoral and Boundaries Commission reported that polling stations closed promptly at 6 p.m., with CARICOM election observers present at several locations, including the Seventh-day Adventist Secondary School, as voting came to an end. Reporting for Barbados Today, I'm Lurian Graham. St. John is back in focus as one of the constituencies to watch in the final days of the campaign. Democratic Labour Party leader Ralph Thorne is contesting the seat, which has traditionally been viewed as DLP-leaning, but was captured by the Barbados Labour Party during the clean sweeps of 2018 and 2022. Incumbent Charles Griffith is seeking to hold the seat for the BLP, while People's Coalition Party leader Kimar Stewart is also in the race. With history, leadership and party momentum all intersecting here, St. John is a constituency many will be tracking closely.
St. Philip West, crowded field. St. Philip West is drawing sustained attention as one of the most crowded and competitive races in this election. The field includes Barbados Labour Party candidate Kay McConney, former Democratic Labour Party Minister David Espik, the People's Coalition Party's Lynette Eastmond, who once challenged Dr. Espik under the BLP banner and stood against McConney for the United Progressive Party, and the Friends of Democracy leader Karina Goodridge. With the multiple candidates bringing different political histories and appeals, voter choice here is wide open. In a constituency with no shortage of variables, St. Philip West is one many will be watching right down to the final count.
St. Michael's Central is firmly on the radar as a transition seat heading into Election Day. The race features Barbados Labour Party candidate Tyra Trotman, who stepped into the seat following the resignation of longtime MP and Speaker Arthur Holder, alongside Democratic Labour Party's Andre Worrell, Friends of Democracy's Raymond Wiggins, and Anthony Hines of the People's Coalition Party. With the constituency having changed hands in recent years, attention is focused on whether voters opt for continuity or another shift. This is one race where past movement adds to present uncertainty.
Now coming up on 11 o'clock, 3 minutes away from 11, let's bring you up to speed on where we are with the results so far as they've come in from the various constituencies. Let's look at St. Lucie. It's the closest run thing right now for a night in which the Labour Party has been romping ahead. So far in St. Lucie, though, that's remained rather static with a 50-vote margin between Peter Phillips of the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith. With now the Friends of Democracy showing up with 8 votes for the FOD and the PCP's Wayne Griffith polling 22 votes. That's the picture there in St. Lucie, Labour lead so far. In St. Michael Northeast, and the Labour Party's candidate, who just happens to be the Prime Minister of Barbados until a new Prime Minister is sworn in. Meet the new boss, might very well be the same as the old boss, where Mia Motley is well ahead of Janelle Sandiford of the Democratic Labour Party, as widely expected in St. Michael Northeast. That looks like constituency, as we count them so far. 22 votes there for the independent, Doreen Howard so far. She'll be very pleased that she has 22 people who feel none of the above will do, and will vote for her. Let's look at the situation now in St. Michael West, where Chris Gibbs, it's still, that picture hasn't changed very much. Chris Gibbs, 116 votes, and 31 votes thus far for Damian Fanis of the Democratic Labour Party. Labour ahead and holding on in St. Michael West. That's the picture there with a long night still ahead. St. Michael South, a much stronger showing for Kirk Humphrey, but also to be expected, who showing not only just the popularity of the party leader, but also his own personal party, you'd have to say, in that constituency in St. Michael South. We haven't seen other St. Michael, the other one which is next to that, St. Michael South Central, just yet, but we also have St. Michael Southeast where that vote had come in very early with Santia Bradshaw very well ahead and now pulling even further ahead. And that will have to call Labour's first outright victory if the numbers are what I see. Let me just get a quick check from Corey Sandiford.
She got 2786 in 2022, Santia Bradshaw did, whereas the LP, well, Pedro Shepherd in 2022 as well, he got 699 total. He looks on track to get about the same thing or similar. The Joseph Atherley, Reverend Joseph Atherley's party in that constituency in 2022 getting 180 votes. So just mentioning that party is not running this time.
Right. So I mean, can we at least therefore call St. Michael Southeast?
Yeah, for sure.
You certainly can.
So we have our first, let's call it Barbados Today projects that St. Michael Southeast will be Labour hold, victory for Santia Bradshaw, well ahead of it. And again, the Pedro Shepherd of the Democratic Labour Party performing just as he did in 2022. So that's a Labour hold for St. Michael Southeast. Let's now look at the picture in Christchurch East Central, where the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, Ryan Strawn, is well ahead of Quincy Jones, who was challenging him for the Democratic Labour Party, with 39 votes for Dominique York of the FOD and 20 votes for Natalie Paris. How's that looking, Corey Sandiford?
This is
Christchurch East Central.
Christchurch East Central.
And these are the first returns we're getting for Christchurch East Central.
So in 2022, Ryan Strawn was along with 2,969 votes. The DLP on that occasion polled 1294 to the BLP's 2969, and you had the Barbados Free Party 73 votes. The APP at the time, Sean Tudor, polled 180 votes in that constituency, and again the APP is not in the running this time.
Right. So the trend is very strongly for Christchurch East Central remaining in the Labour camp, as currently we can at least, can we call that as well at this stage?
Why not? I mean, you see where things are headed. I don't think they will get near 3,000 votes that they did last time, but and bear in mind that the electoral, the overall number of voters in the constituency probably increased, so they wouldn't get 3,000 votes, and that would be a smaller percentage overall in terms of voter turnout.
And again, despite the change of the other third parties, pretty much performance pretty much the same for the Democratic Labour Party candidate.
Yes, well, probably less on this occasion, to be honest. I mean, that balance of power that we just saw flash across the screen, that has to be depressing for opposing parties when the whole thing is red. I mean, well, it's one seat so far, but still, we don't really see it changing, not appreciably anyhow.
Right.
And then I have to put the question out there: is it a compulsion for these smaller parties? Because we see sorry, I promise to call them newer parties, not smaller parties. Yes. We see these newer parties running not only in elections, but we see them running in by-elections, the turnout as well, and the same lotto numbers coming back.
Right.
So one has to ask, what then why does it keep happening? I can agree with Professor that it shows, I forget the exact expression I used earlier, Professor, when we were on, but it shows, a varying of thought. At least you have parties out there that are putting in different ideas to the electorate, and yes, that is important, but at the same time, civic participation, fine, but and that's important. I wouldn't want to take away from that, but at the same time, they're presenting themselves for office, and the outcomes are the same. It's kind of painful to watch, if I'm being honest. There was one more point that I wanted to mention before I pass back to my colleagues, my fellow panelists, is this idea of the Democratic Labour Party and its current branding. Something that, in terms of joining 21st century, as I was mentioning earlier, something that continually upsets me in a person that wants to see the Democratic Labour Party do well, not as a supporter, but just someone who wants to see balance in terms of our governance.
Okay, no, this is a very picture. Yes, a second interesting night for us so far. That's a 4-vote margin between Kay McConney of the Barbados Labour Party and David Estwick of the Democratic Labour Party, and you'd have to say that is the first really serious contender for any sort of change in the fortunes for the Democratic Labour Party, if that is the picture in St. Philip West. Let's stay with that for a moment, if you will. St. Philip West, Dr. David Estwick, for all of his brash and some say distasteful way of campaigning in the 21st century, seems to still resonate with voters. And Kay McConney, so far on this projection, so far has a lot of work to do. Bear a thought, though, for the 47 votes for the FOD candidate. And in many cases,
The leader of the Friends of Democracy.
indeed, the leader of the Friends of Democracy, Karina Goodrich. But it also has to be said, but in many cases, that 47 vote, those 50 votes, those 100 votes can make a difference. So we have to be very careful about how we call that. But still, that's really been the very first competitive showing for the evening for the Labour Party. St. Lucie is also in the mix as well. Let's continue, though, to look at the results as they've come in. So that little patch of red belongs to St. Michael Southeast, and you saw all of her names just now: Santia, Josette, O'Mara Bradshaw of the Labour Party. Labour hold in St. Michael Southeast, who won the cockles of her dad's heart, who has been a long-standing stalwart in the Labour Party, to see a comfortable showing. There was never, I don't think, any doubt about her being re-elected, but the figure was also very interesting. Now, to St. Joseph we go, and again, Ryan Brathwaite, new candidate for the Labour Party, replacing Dale Marshall, pulling comfortably ahead so far for Randall Rouse. And that's not looking good. Usually, it's almost even Stephen or the other way around in the early boxes for St. Joseph. Again, it's still very early, but it's not a very comfortable look for the Democratic Labour Party challenger against Ryan Brathwaite. But Ryan Brathwaite will be very pleased that he, as a new candidate, has taken up the mantle left him by St. Joseph. And we spoke earlier about some sense of succession planning, something that politicians don't usually do in our neck of the woods or in many Western democracies. But Ryan Brathwaite clearly has benefited from some level of succession planning by the outgoing Attorney General who will be replaced. And we need to have a little chat about the lately new Attorney General because under our Constitution, a Prime Minister and an Attorney General must be sworn in after a general election. The first two, the other cabinet members can play a little later. So that's a picture in St. Joseph where Ryan Brathwaite is leading quite comfortably against the old stager, Randall Rouse. Now to St. Peter. And Colin Jordan has pulled ahead rather dramatically against Jason Phillips of the Democratic Labour Party. 689 votes for Colin Jordan of the Labour Party, and about 322 votes, half of that vote for Jason Phillips of the Democratic Labour Party. That's in St. Peter, so that's looking also very comfortable. First returns now for Christchurch South. And Christchurch South is also looking extremely good for new candidate Dr. Chantal Monroe-Knight, who was the Minister of Responsibility for Culture in the last cabinet, and her first time in the political hustings against Corey Greenwich of the Democratic Labour Party, and single digits for the independents there. But Chantal Monroe-Knight looking extremely comfortable in early returns for Christchurch South. That's the picture of the 14th constituency. We've had one win for St. Michael Southeast, and Christchurch South is the latest coming in. And now that's Christchurch West, and that's the first we've seen Dr. William Duguid. We saw that early, actually. Christchurch West, Dr. William Duguid hasn't changed position yet against Andrew Cave of the Democratic Labour Party. So that's 744 votes for William Duguid of the Labour Party, and just 198 votes for Andrew Cave of the Democratic Labour Party. So that's 14 seats, one already called for Labour. Labour ahead pretty comfortably in 13 seats, or 12 seats rather, and the 13 seats is a much closer situation. Let's continue with our results before we head back to Emmanuel Joseph, who has someone else in the Labour camp to talk to. Adrian Medic Ford in Christchurch West Central, very well ahead of Rashid Belgrave in Christchurch West Central. Labour leading comfortably there for Christchurch West Central for Adrian Ford. That's the situation in Christchurch West Central. Let's see what other results we have coming in as we're about to join Emmanuel Joseph live on the scene at Roberts Street.
Thank you so much, very much, Julius. And I'm sure the people of Barbados will want to know what the atmosphere here is at Robert Street as the results come in, and so far showing the Barbados Labour Party in front. And it's a kind of a mini celebration as the crowd swells here on Robert Street, and the party is beginning here at the BLP headquarters. So that is basically the atmosphere, because it is swiftly, the crowd is swiftly swelling, and people are partying as each result come in, and that show victory for their party, the Barbados Labour Party. So from the Robert Street headquarters of the BLP, this is Emmanuel Joseph for Barbados Today.
Grantley Adams House on Roebuck Street, with what a difference a few minutes make in the mood on turnout in a political party outing. We're going to head over and find out what's the picture over at George Street in the Democratic Labour Party in a moment. But so far, just to run through the table: St. Michael Northeast, St. Michael North, St. Michael West, St. Andrew, St. Michael South, St. Lucie, St. John, Christchurch West Central, St. Peter, Christchurch East Central, St. Philip West, St. Joseph, and Christchurch South. By my count, that's 14 seats so far. Victory so far to Santia Bradshaw for St. Michael Southeast. That's Barbados Labour Party's projection. The returning officer will make that announcement in due course when the final votes are tallied, but we are comfortably able to predict that Sandy Bradshaw will hold on for Labour in St. Michael Southeast. Now, let's continue with our results as they've come in to us in Christchurch South. That's the picture there. Chantal Monroe has pulled ahead even further now. 617 votes to 186 votes by Corey Greenwich, with 5 votes, call it 23 votes for the independents thus far. So Christchurch South, very much Labour leading there for the BLP's Dr. Chantal Monroe Knight. And the independents there you saw. Christchurch West, William Duguid now has pulled ahead even further and looking quite comfortably against Andrew Cave with 1,479 votes against Andrew Cave and the Democratic Labour Party's 446. So that's the situation in Christchurch West with Dr. William Duguid there, and that's the 15th, by my count, the 15th constituency that we've had a result for thus far this evening. Let's bring in a comment now from up north, and Raheem Augustine Joseph, watching on from a distance in Oxford.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as we've said before, it doesn't look the best for the Democratic Labour Party. But I want to sort of go back to what Professor Marshall and the others have been commenting on, and a few things strike out to me. The Democratic Labour Party clearly is not a well-oiled machinery and organization. At the very base of it, questions about what do you represent are abound, particularly post 2018, when you have this sort of reversal of the social democratic fabric that the party has been built on, whether it be free education, whether it be social services, that sort of social revolutions and the social conscience of Barbados that the DLP stood for. So the DLP has that reckoning right now, and has had for a very long time, that they've just not answered the question of who you are, what do you stand for, what are your thoughts on how you can recalibrate in your mind the economy if you think that there is high debt, and how do you sort of reconcile the reduction of debt while still living up to the social democratic nature of the Barbadian polity. Questions about climate change in and of itself, and it is sort of asinine, but at the same time intellectually weak to be able to make the arguments that I think Thorne and the others have suggested about these things being buzzwords, as opposed to sort of reorganizing the manner in which it is communicated to agree that, yes, these are issues that affect people's real life, and a DLP government will do. The crime and violence may have been the only thing that is different, whether it be social services, whether it be the public service or public service reform. I could literally go across every single subsector and be confuddled, to use a word that I just created, to answer the question of what it is that the DLP stands for in this modern era and how it is that they've been able to communicate it. I think obviously communication is the second part, but you must know before you communicate. And sometimes I believe that the DLP just does not know. And to be stuck in that sort of relic of the past is only for, and I'm being indelicate here because it is disheartening, but it's as if the DLP is living in a museum reality, such that they want individuals to come in and remember that which they were, as opposed to that which they are currently and what it is that they want to be. And you do not get to a well-oiled machinery by propping up experts. So whether it be Ralph Thorne, whether it be individuals who crossed the floor and somehow now have gained, that is not a sort of organic development that must come from among the people, capitalizing on missteps and mishaps of a government and saying, this is an alternative, this is a better view, this is what we will do. This is how we will approach this particular subject matter. And that for me is sort of being the kernel of the continued repeated downfall that we've seen. Because I still believe in the power of ideas. I still believe that nothing is better than a good idea that has met its time. And I've felt, and even reading for the manifesto, and looking for some sort of very concrete understandings and proposals, there is something to be wanting. And therefore, again, after this election, if it is that they do not go back to the drawing board to reassess, to be able to get that ground movement of people and popular support to work through whether it be the branches and the organizations, to deal with this sort of internal fissures, to be able to rebuild, and not just a brand, but the identity of the political party itself, then they stand to reckon to not be a viable option for the people of Barbados, as they have not been in the past two elections. What is interesting for me, though, it would have been what a year would led Democratic Labour Party, again with more time, would have built there, and also the extent to which that had it been that this sort of two-headed monster that was tried as per their constitution, whether it is that Yearwood had stepped down and sort of said, hey, I'm gonna fall in line, but I'm going to I want to run that seat again against Sandra Husbands, and to see how he would have fared as a sort of member of the rank and file. But what I fear also is that these candidates that we're speaking about as the upstarts of the Democratic Labour Party, as the future, they are being badly bruised election after election because of the failings of the Democratic Labour Party, such that they become toxic goods. And I think after a while, individuals may also dispense of them because of the continuous election loss. But I'll leave it as that for now.
Continues to underperform in St. John against the Labour Party's Charles Griffith. 892 votes for Charles Griffith, 574 votes for Thorne, with 95 votes for Kimar Stewart of the People's Coalition for Progress, representing the new national parties, the leader of the national party. And so that is a credible showing for him in his outing there in St. John. But again, not looking good for Ralph Thorne. And again, we've been talking about leadership and whether the Democratic Labour Party will have to go back to the drawing board in terms of leadership if this holds and St. John is back in Labour's territory and the leader, Ralph Thorne, is unable to win and gain that seat. So that's the situation in St. John. Let's look at the other results coming in so far. That one that you see at the bottom of the screen represents Barbados today's projection that Santia Bradshaw, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Transport and Works in the last administration, will be returned to the House of Assembly. The actual formal declaration will follow in due course. Now let's look at St. Lucie, and this is an interesting situation where, it started out with neck and neck, and then it started to shift. And it's shifting more dramatically, where the work that the leader of the Labour Party put into campaigning in St. Lucie seemed to be paying off if what we heard earlier from Peter Wickham is correct. As Ian Griffith and 639 against 42 votes for the candidate. Let's just go back there for a moment, if you will, to St. Lucie, and then we'll talk about City of Bridgetown for what asks Don Marshall, but there we are. 885 votes to 639. Now, Corey Sandiford, what's the magic number there, if you would tell me, for St. Lucie?
You're wanting to know what happened in 2022?
Absolutely.
Okay. It just come back to me. I'll tell you in a second.
Okay.
Has Pike Corner, and the question is, has Pike Corner, place at Pike Corner, where the DLP traditionally gets its votes in St. Lucie, has that come in yet? If that box isn't coming, there are about 2 or 3 boxes in Pike Corner.
I'm here with you. So in 2022, we had Peter Phillips carrying a seat with 2693 votes, 2,963. Verla de Pisa on that occasion, who ran for the DLP, she got 1688 to Peter Phillips, 2693. So he actually won it quite handily. The APP ran, got 124. And that's as much as I can say. Again, for the viewers, APP is not running on this occasion.
Right, but again, still a little too early just yet for St. Lucie?
It's early, but they're creating separation. You have a box. You have the situation which the professor is referring to, where a box can come in and swing things in the other favor. But whereas earlier we had the 99 to 98, now it's starting to sway in favor of the Bs. And based on what we're seeing elsewhere on the electoral map tonight, chances are that it might create more separation, or it might remain close but not swing in favor of the Dems. My eyes for right now continue to be on St. Philip West. I look forward to updates from there, and I think we were going just now to City of Bridgetown.
City of Bridgetown we go, and that would be the 16th constituency that we got results for, where Michael Lashley, first time out this time for the Labour Party, is it's away by a canter.
We can call that.
I will call it. I know, you can't call it, yeah. He wants to desperately, because that's a strong showing for the Labour Party. What does that really say? Is their role that ineffective a candidate, or is Michael Ashley that effective a candidate? What does it say to you, Don Marshall?
This is electorally that Mayor Martin and the Barbados Labour Party still remains the force.
Strong leadership. changing times.
Because everyone, we have new candidates to join the.
I'm getting that St. Michael North, we might have as close a result as possible. There in St. Michael North, where Davidson Ishmael has pulled ahead dramatically. And let's have a look at the numbers compared to 2022, St. Michael North. Can we say that's the second victory so far this evening?
Well, he's halfway
Okay, you
home.
can also say that Democratic Party lost votes.
Yeah, let me, so 2022, Davidson Ishmael got 2394, that's what he finished with. The Democratic Labour Party on that occasion got 754 votes, so I guess it's trending the same way. You're looking to see if Dr. Armstrong can inch her way back to the same 754, but I don't see her pulling
It's a lot
close.
of work.
Yeah, she got ground to cover.
Is it enough to call it?
One can say based on the trends that you're seeing elsewhere on the electoral map. Like I said, I do want to have a comment on what Rashid was saying when he was commenting and saying maybe if the Democratic Labour Party had another year. Just to tell a story very quickly.
If they had, if Yearwood had more time.
Oh, if Yearwood had more time. Okay, all right. I misunderstood the comment.
Right,
Yeah.
Indeed. So before that, let's just say that it seems that we can add a second number in that category based to the column for the Labour Party based on what we've seen so far. For Davidson Ishmael, well ahead and performing as expected, as was the case in 2022 for sure, against Marie Armstrong. These are the latest tallies for St. John. Charles Griffith ahead by 340 votes against Ralph Thorne. What do you make of that? Let me see how we look at those figures. That's St. John coming in. That's 1,381 votes for Charles Griffith, 1,043 for Ralph Thorne.
It's clear the 1,000.
There's that. He's
quite increased.
I mean, like if you want. So last time Charles Griffith got 2349. The DLP candidate who was Andrea Worrell got 1547. So in the end, it's still, I can't do that math in my head, but that's still several hundred votes that separated the two parties in the end. Ralph Thorne is maybe on track to do a little bit better, but one would expect him to.
But Spirit thought though for the 142 votes for Kim Marster, I mean that has to say something. I mean you may see these as tiny numbers.
No, that has to be hurtful. That has to be hurtful to think.
To Ralph Thorne.
Yeah. No, that has to be hurt. I think that has to be hurtful to Kimar. Yeah.
He's going to lose a deposit.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say. I was just going to say, one would think that he would be making the race a little bit more interesting than what we're seeing here on the screen currently. But I wanted to comment on the Democratic Labour Party and this question of brand and what they're putting out, what they're not putting out. Right. You have more numbers to give.
Christchurch East Central. Ryan Strand, we can call that for the Barbados Labour Party. Ryan Strand at 2,229 votes against Quincy Jones, the challenger for the Democratic Labour Party, with 47 votes for the Friends of Democracy's Dominique York and the People Coalition for Progress, Natalie Parse. So Ryan Strand, the finance minister in the last administration, is set to be the duly elected member for the constituency of Christchurch East Central, and that's the second that we will put into the cap for Labour right now. Christchurch East Central, victory, Barbados Today says, for the Ryan Strong, the finance minister. As we're joined now by our roving reporter, Corinne Smith, over at Commonwealth School.
Thank you, Julius. We have moved from the east and we're now back in a more central location, the Commonwealth School, as you rightfully pointed out, where we've just received another 4 of 8 boxes that we've already received. So we have we've received a total of 8 boxes, results from 8 boxes. And I'm going to share the most recent 4 that were shared by Carlisle Murray, the returning officer. And just to say, it does seem as though at this stage, Tyra Trotman has taken a very commanding lead in the race for St. Michael Central. All right, so box MA3 A-H. Anthony Hines of the PCP secured 6 votes. Tyra Trotman, 143. Raymond Wiggins of the Friends of Democracy, 14. And Andrea Worrell of the Democratic Labour Party, 29. MA3 I to Z, Hines secured 7 votes. Tyra Trotman, 102. Wiggins, 5. Worrell, 29. And box MB1 A to H, Hines secured 2 votes. Tyra Trotman, 93. Wiggins, 27. Worrell, 26. And MB1 I to Z, Hines received 2 votes. To Trotman's 84. Wiggins secured 25. And Worrell secured 31. And in terms of totals, at this point, Hines has amassed a total of 28 votes. Wiggins has amassed 96. Worrell has secured 222. And as I stated before, Tyra Trotman is a commanding lead, a total of 644 votes here in St. Michael Central. Julia?
Commonwealth School, St. Michael Central. And I must say that this is a candidate who was for the Democratic Labour Party, moved over to the Barbados Labour Party. Then there was an infamous video, or not very infamous video, and therefore that seemed to suggest that she was in trouble. She got a ringing endorsement in the primary from the Prime Minister. Don't worry about the youthful indiscretions, and that clearly those youthful indiscretions have not hurt her this evening. She's comfortably ahead in St. Michael Central for the Barbados Labour Party. Let's join Lorianne Graham, who is at DLP headquarters in George Street. What is the latest you can tell us? Have you been able to get any further information about whether the leader of the Democratic Labour Party actually was able to cast his ballot today?
So the information I'm getting, Julius, is that he was not able to cast his vote. His name was on the the Christchurch South list. He disputed it, saying basically that he was registered in Christchurch East and has not been in Christchurch South since 2004. Hence, he refused to vote at that location. We still have not seen him. There's still only one candidate here, who is Mr. Pedro Shepherd, and as we have seen that he is not doing so well currently with the voting. We have a somber mood right now. The people are still a bit optimistic while they are looking on at the countdown right now, but this is how we are right now.
DLP headquarters in George Street. So again, we've got so far 2 seats that we've called for the Labour Party this evening. And again, there's not been any lag in us bringing them to you. There was a lag from the count itself. We only began to get votes being counted and returns coming in at, 6 minutes past 10. So that was a picture. And now in the hour and a half that we've been on, since those returns have started to come in, a picture is emerging. 3 seats so far for the Labour Party. That's Christchurch East Central. We've called for Ryan Strong, the Finance Minister, and the St. Michael Southeast Labour hold for the Deputy Prime Minister, Santia Bradshaw, in St. Michael Southeast, and St. Michael North Labour hold for Davison Ishmael. Those are the 3 that we've called so far. I'm getting a nudge from all sources that we should go ahead and do the same thing for St. Michael Northeast. In fairness to the electoral process and the people who cast ballots not for her, we're not going to join the popularity contest. We're going to make sure that the numbers are there. But yes, I suppose one could say it's extremely unlikely that at this stage the Prime Minister will be toppled from her very, very lofty perch. 717 votes against Jamal Slocum. How many votes? Jamal Sandiford, I beg your pardon. Why did I say that? And the independent Doreen Howard. So with that faux pas, as I seem to be joining the same Prime Minister in making one or two slips of the tongue, what did the picture show in that constituency? Is the Prime Minister performing, underperforming? Because that's stuck at 770 for quite a while now.
You know how many votes she got last time?
Yes.
She was clear 3,000 last time. She got 3216. The Democratic Labour Party candidate got 476 votes. Was Damien Griffith on that occasion. There was a Barbados Free Party candidate. He got 48 votes on that occasion. So will she clear 3,000 this time? I guess that's the only question mark. I mean, still a lot of boxes to come out, obviously, if it's stuck at 770.
There's a rogue box in there that will go harder than the Dem.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So if you're not saying that, then can we say that we can add that to the column more easily?
I said what I had to say before, but you wanted to be fair to the people who didn't support.
I did.
Yeah,
I want to be fair. And so I just want to make that the margin is the work that has to be done by the Chancellor is sufficient.
I understand. Yeah. No, they can't make up that call.
Okay. So the balance of power is looking now for zip for the Labour Party is one big red dot, represented in previous elections here on Barbados today by a sea of red for the map of Barbados. I think we're going to go ahead and add the Prime Minister's constituency in there. I think that's what I'm being told. So that's the 4th constituency so far counted for Mia Motley of the Labour Party. At this stage, the work that would have to be done, even though there are 3,000 odd votes that she polled in the last election, at 717 compared to a smattering of votes of the challenger, it's too heavy a load to be lifted. Now, we called Christchurch East Central earlier for the Finance Minister. That's Labour hold again for the Ranstron and in Christchurch East Central. And the very early and interesting returns just now, we saw Kareem Smith letting us know that St. Michael Central sees Tyra Trotman, who until a few months ago was the Democratic Labour Party candidate, moving across to the Labour Party and is doing very well with 644 votes. Still, it's a populous constituency, lots of votes to be counted, but still performing very well so far.
All right, fine.
In the context of...
Yes, all right, fine. But I'm just making the point, as I was discussing with Professor while we were off camera, the fact that traditionally speaking, it'd be very risky to be placing candidates and then calling an election just like that. I mean, that is not something you see happening. You put in a candidate and then you have an election called immediately the same night as.
Indeed.
So in this instance, you really are seeing the continued popularity of the Prime Minister and her ability to bring home seats, regardless of, I won't want to say regardless of who she put in there. Somebody once told me in the old days when St. John was only ever DLP.
The dog thing?
Yeah, that you could put Flea there and it would have gone to St. John. So that's what we never thought that we would see happen. But
I've heard of animals being inserted in that category.
Yeah, so I don't want to take anything away from the candidates, but however, they're new candidates to those areas. In the case of Michael Lashley, he's been a politician before, so he would have his appeal, but they're being put in there, they're calling election the same night, and then they're carrying those seats handily.
Those votes.
A brave leader would have to do that, and a highly popular leader would have to do that, and nobody else. Let's look at the situation in St. George. St. George is starting to come in, both north and south. And a moment ago, we saw this picture in St. George South, St. George North. That's Tony Moore, the General Secretary of the Barbados Workers Union on some days, the Member of Parliament for St. George North on other days. And she is well ahead of David Warren, the challenger for the Democratic Labour Party in St. George North. 254 votes for Tony Moore against 94 votes for David Warren. And the situation in St. George South, you just saw Dwight Sutherland of the Barbados Labour Party ahead comfortably against Felicia Dujon, who was in St. James North in the last election and the by-election. And now she's gone over to St. George South and underperforming there against the former the erstwhile Minister for Housing, who gave over to Chris Gibbs. But I'm hearing word of an official declaration where? Okay, so that's been officially declared. St. Michael Southeast has been officially declared for Santia Bradshaw. The returning officers come out and said that Santia Josette O'Mara Bradshaw has been duly elected to serve in the House of Assembly in this island. The no longer projected, but actually declared winner for Santia Bradshaw. That was the first seat that we called here. Another projected winner, Christchurch East Central, Ryan Ricardo Strong, the finance minister, will be more than likely back at Bay Street. And of course, with the primus inter pares, the first among equals, Mia Motley projected to win, obviously, and comfortably in St. Michael Northeast. So those are our projected wins, and one declared seat, that is St. Michael Southeast, Santia Bradshaw, the Deputy Prime Minister, winning in St. Michael Southeast. That's the first declaration. It is 20 minutes short of midnight. And we've had our first declaration. The first time a returning officers come and said, of all the votes cast, including the spoiled votes, this is the duly elected member. We've really been hammering the Electoral and Boundaries Commission in pretty much the way we did in the 2018 election by not getting the vote out. But again, is our expectation of speed greater in an electronic age, a digital age, than an Electoral and Boundaries Commission can perform given its paper-based system that hasn't changed for decades, for generations?
Oh, that's a difficult one. I'm not sure if you meant the question from your professor, but that's a difficult one because there are aspects of the EBC's work that cannot be electronic. The enumerators going around the island, for example, that's something that took place, that's something that takes mass canvassing. And I don't know if one could look at that process and say this should be faster because there are certain aspects of it that have to be painstaking. And you have to, and then there are other aspects of it that you might want to do electronically, but then you still have to verify in other ways and do cross-checks and so on. So I don't know if that's the issue, but I do know that most of us would have expected that right now in the height of elections that we wouldn't be having the kind of issues that have been arising, which seem unfortunate, but I don't know what the conversation is going to be proceeding from this. If all 30 seats are carried, or 29 are carried, or 28, are we going to say that those seats were all stolen? That's a heck of a job to pull off by misplaced votes.
Yeah, I don't think it would come to that though. I don't think the confidence in what transpired will remain. I just think the question of just making sure that list, that next time around we do better in terms of
the way it's supposed to look.
Yeah, bring it. It wouldn't be perfect, as we know, but bring it within the realm of error that is acceptable. Right? I think this time around, there are just too many egregious mistakes. So when you admit there are 8,000 that you've got to scrub clean, that's a high admission. That's a high number, and you don't really want to be anywhere in that kind of vicinity.
And yet, that's really too low, given our assumption about the mess that the list is in.
For me, the number is the number. If it's 8,000, 16,000, it's 24,000, the number is the number. Right. But you don't then want to be hearing that there are people such as the professor whose names were in that 8,000. I just use the example because you're here next to me.
I think the opposition leader's one is a different one. Because he could vote.
Let's look before we go back. I want to go back to Ayo for her comments, but let's look at the situation in St. Peter. Now that's Colin Jordan, and Corey, have a look at the numbers there for me in terms of the performance of Colin Jordan against Jason Phillips of the Democratic Labour Party. Can that too be called for Labour, given the performance?
St. Peter.
In fairness to all who cast their ballots.
29.94 for the BLP in 2022, 8.55 for the Democratic Labour Party. That was Alwyn Babb at the time in 2022. And you still had one or two newer parties who ran. MBKA, which I forget what that stands for. New Barbados Kingdom Alliance, correct. 75 votes. BSP, which I'm not sure which is, that is 22 votes. in 2022.
But there are not enough votes left in the constituency for Jason Phillips to overhaul that figure.
Making up that now, that's near 1,000 votes.
So that's we can call that for St. Peter as we now look to St. Thomas. And the Gregory Nichols, who facing another long-time challenger in the person of Dr. Roderick Hines of the Democratic Labour Party. Gregory Nichols is 700 votes against Roderick Hines. This is the very first returns we've got for St. Thomas. So let's spend a little time on that screen. St. Thomas with Gregory Nichols, 700 votes, again taking over from Cynthia Ford as the outgoing MP and performing as expected for this strong seat, this stronghold of the Labour Party against Dr. Roderick Hines. There, again, comparisons with 2022?
The number of interest here I would start with is the Democratic Labour Party. They got 625, so they didn't poll well. You know, it's a stronghold that you just said, so they didn't poll well in 2022. So that 100 and some odd votes that we just saw there on the screen, that is still projecting to be about the same. I'm not sure if that is 2 polling divisions or 1 or 2 that we just saw on the screen, but it looks like they're not going to perform that much better. It was 2968 for Cynthia Ford in 2022, and we had the BSP, Philip Catlin got 98 votes, and there was an independent, Samuel Maynard, who got 88 votes. So not moving the needle one way or the other, but just mentioning those in fairness.
Right. Okay, so that's a picture, and now we've got 20 seats thus far that we've got returns for. The balance of power has now gone up to 5, and making sure that I am calling them correctly for you. That 5 represents St. Michael Northeast in the person of the Prime Minister, Mia Motley, St. Michael North, Davidson Ishmael, who was in the Ministry of Health as a minister in the Ministry of Health, and then St. Michael Southeast, the Deputy Prime Minister, the very first to be not only projected by us, but actually now declared formally to be won by the Deputy Prime Minister there in St. Michael Southeast. St. Peter.
Have we added St. Thomas?
Yeah, we just had St. Thomas.
We're adding St. Thomas, but ahead of that, St. Peter called for the former Labour Minister for Labour in St. Peter, and Christchurch East Central, the Finance Minister, likely to get back into the same old job that he's held in the Ministry of Finance. So St. Thomas is looking also quite likely to be called as our 6th constituency. So we're going to...
It's 55 years since that part. That something has to be said about St. Thomas. Now it's becoming the St. John of the Barbados Labour Party.
And despite the complaints of bad roads, the road to Bridgefield not being fixed for eons.
Not only held, but it continues to perform very well for the Barbados Labour Party. The people remain, in that rating, they remain loyal to the Barbados Labour Party.
Let me just inject a little history and see if you agree with me. The talk about St. Thomas is, the unusual nature of St. Thomas is that the people, particularly Rock Hall, had the vote much sooner than many other people before universal adult suffrage. That the people of Rock Hall, because of property qualification, held on and supported Hugh Gordon Cummings, the physician, popular physician, and held on to that right through. And that trend of, even though many of those people have been, their descendants now, sitting on that land, but that tradition of going labor isn't just about party popularity, but actually voting, and they were voted well before 1951, and done so for labor consistently. So that's an interesting development. Yeah. What's your take on that? Because something has to be said about that.
That's interesting because the philosophy of the party has changed quite, and the people have kept, it's almost an organic link between the people that support from that first free area. It's the first free village, and right through until this period. That's remarkable, and maybe a study should be done. I find it remarkable because the Barbados Labour Party too went through its own different kinds of orientations and leanings. So if we take the party of Owen Arthur, was slightly different in its appeal than say the party of Tom Adams and before him and so on. And so the popularity of the party across the broad social class groups, including the working majority, would have begun with Owen Arthur, and or would have extended with Owen Arthur, let me put it that, and continued on to the current leader. And Rock Hall and the wider St. Thomas remain faithful.
Yes.
Rock Hall also includes Orange Hill. And while that's been a fortress for the Barbados Labour Party, it would be a mistake to treat to St. Thomas as just simply the expression of Orange Hill residents.
Right. No, Orange Hill is not in St. Andrew. I think Orange Hill is in St. Andrew.
Yeah, it's in St. Andrew,
right,
but
it's constituency.
With the redrawing of the political map, it's become St. Thomas. But St. Thomas has been historically, that's their point, St. Thomas has been historically loyal to the Conservative Party, which evolved and evolved several iterations to
From
get to
Hugh
the
Gordon
BLP.
Cummins right through to Tom Adams.
So through to the Motley BLP that we know today,
Right.
which is very, very interesting.
So I hope you enjoyed a little history lesson there. How enfranchising people by giving them land early o'clock makes a difference politically in their lives. The city of Bridgetown, St. Michael Northeast, St. Michael Southeast, St. Peter, Christchurch, East Central, and St. Thomas. The map is filling up there. That's our projection so far for victory for the Labour Party or Labour hold in those areas. Again, we're going to go back to some of the areas that have been the most interesting for those who are looking at the fortunes of the challenger, the Democratic Labour Party in St. Lucie, in St. John, and in St. Philip West. Those are the three that we're looking at there. So that's the picture for now. And back to St. Lucie we go. Picture hasn't changed all that much so far, but again, that's been the most competitive so far, one of the more competitive seats for the Labour Party, but still underperforming so far. Let me get a sense of how that looks from the vantage point of the last election and Corey Sandiford's statistical gains.
Yeah, we had done this one earlier. We had 2693 for Peter Phillips, and we had 1688 for Verla de Pisa.
And since we don't know the boxes, where those boxes, I'm still saying.
You don't know if it's a pie corner effect?
I don't know. If pie corner is in there already, they've lost.
Okay.
Let me put it that. If pie corner is already counted, which I don't, and this 639, it's good night.
Well, the pie corner would not have 200 odd votes in it for the 1998.
It's fairly substantial.
It's pretty substantial.
St. Michael West Central, this is the first here that we have on screen.
This is the first time we're seeing for St. Michael West Central. Io is very interested in calling it because they think she wants to have an early night, and many of us might want that. But let's look at the situation there. Let's go back to St. James West Central. As James Paul of the Democratic Labour Party, backbencher, underperforming massively against Ian Gooding-Edgell of the Barbados Labour Party, the tourism minister in the last government. Ian Gooding-Edgell for Labour, 441 votes for Ian Gooding-Edgell. This is the first we're seeing of this constituency. St. Michael West Central, that's the 21st constituency to have returns coming in, and it's again Labour leading in St. Michael West Central. In St. James North, and it's the first time we're seeing St. James, and it's a
First St.
it's
James
a raw
constituency.
in St. James, the first St. James, and Barbados Today is going to project that Chad Blackman, the Minister for Educational Transformation, has undertaken a transformation of himself politically, or pretty much the same old
He
the
just
same
got
old
him to
thing.
get put back in.
So the returning of Chad Blackman,
Because he just come off, yeah.
my pun didn't work there. Charles Worrell, therefore, utterly underperforming against that. So Barbados Today now calls, with 828 votes, it's an absolute, no more than a romp. That's serious bodily harm being committed against the
But he just
Democratic
came
Party's
off for
challenger.
winning the by-election there too, so there's.
So there's a by-election effect.
Let's see now, 25, 36 in 2022. That would be Edmund Hinkson at the time.
Yeah.
Charles Worrell, who also ran against Edmund Hinkson in 2022, got 608 to the 25-36 I just said for Edmund Hinkson. By election now was 2793. I'm sorry, 2723 for Chad Blackman. This was May last year, and Felicia Dujon ran in St. James North and for the by-election and got 468 votes.
So we've got 8 constituencies left to be to get returns from, but so far, in 22 of those 830 constituencies, the Barbados Labour Party is leading. Our vote now has gone up to 8. Let's make sure that my list tallies with the control room. So it's St. Michael Northeast, Labour Hold, Mia Motley; St. Michael North, Labour Hold, Davidson Ishmael; St. Michael Southeast, the first actual official declaration and the first projected victory by Barbados today, some time ago, for Sandy Bradshaw, the Deputy Prime Minister. In St. Peter, it's Colin Jordan, the Labour Minister, back again for Labour, and Ryan Strawn for Labour, the Finance Minister, back, according to our tally. The city of Bridgetown, a new candidate in new garb for Michael Lashley in the city of Bridgetown, and Gregory Nichols in St. Thomas, Chad Blackman in St. James North. So that's the count so far, as the map is looking pretty much like the old map in 2022 and in 2018.
North, I would like to see some more of St. James, because we've got St. James North now. I would like to see Central and South.
Central and South.
See how those seats are looking.
Okay, so we hope to get some returns from those constituencies. I haven't seen them yet. Can we look back? Okay, this is the first return we've now got for St. Michael East. And Trevor Prescott, again, the thought was, Trevor Prescott's been there for such a long time, and he's not had the great favor of the Prime Minister in electoral politics and so on, and campaigning. That, I would argue, is a clear victory for Trevor Prescott. So that's the 9th constituency. Again, as they're being urged to call these constituencies
He
on behalf of the
got
Barbados today.
2167 in 2022.
So-
Trevor Prescott did.
Just to recap, 2,162 votes in 2022.
2167 in
2167.
2022.
Short of his.
Yeah, and the LP got 1019, so just cleared 1,000 in 2022.
Trevor Prescott is an enduring figure in Labour Party politics, largely because he has acted many times like a backbencher by challenging the leader and challenging the leader's statements and so on and so forth, and doing that quite boldly.
Is he not the Democratic Party seat holder at one point? Or he was always with the Barbados Labour Party?
I've never known him to be, but
But I'm very young.
When Trevor Prescott.
Well, if you really want to get deep into who was in the Democratic Labour Party back in the day, some other names will come up that we would never have thought that to be the case. But that's again, the Democratic Labour Party was once the party of majority in this country, and no longer is, it would seem, on the performance of the last three general elections.
There's strong community ties with the entire constituency. Both
Himself and Hamilton Lashley were, as it were, twins. Siamese twins in St. Michael Southeast and St. Michael East.
Yeah. So from the Pine to the Ivy.
That's right. One, he with the Israel Level Foundation, and Lashley with the workshop. And Trevor Prescott has managed to hold fast to the people, and the people have held fast to him. So I think it gives him the independence to speak to conscience from time to time on various policy issues. And it is to the credit of the government that he can, as it were, vote with his conscience, act with his conscience,
He has not done so sufficiently to be described as disruptive, but if not, that might have hurt him at the polls. I think people accept that he is his own man, as it were, and will represent their interests as he sees it, aggressively and persuasively.
All right, so the number says 8, but I think we can really say 9. Let's have a quick look at the seat so far. We are pretty comfortable in saying that St. Michael East can now be added as the 9th constituency for Labour. So we've got, let's go back quickly to that screen where we've got, I think they're trying to change it so they can help us out, but we can do it live. I think folks won't mind the absence of theatricality for a moment. City of Bridgetown, St. Michael Northeast, St. Michael Southeast, St. Peter Christchurch East Central, St. Thomas, St. Michael West Central, St. James North, and St. Michael East. So the very first St. James constituency has come in. We want to know what's happening in St. James West and in St. James South. We also want to see what's happening in some of the other Christchurch constituencies. And we also want to know what's happening in Phillip, the great fortress for the Democratic Labour Party back in the day with such figures as Harold Blackman in St. Philip South. And that has changed dramatically as more and more people move in. And I have to tell you, it's going to be a long night by our reckoning, because at the last count, it's now 12,000, not 11,000 voters. Again, bloated list or not, that is still going to be one of the long waits for tonight. St. Philip South is a tremendously large populous constituency and is ripe for being carved up. So that's the projection by Barbados today. St. Michael East, Trevor Anthony Prescott, very strong backbencher for Labour in St. Michael East, is the 9th constituency that we've called for Barbados today, with the only formal declaration so far that I've received has been from St. Michael Southeast, Labour hold for Sandia Bradshaw, the Deputy Prime Minister. It's going to change very quickly, very soon. What's the picture in St. Philip West, if we can go back to the situation there, if it's been updated? I'd like to see where the most competitive seat so far has been, as Kay McConney seeks to hold on for that seat. But let's have a look, even though it's not been updated, where St. Philip West is, and we expect that as the votes come in, we will get that updated. But again, what you've seen is all of the figures that we've been able to input. That's the picture in St. Philip West. So no change so far, but it's close.
But I think was the last time we saw it was Dr. Estwick ahead, marginally.
Yes, for quite a long time.
He was marginally ahead.
So. And traditionally, well, let's just say traditionally, the last 2 elections, it was the St. Philip seats, both South and, St. Philip
North and West,
that panels remain.
2 elections? Not 2018. 2018, they weren't any running for any. I thought it's the last 2 elections.
That's right.
2022, yes.
2022, yeah. Now we've had to wait a while before we got to a result.
Yeah, let's go now to St. Michael South. We're getting early returns now for St. Michael South. Kirk Humphrey, being called for the Barbados Labour Party. 1,517 votes as the Democratic Labour Party continues to underperform, with Kirk Humphrey there in the driver's seat against Nathaniel Boyce of the Democratic Labour Party. So that will be the 10th constituency Barbados today is projecting to be a Labour hold for Kirk Humphrey, a popular MP, but also somebody who has the purse strings of the social care ministries and can literally change the fortunes of a family in any constituency, but especially in his own.
What are you saying? I know him to be a pretty strong representative. I don't know if his ministerial portfolio helps him in that way. I think he's a very strong representative. He's always in tune with his constituents, and so no surprises there. And we go back to when he was canvassing the seat formerly held by Frondel Stewart he had a strong presence there, and that has not waned.
You were home in 2022.
Yeah,
We've got
that's not
more
waned.
results coming in for St. George South, and that's looking like another
We can call it.
Barbados Labour Party victory for Dwight Sutherland. I'm getting a very strong indication that that is the case for St. George South, as Dwight Sutherland
They're like
polled
2,000 and something votes, I think.
Dwight Sutherland polling 1,672 votes to 610 votes for Felicia Dujon of the Democratic Labour Party. What's the situation there based on what you have been looking at?
Last time around.
Yeah, the last time around.
I think we might have discussed this one, but let's go back to it. St. George North. Oh, that's South, right?
St. George South.
Yeah. So Dwight Sutherland in 2022, 38, 34. So that's a lot of votes. That's a lot. It was nearly 4,000 votes. 38, 34 in 2022 to the DLP. That was Dawn Marie Armstrong. That time around, she got 982 to 38, 34.
St. George South counts what? Areas like South District or right up?
Yeah, some of Christchurch in it.
Yeah, bit of Christchurch.
Yeah. Up by States and St. George, that area around there. Not sure. I don't think Fair Pilgrim falls in there, but the side of the road, what would they call that? The northern side of that road that stretches past boarding hall and so on.
But the little local difficulty in St. George South, where Dwight Sutherland was facing some difficulties of a personal nature, leading to him walking away from the housing portfolio, hasn't seemed to have harmed him much at all.
Strong representative candidate for this area. You see, there are some candidates by their strong affinities and connections in their riding, that ministerial performance wouldn't help or hinder. In fact, strong ministerial performance may help, but certainly if it's perceived that they've fallen out of favor and with the Prime Minister has lost their ministry, that's not going to really hinder them particularly. I mean, one of the first statements that Dwight made, for example, was that finally I'll have more time to go back into my constituency. And he was seen back into his constituency, re-engaging again and so on. So by the evidence, it has paid off.
So leadership, and this is now the very first figures we're getting from St. Michael South Central. Just as I was about to ask, what's the story there? Marsha Cattle, 1,001 votes against Richard Seeley, the former tourism minister under the Dems, 406, and David Gill, who was once with the Dems, moved over to the PCP, of the great Gill family of Carrington Village, still polling 52 votes, but a lot of work there. And St. Michael South is about to come onto the screen, but just for a moment, let's just stay with St. Michael South Central, and then we'll go to St. Michael South. St. Philip South, okay. Well, that's important. That'll be our first return from St. Philip South. That's in Dalware, who is 1,703 votes against Neil Marshall, 855, 47 votes for Omar Smith of the Friends of Democracy, 27 votes for the Barbados Freedom Party, John Wayne Scantlebury. That's the very first. Remember, there are only 12,000 electors in St. Philip South, but not all 12,000 were expected to vote, but still.
What was going on in the to use your term, spare a thought for the DLP camp? Some of these, like these writings that they see coming back, that they thought like Trevor Prescott, I'm sure that they would have thought that they had made serious inroads into that constituency as one that they would carry.
Well, how do you define inroads?
I would say St. Michael East, they would have thought, they would be disappointed with this performance.
They would feel that was a long-standing MP who they could have successfully convinced the electorate that.
But I would have been telling them, keep it real. St. Michael East is Trevor Prescott's territory. They would have expected St. Philip, as we say, battleground.
They would have expected several of these.
Well, at a glance, they're all trending literally the same way they trended in 2020.
But it goes, listen, it also goes to ask the question, how deep is the crisis of the DLP? Is just a crisis of the leadership of Thorne, or can we extend it back even to when Coach Ronnie was the leader of this party for 2 years.
They're putting leaders there that are not doing. They're not growing the party.
Because Friends of Democracy emerged as a protest against what would be for them a disruption of something that was logically unfolding to their betterment. That is the leadership of Ronnie Yearwood. But that's being put to the test even, because I don't know that the obliteration caused by the ascension of Ralph Thorne is of such that the public is making a statement about Ralph Thorne's takeover of the DLP. I think the public is making a statement about not just Thorne, the leader, but the Democratic Labour Party, the organization. Going back to what we were saying earlier, the DLP as a force just simply is not attracting anyone.
The organizations tend to follow the pattern set by a leader.
I'm not going to dispute that, but I'm also saying to you that the party was led. The election was called in 2022.
Yeah.
Between 22 and 24, it was led by Ronnie Yearwood, who would have been one of the candidates with a statistically better showing in the 22 election. Although it's difficult to talk about good showings when you're obliterating 30 love. So he was seen as a new candidate, so vibrant, etc. But the problems that we see with the DLP of 2026, we're still there in 2024. That's just the point I'm making, And I don't know that Messrs. Blackett and Yearwood would have made a difference based on based on what we're seeing right now.
Let's pause for a moment. As St. Philip West, the first time we're getting statistics. This is also interesting. Kay McConney pulling ahead a little ahead of David Estwick, and again 142 votes for Karina Gurges of Friends of Democracy. 23 votes as Lynette Eastman has begun to show up for the party in St. Philip West. Now, again, is this a situation likely to be where the support, let's go back to them for a moment, where the support for David Estwick has been siphoned off by the other challenging parties?
It could be that both are suffering from both the Kay McConney. It's just that she's in the lead statistically. She's in the lead barely, but it could be that Katrina is cutting votes on both sides. At the same time, I don't know how many boxes remain for me to say one way or the other where this is going. Remember the last time it was trending David Estwick's way until the last few boxes. And although you said 2018, St. Philip West was lost to Kay McConney easily. For a while, when we were tracking those boxes in St. Philip West, there was a contest. There was a contest in St. Philip West.
In 2018?
Hold on. I'm saying to you, in 2018, what were the numbers in 2018? We know it's an outlier.
All right, so John King cleared 4,000. You have 4323. DLP had 1924.
So at 2022 was... Kay McConney ran once.
Okay.
Yes, right.
Let's just pause for a moment because I'm hearing declarations have been made in more constituencies. Let me just... Rommel Springer, hang on, just bear with me as I get this coming into my ear. I'm going to give you the declarations for the constituencies. In St. Andrew, Rommel Springer has been declared the winner for St. Andrew and the Labour Party. So that's Labour hold, I beg your pardon, I'm getting that? There's been a declaration for Kirk Humphrey in St. Michael South. So those are the now declared seats. Mia Motley, the Prime Minister, has now been declared the duly elected member for St. Michael North East. We called it earlier. William Duguid in Christchurch has been declared the victor there, and that's in Christchurch West. And Ryan Strong has now also been declared the winner for Christchurch East Central. So Dr. William Duguid, we're going to just run this very clearly now. These are the declarations. We've already pulled around 10 for seats for the Labour Party so far. But the declarations have been made for, once again, if I can get it from my team behind me, St. Michael Northeast. St. Michael Northeast, if you just call the constituency for me, there's St. Michael Northeast, that's the Prime Minister. Springer, that's St. Andrew, that's the Labour declaration there. St. Michael Northeast. Christchurch West for Dr. William Duguid, that has been declared. Christchurch East Central, that's been declared for Ryan Strawn. That's my count so far. 1, 2, 3, 4 constituencies have been declared. No, 5, because St. Michael Southeast was also declared for Santia Bradshaw, the Deputy Prime Minister. So we've got 5 clear declarations this evening at 14 minutes past midnight. So, the picture just opened up, the gap just opened up, and that's the picture now in St. Joseph. That's another seat that we can call in the Labour Party cap. Randall Ross has actually seems he's underperformed from what I'm seeing here, from his many years of challenging the status quo for Labour in St. Joseph. So that's St. Joseph. Ryan Brathwaite, Barbados Today, is projecting that will be held by Labour. So that is ahead of a declaration. Indalware is projected to win in St. Philip South. Indalware for Labour in St. Philip South. And so that's the picture. And of course, we called St. Michael East earlier for Trevor Prescott, St. James North for Chad Jason Blackman, St. Thomas for Gregory Nichols, City of Bridgetown for Michael Lashley. We haven't heard from any other St. James constituencies just yet. We hope to get that very soon. We want to know the picture in St. James West, represented by 2 ministers who actually sit in the same ministry, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, up until the other day when Sandra Husbands was moved over to education and taking care of tertiary training and vocational education. So that's the picture. We've not yet heard from any other St. James constituencies, but we're getting returns already and for St. Philip. So we are calling it for Labour as a Labour hold. So this count now, 15, one more needed to say that the majority has been met and the Barbados Labour Party will be returned to office, and that's an imminent call, I should think.
You think we'll get it?
Oh, it's a close run thing. You know, you never really can tell. It's not over till it's over. But I think it has to be said it's been a very, very bad night for the Democrat Labour Party and any hope of actually having an effective voice in the House of Assembly. St. John is again yet to be called by us, but let's have a look at if there's been any update in the situation in St. John. Go over to you.
I was just saying, we don't know how it will end up. We don't know if Ralph Thorne will get his seat and that sort of thing, but I think it will become clear from the outcomes tonight and the conversation that we're having, and hopefully the conversation that they're having with themselves, that is not enough for the Democratic Labour Party to wait for people to be tired of the Barbados Labour Party and how business is being done.
Well, that's the picture still. St. John, 1,381 votes against 1,043 for Ralph Thorne, with 142 votes for Kimar Stewart for the leader of the New National Party turning out for the People's Coalition for Progress. So that's the situation. And again,
we're looking at St. John 2022 to see
what the 2349. I think we did this one. 2349. Andrew World got 1547.
We'll do a quick reset here. We'll take a break and we'll come back and look at where we are, give you the big picture, the balance of power of the seats so far called, seats so far projected, and the likelihood for the rest of the night here on Decision 26, Election Pulse from Barbados Today. Back in a moment.
Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
There goes your client, ruining your night's rest again.
I got this.
With our online shop, it's a hassle-free instant booking process for your audio and video equipment. You see availability, set your pickup and drop-off times, and get the final price of your order instantly. Pay via cash, card, or direct bank transfer. We know Miss Panic is definitely getting a markup for ruining your beauty sleep. Summit Media and Event Rentals. Imagine the possibilities.
Life happens, even for the most experienced athletes. That's why Bayview Urgent Care is here. With no appointment needed, you can walk right up to our front desk and be greeted by caring and professional staff who are there to guide you through our intake process. Our dedicated and highly trained nurses and doctors in the urgent care department provide thorough examinations and talk you through the next steps. Need immediate blood work? Bayview Laboratory is conveniently located on the second floor. Need x-rays or scans? Diagnostic radiology is also located within Bayview Urgent Care. Once you are on the mend and ready to go home, our patient shuttle is able to take you where you need in comfort. Bayview Hospital's new urgent care is perfectly equipped to provide you with a full circle of care. Call us at 433-9999 to find out more.
Kareem Smith, who is our roving reporter, and he'll tell you where he is, somewhere in Barbados. Kareem.
Yes, Julius. I've been all around the country, and I'm here back at the Ellerslie Secondary School. We're counting for St. Michael Northwest. Took quite a bit of time to get underway, and it is officially February 12th, and we've just heard from Charles Haynes, the returning officer, for the first time tonight. But it's interesting. New rule. No, we received 4 boxes, and there's a slim, Ryan Walters of the Democratic Labour Party has a slim lead over the incumbent New Rule. Now, box HA1, A to Z, New Rule secured 67 votes to Ryan Walters' 117, and Ricardo Williams of the Friends of Democracy secured 4 votes. HA2, A to Z, New Rule received 114 votes to Ryan Walters' 130. HA3, A to H, New Rule received 106 votes to Ryan Walters' 83, and Williams received 2 votes. HA3, 1 to Z, New Rule received 121 votes to Ryan Walters' 104, to Williams' 5 votes. And in terms of the tallies, it appears to be a 2-horse race at this stage. And as I said before, Ryan Walters still with a very narrow lead over the incumbent New Rule. Ryan Walters has a total of 434 votes to New Rule's 408. But I will encourage you to stay with us. Counting has been underway for about 2 hours, and we've only received about 1/3 of the total number of boxes. At this rate, of course, we could be here till 4:30, but all indications from Charles Haynes, the returning officer, indicate that the intent is to speed up the process, and hopefully we can get some more results to you very, very soon.
Okay, so there at the LZ School, the situation for St. Michael Northwest, as Kareem Smith was standing in front of the last lesson of the mathematics class in the classroom and doing the math for us. Ryan Walters, 434, Neuro, 408. That has to be a very interesting and competitive showing for the Democratic Liberal Party. There in St. Michael Northwest, what do you make of what you're seeing? These very early returns, and you just heard 4 boxes after 2 hours of counting.
Yeah, so swing in the teens away from the BLP and swing in the teens towards the Democratic Liberal Party. So far in
that rating?
Yes, in that rating, in those boxes that we got. The swing, what I'm saying is the swing towards the swing that against the Barbados Liberal Party, the DLP is benefiting from all, because that's not given. Sometimes you have to swing away from the ruling party, and the opposing party does not necessarily benefit from it. I admit that I didn't get down the numbers for the Friends of Democracy, but I did enter all the numbers just now for Neil Rowe and Ryan Walters. So that's a swing in the teens, and that's significant.
Well,
will it be enough to unseat Neil Rowe?
Will it be enough and give the single seat for the Democratic Labour Party? Because we can now tell you that the constituency of St. John has been declared for Charles Griffith for the Barbados Labour Party. And that means that the hope of the leader of the Democratic Labour Party to secure his seat has ended. That's not projected. I know it's an old graphic, but we can tell you it has been formally declared that Charles MacDonald Griffith is not making any sport as the Minister for Sport, and has been declared the victor in St. John. Quick, around the table, beginning with Ayo Olalar, who's been monitoring this in this election for Barbados today so far. What's your thought? Quick around the table.
In terms of St. John?
In terms of St. John?
Well, it's as expected. I think that at the beginning of this election, we said that, this is Farn's last stand, basically. So I'm not really surprised. But he put up a good fight in St. John, I think. I'll give him that.
Okay. A Pyrrhic victory, if I've ever heard one.
I mean, he would have polled better than the Democratic Party candidate. There is be subject to correction, because I don't have the actual poll numbers, but he seems to have he's amassed more votes than the Democratic Labour Party candidate there in 2022. But having said that, there would be more registered voters presumably. But I mean, he absolutely had to win that. I would argue that's why we haven't seen him, why the reporters haven't seen him. I would argue that's why he hasn't spoken since the controversy today with his vote and so on. That's really not a good showing. That's, to me, the least that they needed to do. They needed to bring home that seat.
Okay, we can also tell you that St. Michael West has been declared for Labour and for Christopher Daniel Leroy Gibbs, LeRon Gibbs, who was the housing minister, and he has been declared the winner in St. Michael West, and that brings the victory, the majority to the Barbados Labour Party thus far, 16 zip, with the closest elections being St. Michael Northwest and St. Philip West, but it's going to be a long night yet to come. So that's the picture right now. The two outliers being St. Philip West and St. Michael Northwest running against form as the Democratic Labour Party candidate, the leader of the Democratic Labour Party in St. John, has this night lost the general election for St. John. Christchurch West Central goes to Adrian Ryan Medic Ford. Christchurch West Central has been declared. I'm getting that's not a projection, but an actual declaration. That's been declared formally for Adrian Ford in Christchurch West Central. That's Adrian Ford, victory there for him. And so that now adds, I think, to 17, the count for Labour so far. So we can't yet tell you that it will be a 30-love showing, a three-peat of the situation in 2018 of a complete parliamentary shutout for the Democratic Labour Party in the general election in 2018 and in 2022. Again, on the enormous strength of the leadership of the Prime Minister and leader of the Barbados Labour Party and her in very long political coattails. But what we can say is that at least in two constituencies thus far, St. Philip West and St. Michael Northwest, the greenest green shoots are appearing for the Democratic Labour Party there for likely representation in the House of Assembly as any form of opposition to the Barbados Labour Party. So that was Adrian Ford, and we've got a declaration. I'm sorry, I missed that one just now. So Davison Ishmael has been declared for Labour in St. Michael North. That's the situation for St. Michael North. Davison Ishmael, as we now move to 19 of the 30 seats being called thus far. We'll go around table and get some reaction, and also head up to Oxford for the comments of Raheem Augustine Joseph. But let's just stay with the results because that's what you need to hear right now. And it's now at 19 seats for the Barbados Labour Party, with Davison Ishmael actually being declared the winner. And that is the projection that the Barbados Labour Party will form a majority government, having gone past the 16 needed to hold the majority. And that's the latest news. In case you've just emerged from a cave somewhere and you don't know what's been happening and you've just joined us, that's the picture. Yet another victory for the Barbados Labour Party, a foregone conclusion for many people, given the enormous swing against the government that would have needed to have happened on the order of 19 to 20%. And we've not seen that so far. But we have seen, as I said, the merest green shoots of an opposition in St. Michael Northwest, with just a few votes so far counted, 4 boxes with Neil Rowe versus Ryan Walters. Ryan Walters, 434 votes, Neil Rowe, 408 votes. Again, still more votes to come in to be counted, but it is so far the absolute most competitive showing. We're not yet hearing the situation in St. Lucie. I'd like to know whether that's been either declared or we've got new figures for St. Lucie to see if that's going to be the 20th constituency to be called for the Labour Party, or whether it could possibly go back to the Democratic Labour Party. Of course, the figure, and that was the top 4 list, the top 4 that we were supposed to watch. That's the picture now in St. Lucie. And the swing that needed, it's a 200 vote margin.
I said the last time we came here, if Precona is not included, these are big boxes. We can't really say much. So that is still
too close to call.
It's still too close to call. Because we don't. If your reporters on the ground could say, where those boxes are, because if you pass Precona, if Precona is included in the number, it's pretty safe to say it's difficult to catch the incumbent. But so from the start of the night, we kept saying that there were about 4 seats where we expect a contest.
This is one.
Not necessarily it might flip, but a contest. This is one.
But this one,
St. John turned out to be one
contest.
No,
it was a contest, but a loss.
Insofar as a man with the profile of a leader of the party was involved.
Yes, but statistically, though, the swing that would that party
we
that
accept that.
would have
We
needed.
accept that, but as Corey also indicated, this would have been the best showing since 2018. But most significantly, he had the advantage of being the leader.
Yeah.
And so this is a abject disappointment for him and the party. As you say, he needed to win. We could also say that
it could spell the end of his political career.
I mean, when these leaders, when these people cross the floor from the popular party and they go over there, I always wonder, does this person, have they signed their own certificate to say, there's me, do I just want my 15 minutes of fame and then I'm going to pass over? But I believe they actually carry ambitions of winning. Then he goes up to the seat he went to the seat that the Democratic Labour Party was supposed to. He went to the quote-unquote easy seat. He went to St. John, that the one that is supposed to be within reach, and he's lost it. And he's not like how Eswick is they're vying with Kay McConney. He lost it by hundreds.
So that's the score right now, 20 out of 30 for the Labour Party. Let's find out what's happening in St. Philip West, if there's been any change in that picture. We've got a comfortable majority for Indal Rear, and I don't know if that's been declared just yet, but St. Philip South for Indal Rear seem to be Labour holding on. Let's see the picture in the city of Bridgetown. That's has been more than I think that's been called, not yet declared, but that's a clear victory for Labour. One of those 20, that's a shutout for Dale Rowe in the city of Bridgetown for the Democratic Labour Party.
This Conservative Leadership Party.
Let's see if we can have an update of what's happening in St. Philip. And St. Philip North as well.
We haven't heard from Abrams area either, because a discussion about who could be Attorney General is imminent.
Okay, let's go to St. George North. That's the one that's coming in to us. Let's look at that. St. George North, Tony Moore pulling ahead again of David Warren of the Democratic Party. I don't think we've called it officially, but let's see, not by my, I think we've done that for more so for Dwight Sutherland. Just quickly, what would need to happen there? How many votes up for grabs to get that threshold of victory for Tony Moore in St. George North? While we wait the situation.
You're wanting to know how many registered voters we have in St. George North?
In St. George North.
So for this election, I am seeing total registered 9,624 votes. So it's a large number.
So again, is that a reflection of election politics?
What do you mean, in what sense?
In terms of Tony Moore winning in the by-election, being confirmed in 2022, and again in 2026?
Seemingly, I mean, 2020 is so far behind us now. I mean, I don't even know if it's worth looking back. She could as well have gone in 2018.
All right, so that's the story right now. So 20 seats so far called for Labour in this general election. 21 seats, I beg your pardon. Zip, zero, nada for the Democratic Labour Party. But surely, given their own internal polling,
painful for you too?
I said no. I said it could be deja vu.
Oh,
okay. No one will the sense in which people become numb to it. It hurts.
No,
it would hurt them,
I don't think you ever become numb.
Okay. I can tell you that in the city of Bridgetown, Michael Ashley has been declared victor and will come back into the House of Assembly representing the Barbados Labour Party in one of the 21 seats.
That must be a feeling for him.
Labour a popular. We talk about him being a rural figure, but let's just remember his work is in the city of Bridgetown every single day in the law courts as one of this country's leading criminal barristers and representing a number of people and their families by extension. And so he's not going to be a stranger in the city of Bridgetown or any St. Michael constituency, given what his day job has been.
I mean, but it's still not canvassing though.
I still think it comes back to what we were saying earlier about the strength of the BLP brand and the leader. So, I mean, he comes across there, he's a Democratic Labour Party figure, but clearly the BLP base in city of Bridgetown is not holding that against him in any way. They're embracing him.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got a declaration of victory requested in St. Michael East, so the people of the area have spoken. As the scene begins to fill up, even more as we join the survey in Robert Street and Emmanuel Joseph.
Thank you so much. Well, earlier I told you that the party had started, but it's like Kadooment on Roebuck Street this morning, because the horns are going, the dancing is on, and there is pandemonium here on Roebuck Street outside the Barbados Labour Party headquarters. Considering that most of the results so far have favored the Barbados Labour Party. And that is it from here. I just want to get you some atmosphere here. So I leave you with the party in the background. I don't know if you can hear it, but the horns are going again. Emmanuel Joseph from Robert Street, Barbados today.
Swelling scene in Roebuck Street outside the Grantley Herbert Adams house there for the Labour Party in jubilant mode as a mini carnival builds there. Emmanuel Joseph reporting from Roebuck Street. Now, the situation again, St. Lucie, we're saying is too close to call. We need to find out what's happening in St. Philip West and in St. Michael Northwest. Those are the three most competitive constituencies thus far for the Democratic Labour Party. It's going to be a long haul still for all three of those constituencies, particularly St. Philip West, but also for St. Michael Northwest, also for St. Lucie. So again, it's even very, very close in St. Lucie. So those three constituencies so far still hold out hope for some form of opposition in the House of Assembly. But right now, it's 21 and moving on for the Labour Party again. And again, it has to be said, this is a clear showing of a tremendous vote of confidence by the electorate in the leader of the Labour Party. And there's already been a repudiation of the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party in the person of the leader Ralph Thorne in St. John, I beg your pardon. As in St. John, that seat has been called for the Labour Party MP coming back into power. It's now 27 out of 30 that we've got results for. I haven't heard the latest from St. Michael West. I don't know if we can go back to that.
Chris Gibbs.
No, absolutely. So let me just
I'd like to hear more from St. Michael Central.
My figures. So St. Michael West, as they were going to Chris Gibbs, the housing minister. Let's spare thought for what this cabinet is going to look like. Assuming that in Christchurch East, the former Home Affairs Minister, an attorney at law, is going to be returned. Let's assume that.
Never heard anything from them yet, but let's assume that.
Yeah, there's not been anything from Christchurch East just yet, but you know, let's do some discussion about the Attorney General.
In terms of cabinet experience, he would be the most senior. Many parties make a actually victory aside a bit. Wilfred Abrams was in the last parliamentary session, he was the Minister of Home Affairs. And that's normally twinned with the Attorney General's office, and sometimes the person holds both. Are you getting
You're getting some interesting developments here in St. Michael Northwest as Ryan Walters beginning to edge ahead, and now we've got a horse race of some sort.
That's where we were before.
Kareem was on.
Yeah.
So
4:30. Yeah.
We got this before.
It's just to represent on screen of what Kareem was saying. Yeah.
Well, it's more dramatic. Having seen a sea of red so far this evening, so it must be comforting to those people over in George Street to see some sign of blue. So let them have their moment of joy for a moment. 434 votes for Ryan Walters, 408 for Nero. Again, it's early. These constituencies usually have 3,000 odd votes.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Very early.
So very early. But some comfort after a rough night so far, after the leader lost his seat.
It might be a tease. Don't let's say that.
I mean, comfort.
continue with what we were discussing, so Wilfred Abrams might be in pole position. Now, Michael Ashley, as a possible Attorney General, consider that for him to be appointed Attorney General, barring any appointment coming from the Senate on the part of, because we can't get into the mind of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister will have in her mind who she thinks will best do the job, and it could be somebody. It could be somebody outside of this group, that you make a senatorial appointment, and that person could become the Attorney General. But barring that, and she has to choose among the candidates that won, you could, in Michael Ashley, if you appoint him as Attorney General, it's for him a new kind of calling, because he spent his career, he spent his career as a criminal defense attorney. The Attorney General is the paradigmatic opposite. You know, so that's a different role. But he will well qualify as a King's Counsel and so on.
Well, again, I want to come back to that, but just Gary Simmons, but we haven't heard anything just yet from that constituency. Christchurch South has been called for Chantal Monroe. Knight, let's just make sure that we've got that. With 1,584 votes, we're projecting a winner. Has that been declared? I don't know if that's been declared just yet. It hasn't been declared, right? So that's a Labour lead for Chantal Monroe. Knight, a good night for her so far.
Yeah, we had that in before, didn't we?
Yeah. So the only time that I can recall a popular, prominent criminal barrister becoming Attorney General in this part of the world is Ramesh Lawrence Maharaj in Trinidad and Tobago, who was the infamous Gold Chadi's own defense attorney, and then turned around signing his death warrant for his execution as Attorney General. Indeed, in that state-sponsored culling of the prison population. Let me ask you, is that kind of scenario likely in Barbados?
He will qualify, Michael Ashley will qualify.
As a senior counsel.
The optics, though, the first person that is sworn in with the Prime Minister is Michael Ashley.
Thank you.
The optics of that.
Well, when you say thank you, what do you mean? I mean, it's just it could be.
That's all I'm here saying. No.
Well, the optics are already wild in relation to bringing somebody.
They could get wilder, though.
That was the heart of the criticism in the last decade.
Well, that's not
you brought him in. He's won handsomely. I think his opponent has lost his deposit.
What I want to say is something he would have had to have convinced him to run with the bees.
No, but I don't think so. You think it's transactional? I think that I have said to me, of the group, I have Wilfred Abrams. I will be plunking from Wilfred Abrams to be
And
AG.
it's the fairest option too.
But I don't know if fairness comes into it as much as the competence.
I don't want to what's it called?
Should I have another rule for him?
And saying that we're disparaging.
Nobody's being disparaging.
I'm saying it's bad optics. Nonetheless, that being said, the man is a duly elected member of Parliament. He might be more interested in his client base and handing it over to somebody else and becoming Attorney General rather than what you might call optics.
Yeah. I think, not that is anything against him, as you say just now, but come on, he just came over from the Democratic Party. It's history, but still, we have Wilfred Abrams there. We have Kerry, what's Kerry's last name? Simmons there, right? Wilfred Abrams has been acting as Minister of Home Affairs forever. And Attorney General when Dale is out. So therefore, I mean, for me, it's just like common sense.
Too many, an embarrassment of riches for someone who just walked into the Labour Party?
Yeah, and it would also, we spoke just now about Prime Minister having this huge mandate, right? And one of the things that the Prime Minister has been able to do is to manage such a large crowd of majority men at the same time. So I don't think she will make a mistake like that, because I don't think that Kerry and Wilfred will sit down and
I just question the optics of it, if there's a decision that's made.
The optics you're referring to
just who he has been. Yes,
Yeah.
coming from the opposing party.
Exactly.
Nothing to do with him personally or any of his personal
Now,
qualities.
What about this whole
the optics become moot once you've brought this person who was a DLP frontline minister, frontbench minister. You brought him over. You declared him as the nominee. He's a candidate for the city. That you had to manage that. That was successfully managed. Now we see that not just strategy. It had to be managed. The optics didn't look good. But you managed to do so. He's bathed in red. He wins the seat handsomely. I'm sure that Prime Minister Motley might not have had to work in the city as hard as she's had to work everywhere else to sell Michael. I don't think she's had to work as hard.
No,
so he has managed to accommodate himself to the party, etc.
Then let him take his time.
It's so exciting. But no, I would say that Milford could be the person because he's had, from the last session, as they said, he's had a long run as an apprentice, as it were, and he could be elevated.
I somewhere between the two of y'all, because even though I think y'all say he's the best person, I don't think that means he will be the person. I think it could just as easily be who you are saying if the same Michael Lashley in terms of the points becoming moot. And I'm not arguing whether it could happen. I think it could. I think it could happen, but I personally don't think the optics are very good.
Yeah. All right. So I can tell you that St. Michael West Central has been declared for Ian Gooding Edgell. That's Christchurch West Central. Is really never really was in doubt for most of the evening. But I can tell you that Ian Gooding Edgell is a duly elected member to serve in the House of Assembly to be declared, duly elected and declared for St. Michael West Central.
Lose his deposit, is that right?
I'm sure he did it.
Well, it was not.
It wasn't looking good.
He had less than 100 votes at last check.
And I think we're into Ramel Marshall's peak figures in terms of performance for Ian Gooding Edgell.
If we could get any final figures for St. Michael West Central, I would be really grateful. I would be really grateful for that. My message to the control room. If we can get those figures for St. Michael West Central, Ian Gooding Edgell being declared for Labour as the tourism minister, heads back to the House. St. Philip North is now next, and we've got a declaration.
Oh, this is close. St. Clark. How is it going?
Okay. Right. That's very close to St. Philip North. Very, very close. It's going to be, and that's the first time we've seen St. Philip North. Now, again, we can't tell you exactly whether that is St. Catherine or Blades Hill or across the road in Church Village. We can just tell you that is St. Philip North. We can't say for sure, but that's still.
It's still early. Yeah. Let me see total votes.
That's 9,000. 9,000.
Okay.
So that's.
Now, I can tell you that St. Michael Central has been declared for Tyra Trotman for the Labour Party in her first outing for Labour and in elective politics, having been in the camp of the Democratic Labour Party. She has now been duly sworn in and will be the candidate, the member of Parliament, beg your pardon, for St. Michael Central. Again, seem to get most favored nation status from the Prime Minister. I get the sense that the Prime Minister is quite taken by Tyra Trotman as a candidate. She's a very forceful figure. She can call the names of all the bars from Leinster Road right across to Bush Hall with calm. You expect her to get a portfolio?
Yeah. Very much so.
How come
I
you're not
don't know.
speaking about optics?
I don't know.
Not speaking about the optics in that.
With Michael Lashley is specifically, he's the first one out of the gate. The Prime Minister and the AG have to get sworn in before anybody else, and the person getting sworn in is a former Democrat Labour Party member.
Let me just go back to St. Philip North, if you will, so that that would be the 29th constituency out of the 30. If we can just bring back St. Philip North, and that one is so far too close to call. Again, the situation has really fluctuated. Again, the 52 votes for the Friends of Democracy eating into that lead, do you think, or will that hold? Let's talk about St. Philip North if we can, just while that stays on the screen. Let's talk about St. Philip North and how that performed.
I mean, it was always one of the ones that was, this was like St. Philip West.
Those two, this was Michael Lashley last time, and that came very, very close to winning that seat. So it was always, it's right now, in terms of numbers coming in, this is what we expected to see. It's down to the wire.
Is it a situation of the closest you can say to the remnants of St. Philip being Fortress DLP? Still?
Is it, you mean it was? Because it wasn't in 2022 or 2018, so what are we talking about? Fortress, that was over 10 years ago.
Before that, he's talking about before.
So 2013 and back there?
Yeah, there's a 2% spring that they did up there too, the DLP.
Well, yeah, it's close.
I agree. I guess if you want to say Fortress, if people sneaking in through the back door, yes, okay.
St. Philip has been changing, it has to be said. St. Philip has been growing exponentially.
But I'm surprised though that Simon was actually able to hold on. Well, it's still early because there's a lot of votes up there. That's 11,035 votes up there total. So there's still
Michael Lashley question removed.
Exactly.
That Dr. She's Dr. Brown?
Yeah.
Dr. Brown.
Yes, that she would be in the clear. Yeah, but that's not the case so far, but still early going.
All right, so we have three, from my count, 3 seats that are still too close to call. They being St. Philip North, St. Philip West, and St. Michael Northwest, I beg your pardon, and St. Lucie.
Don't have any numbers for my search east. I don't think we've had any for St.
James, Central, North, South.
The St. James constituencies have not yet come in, other than the declaration in St. James North for the Minister for Educational Transformation in the last administration, Chad Blackburn. So we're looking to see what happened in St. James West and in St. James South. We've still not heard anything from those seats. They are large constituencies in terms of boxes coming, packed to the brim, we should think, of voters, and they need to be counted.
Sergeant Cross, we forgot. Senator, we forgot. Gregory Nichols is also a candidate that can be considered for Attorney General.
Ah, yes.
We forgot him.
What does it say about the political party in the 21st century that had, it's chock full of lawyers, and we're not seeing too many chemical engineers, we're not seeing too many architects,
This has been
not seeing too many.
a traditional thing. We've attracted quite a bit of attorneys to the chamber, and they make most attorneys put themselves up to be involved in elective politics, and this is it's been long the trend, and
but
we should have in the legislature persons involved in design, technology, and all other professions. I do agree, and in fact sometimes the legislation, the policies that are thought of do reflect the impoverishment of the contribution of other kinds of specialists, other kinds of actors. When you have the bulk majority being attorneys, policy tends to take on a particular kind of human form that may not necessarily reflect the nuances required from the inputs that others can give in shaping. So I agree with you that but the truth of the matter is that you need some degree of independence to withstand a night like tonight. If you're in the blue and you have a legal profession, that's your small business, you can go back to that. But there are some people who come into elections with their heart and and a slim pocket. And once they suffer a loss like this, unfortunately in the Caribbean, first past the post is winner takes all. And winner takes all politics means that once you lose, you can find yourself ostracized and not able to gain useful employment that can give you adequate recompense. So an attorney may be able to withstand the shock. I think this is twice Neil Marshall would have lost.
Right.
This is twice Rashid Belgrave would have lost. But do we shed the same tears for them as we do, say, for Adele Marie Armstrong? Those first two are attorneys. They can, as it were, withstand this shock. Materially, you can argue, can Adele Marie Armstrong withstand this shock? I'm just throwing out her name because she's not an attorney, and she would have taken this risk twice. Attorneys take these risks and can, by dint of their profession, still, you know, when they've recovered, both in trying to think. But I'm just talking about the reality of the material stakes and the material risks that one takes when one enters.
I dare say that was, to me, the major failing of Ralph Thorne. He led the party too much like a lawyer.
You think so?
Yes,
Okay,
he represented himself to the. Oh yeah, it's not anything. It's a different aspect to the lawyer phenomenon. He presented himself to the public as somebody who can make compelling arguments as though standing before a court. That's how he always read it.
No, I certainly disagree. I thought in the House, I thought his prosecutorial skills worked. Outside the we wouldn't know about Hope unless he had prosecuted the case. Outside of the House, he sounded like a preacher, and a preacher with a bit of disconnect, because we wanted the issues tackled head on and not the preamble. And Parliament lends itself to a certain kind of courtroom performance where grand politics on the outside does not.
Okay.
When they're hungry?
We have a declaration in case. We can now tell you with the time at exactly 1 o'clock in this land on now the 12th day of February that Marsha Cattle has been declared the duly elected member of Parliament for the Labour Party in St. Michael, South Central, ending any hope that the former tourism minister, Richard Seeley, might have been able to hold on to that. So that was not a close run thing for that constituency. Marsha Cattle.
Which is 3 consecutive losses.
3.
And is not improving in any edition.
Okay, I'm also getting news that in St. Lucie, Peter Phillips has been declared. We're going to get you the final figures in a moment. It's going to be close, I should expect, but we're going to get those figures. We're putting them into the system. Peter Phillips possibly has squeaked by. We will find that out in a moment. So that reduces the Democratic Labour Party's chances now to, so far, from 4 seats to 2. It would be still St. Philip, well, still 2 St. Philip seats actually.
And Ryan.
And Ryan Walters over in St. Michael Northwest. So that's where we are at. So, well, what a night that's been. Lucy, thank you, the good people of St. Lucie, for making us, keeping us on the edge of our seats for that one. But at the end of the day, again, and it's been alluded to earlier this evening, the Prime Minister spent a lot of time in St. Lucie camp
And St. John.
working those 2 constituencies.
John for her own.
She can personally take some personal training for those too.
But you know what was interesting?
Which means she connected. Which means she connected.
For a while about about Thorne is I knew he wasn't going to win his seat because he's never won a seat before crossing to the Barbados Labour Party, and it was so obvious. But the amount of hubris that it did.
He won in 2018
with his swing. And then 2022 with his swing. And those are the only times, as many times as he has run, that he's ever won his seats.
So he is literally like, you cannot win a seat on your own, and you should know this.
Across the floor, I remember thinking how random it seemed that time. I mean, we're accustomed to the reality now, but I was like, Ralph Thorne, of all people that you see it. But you never know who it would be. You know the temptation is there, so it could happen at any time. But when it was him, backbencher Ralph, is like, okay, so this is happening.
Right.
Some numbers?
Not numbers, but
experience
season
either.
jubilation in various constituencies. There, the Prime Minister emerges in the very depths of Christchurch South. It seems it that way, if I'm not mistaken. Or is that St. Thomas? Just trying to find out. I think that's St. Thomas in Rock Hall area, because I've seen, right, and that's Ryan Strachan embracing a victorious candidate. Ryan Strachan there in Christchurch East Central, and he was shown there. So smiles all around, jubilation for the Labour Party, as expected, well expected, given what all the statistics were telling us about the swing required. The question now is, the big question is, what will be left to the victor have gone the spoils, but how many crumbs are left to the vanquished? Will the Democratic Labour Party be able to hold on to any seat at all, gain any seat at all, and some sort of voice in the opposition?
Will there be controversy over the results, given the closeness?
Well, this is something I want to talk about, because the Prime Minister called in for the very first time an election observer mission, and it must have been, for some people, a bit of a dent. I mean, we don't see it as an issue here at this table, you might say, but it's been a bit of a dent. You see Colin Jordan there taking a selfie of sorts with the victorious candidates over in St. Peter. But it has to be said that calling into question an election, no matter how messy it is a very, very dangerous slope, because you've seen that happening in other larger constituencies where you don't like the result, so you say the ref is blind, deaf and dumb, and the umpire doesn't know what he's doing, and I don't trust the results. Can we have that in this democracy when you see that shattering in large democracies?
I think people generally across Barbados would be outraged if, look what we're seeing. We're seeing an overwhelming support for the Barbados Labour Party. If it's 29-1, 30-zip, 28-2, and you get a protest of sorts because of the bungling and human errors at the level of the EBC, I think Barbados will be outraged. We accept, I think Barbados, we can walk and chew gum. We accept there'll be some mistakes being made at the EBC, but this is nowhere near any threshold of seeking to do so to advantage any one political party over another. Nowhere near that. It's not even in that territory. So any attempt by, and as I said before, I said it here tonight, I said, if indeed the leader, the political leader of the Democratic Labour Party was enfranchised to vote, but not where he went, and opted not to vote where he was assigned, it then becomes a question of why did he not give his colleagues the support, as opposed to just simply carping on about a bungling. I couldn't vote, so I should be bleating. Other people couldn't vote because they didn't appear on the list. But if you happen to appear on the list but in the wrong district, for me, in the context of what's going on.
I talked earlier about these third-party candidates.
That couldn't be closer.
And you couldn't ask for a closer result than that.
That couldn't be closer.
Well, that could get a recount. If it was the election agent for Ian Griffith, I'll be advising for a recount.
Probably is what will happen.
That
could not be closer.
You have to look at the votes, the spoiled votes, the ones that got through or didn't get through. This is recount territory.
Thankfully, we don't have hanging chads and dimple chads, and that's happened in the great democracy up north. But this night, a 3-vote victory for Peter Phillips in St. Lucie.
2018 it was. Asked for recount when he lost by 6, and that was reasonable.
Well, lost, I believe,
well, that was legendary. One, you wouldn't expect that, but it would not be anything facetious or anything untoward for Ian Griffith to ask for recount, given that it's a three-seat, a three-vote thing. So, notwithstanding what the returning officer said, I would be surprised if there's not a recount.
Was that just declared?
That was declared a few minutes ago.
Okay.
1,801 votes for Peter Phillips of the Labour Party against only 1,798 votes for Ian Griffith of the Democratic Labour Party. A margin of victory of 3 votes. It is the closest election in quite some time, and we have to go back into the history books just further south in St. Peter with a 1-vote victory by one Owen Seymour Arthur that was contested, and the result is, as they say, history. So that's the case in St. Peter, where the closest chance that the Democratic Labour Party had to victory was taken away from them. Talking about snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Again, it has to be said, I've seen it in many elections before. Just looking at the situation for the National Democratic Party in 1991 with the Barbados Labour Party sealing away votes for the Bs. It has to be said that third parties can be spoilers.
I don't think there were spoilers in this thing.
You're looking at the 32 votes that a third party got there as spoilers? I'm saying that.
Especially in such a close race, though.
Well, I mean, normally with the counting, certain things are permitted if you're in the polling station. Somebody touching the line, an X that touches the line and just goes over might be allowed. Okay. And then in a recount, you may say, okay, we're not allowing this, or a lot of things can happen.
All right, so we've got some more breaking news coming in.
Recount there.
As we look at the picture, the final picture for St. Lucie now. This is the actual final.
Okay, that's a big difference. That's a big difference.
That's a defeat. That's a defeat.
So that's a more clear, a slightly clearer picture. Again, 134 odd votes though for the challenger. So if we could just get a better view of that screen, 2,211 votes for Peter Phillips.
Yep.
Again, coming back to a nice spoiler argument. And we can also tell you that we have a declaration of victory, having not seen any votes at all so far, a declaration of victory for Sandra Husbands over in St. James South. So again, the duly elected member of Parliament for St. James South. We never saw any results. That was done and dusted and sent in to us beyond our gaze. But we can tell you that the Minister for Technical and Vocational Training in the last government has been returned to the House. We're now the only other St. James riding that we're hoping to get would be St. James West, and that would be held by the Foreign Minister, St. James Central, held by Kerry Simmons, the Foreign Minister. That's St. James West that we're waiting for. St. James Central. Why do I keep saying St. James West? I don't know why.
It's after 1.
It's after 1, and my mind is still on the only other horse race of any significance, St. Philip West as well. That's the other West that's also been on my mind. So Michael Northwest, at last we heard a close run thing between Warren Walters. Any change in St. Michael Northwest? We were last, none at this point I'm being told, where Warren Walters held 434 votes to Neil Rose 408 votes. So Michael Northwest still way too close to call at 12 minutes past 1.
Yeah, remember these vote counts be at this time of morning.
Your guess is as good. And it's happening a lot in St. Michael constituencies, but it's happened across the board really. And is it the mechanism of counting? Or again, is it our impatience? Now that we've grown in a digital age and we doing things, tabulating. Just to let you know that the very first returns came in at 6 minutes after 10, a full 4 hours and 10 minutes after the polls closed, and about 2 hours after the counting had started. So that should tell you about how slow elections have reached in Barbados by comparison to smaller, it has to be said, smaller countries in the Eastern Caribbean, like St. Lucia, like St. Vincent, where we know, at a drop of a hat, where the thing is going. So the too close to call so far, and as we get ready to go back to Emmanuel Joseph and see what's happening there, as he's been joined by a victorious Labour Party, Kurt Humphrey. Emmanuel Joseph.
Thank you so much, Julius. With me, as you said, I have Kurt Humphrey, a victorious Kurt Humphrey. How do you feel? I mean, that's a kind of a common question, but how do you really feel?
I feel really great. I feel as if, first of all, I want to thank God. I feel as if we put forward something that the people believe in. I want to thank the Prime Minister. I want to thank my colleagues and my teammates in Mexico. I think it's just an indication of the work we've been doing and the people realizing that we're still the better choice for Barbados.
How was it during the polling process today?
Well, I think we prepared, we knew when the election was coming, we started preparing early. The truth is that polling day depends on the preparation before polling day. I had my team in place. I had a number of young people, older people, some with lots of experience, some with no experience. But we had energy on the road. So I expect a very good result, and I'm happy with the result we have.
Right. So what do you see going forward now that you've been given, it seems as though you've given another mandate?
Yeah, well, we have a massive mandate. We're still waiting on a few results to come in. We're hoping for the best. I'm very, very thankful. I have to wait and see if the Prime Minister is going to call my phone over the next few days, because I don't know where I'm going to end up. Regardless, I'm just feeling privileged with the MPs in Mexico South. I have a number of projects for young people there. I want to do some infrastructure development. There are a number of buildings we need to put up in Hill, some empowerment programs for young people in Dallas Road and Dayton and so on. So I'm very excited for the chance. I really want to thank the people of St. Michael South for trusting me, not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Right. And I saw that some supporters brought in an effigy of Ralph Thorne in a coffin. Did you see that? And what are your thoughts on that?
No, I actually didn't see it. The thing about Caribbean politics is that, it brings out the creativity in Caribbean people. So I respect the process, but at the end of the day, I'm just happy that we're standing here as victorious.
Thank you so much, and all the best. That was Kurt Humphrey, the victorious Kurt Humphrey of the Barbados Labour Party. And this is Emmanuel Joseph from the Barbados Labour Party headquarters on Robert Street,
East,
for Barbados
where
today.
we wanted to see where that was at, but I think that's being populated with figures as we speak. So 27 zip so far. The 3 that are left that could be in contention for the Democratic Labour Party are as follows: St. Michael Northwest, St. Philip North, surprisingly for some, and St. Philip West. And we can tell you now that Christchurch East has been declared for Wilfred Abrams. The Home Affairs Minister is back, and so he will be in strong contention for the Attorney Generalship of Barbados if Professor Don Marshall's advice and counsel is given any proper regard in Bay Street. We should like to think that he could be a strong contender for the Attorney Generalship. But again, Christchurch East, he's been declared, Wilfred Abrams has, the victor there over Amoy Gilding Brown of the Democratic Labour Party. Again, I get the sense that the evening has been performing exactly as planned, according to the Labour Party plan, except for the outliers of St. Philip North, St. Michael Northwest, and St. Philip West. Quick comment around the table about those 3 which are left to watch. Could it still be St. Philip West, considering that St. Lucie looked pretty close, and then it was not? Let me begin with you, Ayo.
We're talking about St. Lucie, sorry?
About the ones too close to call. St. Philip West, St. Michael Northwest, St. Philip North.
Yeah, I'm waiting to hear what's going on down there in St. Michael Northwest. That a couple of years ago, we predicted that Ryan would actually emerge on our show, that he would emerge as leader of the opposition after the election with Ralph, because we predicted that Ralph was going to get knocked on awareness. So I'm just here literally watching it, talking to Terry as I go.
All right.
I'm in to see if our prediction is actually going to come through.
It's going to be a very interesting podcast, the next edition of your podcast, Just Politics, Our Worldview.
Yeah, so we're watching it. Where's the other one is?
So we're looking at St. Philip North.
St. Philip North, yeah.
Too close to call so far.
Call, yeah.
A bit of a surprise.
Surprising, yes. But again, that margin for the Democrat Liberal Party to win was 2%. That's nothing. But we watch it.
North is highly populous.
Yeah.
So it's too early.
And don't forget that the Democratic Liberal Party usually, you know, when they're down, those St. Philip seats usually get them back up, you know, traditionally. So
yeah,
it's not surprising that they're holding on up there. Yeah, they contest well up there.
I can tell you that we've had a declaration in the constituency and parish of St. Joseph for Ryan Brathwaite has been declared a duly elected member, taking over and comfortably so for Dale Marshall, the outgoing MP, has now been replaced by Ryan Brathwaite for St. Joseph. So St. Joseph expected to be called for the Labour Party as a strong seat, a stronghold of Labour, and that's been confirmed with him being declared the duly elected member for St. Joseph. That's Ryan Brathwaite, the new MP, the new man there in St. Joseph for the Labour Party in the House of Assembly.
Yeah, my observation is any group
which I've seen the Democratic Labour Party this election is I could feel the testosterone coming through the screen. And now you have a situation where all three female candidates that they had on write-in for this election, all three of them have lost. With the loss in Christchurch East for Amoy Gildenborn, that means that she, Marie Armstrong, and Felicia Dujon, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't count any other women in their ranks. All three of them have lost. So all three of their female candidates have been unsuccessful in this election.
And you think that's an important dynamic in terms of gender and politics?
I'm just noting it that whenever you look and you see the Democratic Labour Party, you can see that women are underrepresented amongst their candidacy. And the three women that they actually have run, none of them have been successful. So I'm just making the observation that at this point one can call it that none of them have made it into Parliament. The three women that were there.
I won't tell you how long I won't tell you how long I've been doing this thing, but you know, I remember a time when, you know, people looked upon women in political parties in Barbados as being just good enough to help serve food and lick stamps. And that's not too long ago. It's only a generation, I'm not that old. And I seem to recall that. I think Don Marshall can certainly recall that. A part where women had been relegated to the very edge when you had the very emergence of women, even though a woman was elected to the House of Assembly when universal adult suffrage came to this country in 1951 in the form of Dame Ermintrude born in St. Andrew. But having said that, women have been long held at the margins, and that can no longer be the case if any political party is going to hold on to or gain power in elections in Barbados. We can no longer call it a male show. That's the scene there in Roebuck Street, outside Grantley Adams House, the spiritual home of the Barbados Labour Party and party headquarters. A sea of red.
Early Valentine's celebration.
This is declared tomorrow, bank holiday though.
Well,
we need to hear this.
I've heard rumors.
We need to hear this. Especially as it's 1 o'clock and we're not in bed as yet.
And school is tomorrow for some of us. No, but I think that it has to be said that all eyes now will turn will turn to the concession speech. Yeah. I don't think we're going to get that. That's just my thinking, because that sort of thing just doesn't happen in our culture. More importantly, will be the very first 30 minutes of the victorious Prime Minister's speech. And who is sitting or standing and waving and singing and shouting lustily in the background. And that gives you an idea, also sometimes who she chooses to thank who she forgets to thank, and so on. Those tea leaves are very interesting, at least from a reporter's viewpoint, in terms of how things are going to shape up and the relationships that are going to be built going forward in the earliest days of a new administration.
Not for me. I don't really too much into
You're a
that.
statsman. Completely take that.
He's quantitative.
You're quantitative. The qualitative assessment, though, from you, Professor Don Marshall.
You're reading a lot into what those things symbolize. I think people want to hear from the leader and Prime Minister. They want to hear from her as soon as all the seats are declared. And in those moments, they're quite, you can get some glimpses of the kind of government, the kind of stripes, the kind of strides she will seek to make and so on. But I don't think, I mean, she may declare who's the Attorney General, or the intention behind who will be the Attorney General. She may do so right there at that point. And she may declare Deputy Prime Minister. She may, particularly if Santia is nearby, you know. Yeah. But I don't like to speculate too much other than to say we want the victory speech as a crowning moment that marks the end and the triumph for many who are victorious, and that's about it. After that, it's a matter of the choice of cabinet and so on, the choice of senators and the rest of it.
The other foregone conclusion is a supermajority, which means that she can quite easily change the Constitution of Barbados as easily as you can change the statute.
The other bits is you only need 2/3, and she may enjoy another absolute majority.
Precisely.
So, to whom much is given, again, much is expected. She will have to face up to the challenge again, once again, of being endorsed to bring about the transformation promised and intended. So there will be a time, like I said, this is the moment. This term is the moment because of the difficulties of things global, international. This is the moment where question of her legacy will be assessed. Right now, it will be too early to speak about the Mia Motley legacy, but going into this third term, it's about what will be their stamp on the development landscape of Barbados. Okay. Because she's made a mark electorally, and she is now matched Earl Barrow in relation to a three-peat, and I think it might be Arthur in relation to a three-peat. But she's eclipsed them too in ways in which the magnitude of these defeats. In horse racing terms, beating the opposition and going away.
That's a Democrat Labour Party conversation, even though we don't realize it.
Beating the opposition and going away. This is not a situation where you can hear the hoofs of the other horses getting closer and closer in the distance. This is that you can't hear them.
Right. But they're losing and they lost the way they did in 2018 and they have not improved. They have not improved.
No, that's a conversation.
What I'm happy about though is because I've been saying for a few weeks now that Barbados needs some continuity. We can't keep every time I've been saying
continuity
that
in what way?
In terms of government. Like we gave a government 2 terms. We vote them. They develop. They made some progress within the country in the context of the Barbados Labour Party. Hold on, and then
just a minute. Then
we vote them out because people a little bit get tired, and then we come back in, and then we got to rebuild all over again. And I've been waiting to see. I want to see what Mia Motley going forward looks like with this next term. She has the mandate. What she needs to do now is just do the work, implement all the things that we need implemented, especially people in my generation. And we talk about this global citizen and all these things that sounds good to us. We want to see them implemented. We want to see Barbados move to a different step in a way that Owen did in his time. So now she has to move it further than that.
All right. So while we're waiting for the other 3 seats to be called, St. Philip West, St. Michael Northwest, St. Philip North, You just saw pictures there of Santia Bradshaw, the first out of the blocks in victory for the Barbados Labour Party. You see the flags for Santia being waved there in the distance, and she's being warmly embraced as she tries to make her way through the throng with the news cameras trailing her as she worms her way to the steps of Grantley Adams' house there as more than likely a very highly favored senior minister in the next administration, the former deputy prime minister in the last administration, and we have no indication yet as to whether she will be returned to that, but we have no indication that she won't be returned as deputy prime minister. There's no constitutional provision for deputy prime minister, we have to point out. It's a figment of the prime minister's very active imagination. There's no need for one in our system, but it does give a sense of who you want to be there to stand in for you when you leave the country, who do you want to be the leader of business in the house, that sort of thing. But again, there's no strong need for one, but I don't think that at this stage that the prime minister wouldn't want to have a deputy prime minister. What do you say?
There's scope for successful planning beyond Mayor Motley, and that conversation will begin closer to the end of the third term.
How do we know that? We don't know
soon before the end of that?
We don't know that, which is why I just wanted to put to IO, because
Can I finish making my point?
Just very briefly, go ahead.
Going into the third term, successor planning does not necessarily mean that you're seeking to, as it were, bow out of politics, because she can go a fourth. She's a young woman. She can go a fourth term, a fifth term, but there's a point where this is her third term, but she's only, if you have to count the years, it's only been 7.5 years. So she's quite still new to the job, newish to the job. So she can go another 5 years, but before beginning to think about successor planning, allowing others to shine and so on and so forth. But that's a conversation that would take place within the party. As I showed, it will not just be the Prime Minister thinking about that. And then she has new candidates and so on to think about.
All right, do this whole moment as we go to St. Philip North, and the picture changed radically and in favor of Sonia Brown compared to where it was before. The Friends of Democracy at 48 votes, Nigel Newton of the PCP at 16 votes, but the margin has increased a bit for Sonia Brown, pulling away from Simon Clark of the DLP. So again, still too close to call, but it was a much narrower margin earlier, it has to be said. He was, absolutely. So again, still too close to call, but there must be at least some satisfaction so far for Dr. Sonia Brown in St. Philip North with 1,071 votes as against Simon Clark's 914 votes. The other one that is also too close to call, St. Michael Northwest with Ryan Walters and Neil Rowe. And at last we were with our valiant heroes, Ryan Walters had polled 434 votes to Neil Rowe's 408. So the Democratic Labour Party was ahead by a few votes there, but we do not know what the situation is just yet. We're hoping to get an update there. And St. Philip West, we haven't heard so far any result there or any new figures for St. Philip West, and it's coming, I'm being told, and also there we are. So K. McConney, and then bang, quick live update. Before I could actually tell you it was going to happen, it came. So there we are, 70 odd votes. And again, the Friends of Democracy making inroads into that lead that Dr. David Essex was hoping to have. And is it also?
It changed again.
Oh,
And that's a bigger increase. That's like 500.
That's a massive
nearly
difference.
$400 more. 400 votes.
So that's easing out of the too close to call category. As Serena Gurwitch gets 222 votes now, against, am I going to get another jolt to the system with an update, control room? 1,763 votes for Kay McConney. Okay, I'm being assured that you can see those numbers stay on the screen for a while.
300.
So let's talk about that. 1,763 votes for Kay McConney, 1,397 for David Eswick. I don't know if Corey Sandiford, what the tea leaves would have said at this stage in the last election. More than tea leaves. Yeah, we've been told all evening that he does not deal in tea leaves, he deals in hard data.
Well, I try to as much as possible. I want to make a correction to it, more qualitative than I am quantitative. But anyhow, that being as it is, that's in Philip North, more west. 2022, we got 21.
Let me just quickly join a victorious Michael Lashley for the city of Bridgetown at Labour headquarters talking to Emmanuel.
Thank you so much, Julius. And we said we're here at the Barbados Labour Party headquarters on Robert Street with the victorious Michael Lashley from the city of Bridgetown. Tell us your sense of the moment now.
I must say that the honor is not only for South,
voice of Michael Ashley there. In the meantime, I can tell you we can update the picture again in St. Philip West, which had been a battleground of sorts, but it's looking less and less of a battleground, and more of victory for Kay McConney in St. Philip West and Labour hold for a former education minister who is looking to defeat a former minister from the Democratic Labour Party side. Let's have a look at, if you can, St. Philip West. Those new figures are coming in. If we could just go back to the screen and have a look at that. In case you are wondering what's happening, this changed radically 3 most clicks, and we're in this territory right now. Earlier, we were looking at a closer situation for David Eswick, but it's now Kay McConney pulling ahead in St. Philip West with 266 votes for the Friends of Democracy's Karina Goodridge, 23 votes for Lynette Eastman. She's maxed out there at 23 votes so far. Would you say, however, that there may be need for a big tent DLP that could bring in the Friends of Democracy, can bring in disaffected?
How would that work? What would that look like? I mean, I certainly agree. When you see these governments in the Caribbean being elected with all of these seats, it's almost always a case where the opposition is so disorganized, such as you see it, is splintered, it's all over the place. Absolutely. It's this party, it's coalitions, there's 3 parties under the coalition. We don't even see so many parties here registering like Reform Barbados tonight. Absolutely. So is opposition there, but it's fractured, and then it flatters the incumbent, because then the incumbent looks like strong in a way that you can't imagine, getting back all 30 seats and that type of thing. We were talking about continuity earlier. I sensed that we were about to get interrupted, so I don't want to go on to another point if that's the case.
Davison Ishmael, but you can continue your analysis while we look at these scenes of jubilation across the headquarters of the Barbados Labour Party.
So we had Ayo saying that it's good for Mia Motley to get re-elected because we need continuity in government. We had Professor Marshall saying it's late. Saying that she's still a young prime minister, and at the end of 5 years we'll be good talking about her legacy. What if the leader changes? Strong leadership for changing things. What if the leader changes? What if early into the new government that we have here now, we have a different prime minister, we have a completely different, this would change the political landscape of Barbados completely.
What if we have?
What do you mean?
We've had Prime Minister Motley in the past indicate after the 2022 election that might be her last election.
Say these things.
Yes, okay, fine. Okay. Y'all gonna let me, hello, y'all make y'all points, y'all gonna make me. Right, so she said what she said. She's spoken in favor of term limits. No come out and said that she still supports them, but her party does not. So I'm saying what I'm saying in the context of a Caribbean where our leaders often, sometimes die in office, or they get so unpopular that people don't want them back, which is what we just saw happen in St. Vincent. I don't think that Mia Motley is either of those types of leader. So what if, at some point in time, she is not leader anymore? And that's also in the context of a presidential campaign that we had, in which every constituency you had Mia Motley, candidates appearing on polls.
Are we talking about a post-Mia Motley Barbados Party sometime down the road?
I am saying that unlike both of you, I do not make assumptions about legacy after 5 years of this new term of government, and I don't make assumptions about continuity under Mia Motley. I'm not in that camp.
All right. That's really in the realm of speculation. For now, I take the point, though, because it is entirely likely that were Mia Motley to leave the scene, and there's no indication at all of that the Barbados everybody could find itself in a similar situation of being a rudderless party. There's no law that says that any political party. Indeed.
Who's leading it?
But that's what I was asking. For simplicity, what are we talking about? Are we talking about a discussion where if Mia Motley goes, how would the party look? How would it stand?
Both everything. Everything under that kind of dispensation.
I just wanted to be sure what we were speaking about, because ultimately we've been there before. Arbar led the party. When he left, they appeared rudderless for a while, and then David Thompson led the party. When he was removed from the scene, we see what happened. But let's be fair to the Barbados Labour Party. Tom Adams left. Yes, they lost, but in Owen Arthur, they found a leader. When I said the business about successor planning, for all the fallout that did happen between Mr. Arthur and Mia Motley, ultimately he promoted her to deputy prime minister. She was afforded different ministries. She was able to grow, and regardless of what happened in the end between the two of them, you could say the Labour Party in itself was grooming a new leader.
Yeah, but
that didn't happen in the Democratic Labour Party. Right. So Mia Motley emerged. And when I speak about success, she will be thinking about succession planning. I'm not saying it in a deliberate, I'm not saying there's going to be this deliberate design, because you can't name your successor. But I'm saying enabling, the Humphreys and others going forward might be the way in which she goes to Shad Blackman's and others might be. You may see some signs of different kinds of actions on her part in terms of the appointments she makes.
Well, not in the realm of speculation is the fact that the Democratic Labour Party's chances of holding seats in the House of Assembly have dwindled from 3 to 2. Given the current state of play in St. Philip West, as Kay McConnell's pulled ahead and Labour 2, well, I said 3 to 2 because we've got St. Michael Northwest and St. Philip North. Yeah, so those are the two. But in a twinkling of an eye, that changed from, it looks like, 3 seats to 2 seats, likely. Again, I need to see if there's a situation changing in St. Michael Northwest, where Ryan Walters, again, as was the case earlier, we're getting radio silence from St. Michael Northwest, so no further counting available to us. But in the twinkling of an eye, that seat can be declared. So just hang on if you can for a little bit longer this night. We'll get to hear from a jubilant Prime Minister Mia Motley from Grantley Adams House, and she would want to wait until there's been a declaration at least of the remaining seats. And I'm being told that St. James North has now finally been declared for Chad Jason Blackman. We thought that was earlier, but that's now been actually formally declared. So we're still waiting. It's still 27-0, looking more and more like 28-0, because we haven't been able to call either St. Michael Northwest or St. Philip North. Those are the ones that have been too close to call. And again, St. Philip West was in that category until a few moments ago, at least, when Kay McConney started to pull ahead. Again, fortunes can change depending on what boxes were being counted, brought in, and counted at that level, that stage. Not sure what those votes represent, but hang on to your seats because it still could be a close run thing for St. Michael Northwest and St. Philip North if you are a supporter of the Democratic Labour Party.
I'm not holding up any hope for St. Philip North. I think I would be surprised based on what's happening in St. Philip generally if Simon Clark manages to topple the incumbent based on the surrounding districts and so on. St. Philip West, St. Philip South have gone the way fairly comfortably, particularly St. Philip South went very comfortably in favor of Indaria. St. Philip West, I think the Kay McConney can feel reasonably satisfied by the performance, and I would be very surprised if Simon Clark somehow bucks this trend. So I'm thinking that all eyes on St. Michael Northwest. That's my view.
We haven't heard from St. James Central, where Kerry Simmons, last time I checked, we hadn't heard anything, so that's still a bit of a question mark. At least from a statistical point of view, not from a political analysis point of view. But we expect that he'll be returned, but we still haven't seen any actual figures. Sandra Husbands, and I'm informed that I should state that she was up until a few hours ago the Minister of Training and Tertiary Education, who's responsible for things like vocational education and the University of the West Indies and the Barbados Community College and the Samuel Chapman Prescott Institute of Technology. We wonder what cabinet assignments will go to her this go around after being returned in St. James South. That's Sandra Husbands, the BLP's Sandra Husbands in St. James South. So again, all eyes now on St. Michael Northwest, where at last report, Ryan Walters of the Democratic Labour Party held 434 votes to Neil Rowe of the Barbados Labour Party 408 votes. And again, too close to call still for St. Philip North, while Kay McConney over in St. Philip West has pulled ahead of Dr. David Eswick with strong showing or lack of support, at least, for him as going towards the PCP with 266 votes there for that party's leader. So that's the situation. At 1:45, we are awaiting the victory speech by the Prime Minister and an indication as to who might be her choice for Attorney General, because, as I said, the Attorney General and the Prime Minister under our Constitution are the first to be sworn in, and after that she can decide who she wants to appoint or disappoint as member of her new cabinet. And she's got a choice of 30, 29, and then some, because there are other strong supporters of the Labour Party and members of the Labour Party who might find themselves in the Senate. And that also brings into question that particular part of our branch of government, of our legislative branch, the Senate. Some say, like the Canadians do about theirs, a complete waste of time, just a mere rubber stamp. Others say it's a grooming ground for new players in the party. What do you make of Senate appointments, given the lopsided nature of those appointments? To the victor goes really all of these Senate appointments, and then this little token representation by any Democratic, any opposition party if there is one, in the Senate.
We shouldn't forget that the president makes, our head of state normally makes have a few selections of his own, his or her, depending on the gender of the incumbent officer. And, well, Paul
as Graham joins us now from DLP headquarters in George Street.
Hi, Juliet. So currently, as you hear in the background, they're still listening to the polls being counted down. So currently, we have a few more candidates who have come on. We have Mr. Andre Worrell, who was running for the St. Michael Central seat. We have Mr. Corey Greenwich for President South, Mr. Damian Fanis, and Jamal Sandiford, who ran against Prime Minister Motley. They're all in positive spirits. Jamal especially is enthusiastic. He felt that he and Damian, who are both new candidates, younger men, felt that if they had more time, they would have been able to gain more votes in their seats. They still feel enthusiastic and have expressed willingness to continue working with the community to be able to bond more with their constituency. Currently, we still have not seen the leader, Mr. Rathorn, but we are seeing more people showing up. They're still listening to the countdown, listening to the numbers coming in. There was a very somber sadness when the final count came in for the Central seat. I think they were pretty positive that they would have won that seat, and it was a very big disappointment for those members. So right now, I think they're hearing some numbers coming in. I'm not sure exactly which one, but they are still listening out till all the numbers have come in. Back to you,
Marianne Graham has been reporting for us and telling us earlier that I was understanding that the defeated candidate in St. John, the leader of the Democratic Labour Party himself, was not able to cast his ballot in this election, but he's not alone. He's in the sainted company of Professor Don Marshall over here, who for some inexplicable reason was declared to have left these fair shores. Last time I checked, I think you did your doctorate in 1994, so about 32 years ago. So I don't think you could, yeah, so I don't think 30 odd years ago, I don't think you could say that you would qualify for not being on the list, but you know, you're not hard done by the messiness of our Electoral Boundaries Commission in getting that list cleaned up. But it has to be said, however it shakes out, the leader of the Democratic Labour Party must, to put it in, as the English would, must reconsider his position within the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party, having lost in St. John.
You chose to be underwhelming, as it were, quote unquote. No, on a serious note, I think this is the end of the line for Ralph Thorne in relation to mainstream electoral politics. As a panelist, I think Ayo made the point that the two occasions that he was successful, he was part of the right planet. And he left Mars, and he's tried to ignite and lead the Democratic Labour Party. And at the time, I am not sure. I am not sure how that faction that responded and rejected what that meant, how they're feeling tonight. They may feel partly vindicated.
You mean the splinter friends?
The splinter,
okay.
Yeah. Some of them went into the Friends of Democracy, but they must not have any illusions, you know. They must not have any illusions that the demise at the polls is Ralph's own alone. They must not have, you see, this is the thing. They're forgetting that 2018 right up to 2024, 6 years. During that 6 years, Ralph was not around.
There was no Ralph Thorne then.
There was no Ralph Thorne. And there was no showing of anything at the polls.
But it also hasn't improved.
No, that's what I'm saying. So I don't what can happen is this view that with Ralph facing his comeuppance, that we can have a return of those that were exiled, locked out, however you may put it. And the logical unfolding of the Democratic Labour Party under previous leader Ronnie could resume, and the way in which it was. Ronnie's Democratic Labour Party was presenting no alternatives. Thorne's wasn't either.
I'm going to get.
You have to honestly face face up to that. They weren't making that traction.
Okay, I'm going to get Ayo Olara's view on that in a moment, but that's his picture right now in St. Philip North with Sonia Brown versus Simon Clark. Again, what looked to be close, it's not quite so close. Again, you want to have a look and tell me how Corey Sandiford, what that would have been like at that stage? Yeah.
St. Philip North.
St. Philip North.
Sonia Brown got 2393 in 2022. The Democratic Labour Party came very close, as we know, under Michael Lashley at the time, 2158. So a little over 200. She cleared Michael Lashley's total by a little over 200 votes.
I'm sorry, just repeat that.
That Sonia Brown got a little over 200 votes more than Michael Lashley in 2022. She got 2393 and he got 2158. You had Omar Smith as an independent getting 64 votes. UPP got 88 votes.
Well, we don't have that particular scenario of any traction by the challengers beyond 21 votes for the PCP's Nigel Newton and 59 votes for Friends of Democracy, and can we therefore say it still is too close to call, but Sonia Brown is pulling ahead?
I like Professor think that I'm not calling it, but and I don't know how many boxes are outstanding, but I think the trend is going to continue. There's this distance being created, separation being created now in terms of totals, whereas it was neck and neck earlier, and I don't think that is going to catch back up. I think it's going to follow the national trend.
Okay, so as the saying goes, and then there was one.
Right.
And
that was really early going. Yeah. That was really early going. So we see how it's looking, but I mean that could change. A box could change that. Right. But anyhow, I wanted to. Sorry, you were going to ladies first. We're not doing that DLP thing.
So okay, I'll let everyone else say the off step. Ayo. Your view of where we are now, and it would seem as though the last hope for the Democratic Labour Party is that one seat in St. Michael Northwest, and the prospects for leadership of the Democratic Labour Party going forward.
Well, if the trend holds tonight, Neil should win by a very slim margin. If the trend holds tonight. However, if Ryan wins, he becomes, as predicted, the leader of the opposition, and I'm just waiting to see if that pans out. But on the whole talk, because I remember I had this conversation with Ryan Turner and said, "Well, are you feeling want me to live with myself?" He said that to me, right? Yeah, and I agree, because you want a team, you want a farmer, whatever. But we see how it goes.
Okay, you are watching Decision 2026 Election Pulse here live from Barbados today.
Welcome to the Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
There goes your client, ruining your night's rest again.
I got this.
With our online shop, it's a hassle-free instant booking process for your audio and video equipment. You see availability, set your pickup and drop-off times, and get the final price of your order instantly. Pay via cash, card, or direct bank transfer. We know Miss Panic is definitely getting a markup for ruining your beauty sleep. Summit Media and Event Rentals. Imagine the possibilities.
Life happens, even for the most experienced athletes. That's why Bayview Urgent Care is here. With no appointment needed, you can walk right up to our front desk and be greeted by caring and professional staff who are there to guide you through our intake process. Our dedicated and highly trained nurses and doctors in the urgent care department provide thorough examinations and talk you through the next steps. Need immediate blood work? Bayview Laboratory is conveniently located on the second floor. Need x-rays or scans? Diagnostic radiology is also located within Bayview Urgent Care. Once you are on the mend and ready to go home, our patient shuttle is able to take you where you need in comfort. Bayview Hospital's new urgent care is perfectly equipped to provide you with a full circle of care. Call us at 433-9999 to find out more.
Sure. It's 2 o'clock on Thursday, the 12th day of February, 2026. And I'm laughing because it's been a long night. We had expectations that this would be a close thing, or in terms of, not a close thing at all, rather, all of this would be done and dusted. And that's the picture right now. To be called and declared are St. Michael Northwest, Christchurch East, St. Philip North, St. Philip West, and St. James Central. I believe that we can amend that, because in Christchurch East, the Home Affairs Minister had been declared, so let's just adjust that. It's really a lot bleaker picture for the challenger if the Democratic Labour Party was hoping to see any bits of blue on that map this day. That's not likely to be the case, except in one constituency, and that is St. Michael Northwest. And if we could bring up those latest figures, that would be great, but those latest figures have stayed the same since we last saw them. So that's this picture with really 2 seats now to be actually declared. They would be St. James Central and St. Michael Northwest. St. Philip North is edged out of the too close to call category, and it looks as though the Labour Party is moving ahead there with Dr. Sonia Brown. So we are at the point now where it's looking very, very close to yet another 30 love, as we've been calling it, but it has to be said, a one-party parliament. This is new territory for Barbados, even after 2022, even after 2018. We are really into new territory, if that is the case, where we have the closest thing you could possibly call a one-party state. I'm not sure if we're there yet, but we certainly are very close to getting a one-party parliament again. Now, Corey Sandiford, your thoughts after all that?
Yes, a lot has been being said. I wanted to give way to Professor and also to IO, but there are also stuff that they said that I would like to respond to. First thing being succession planning. It sounds a little fanciful to me. It sounds like a nice to have. It sounds like what we in the electorate would like to stay out here and think it actually happens this way. But just bear in mind that we're referring to a Prime Minister who just canvassed all 30 seats again. I mean, all 30 constituencies again in an effort to bring home her team. And we are looking at that same person now and saying that she has a style of leadership that is going to adjust, and she's going to be one who is going to appoint people and bring them along, not bring them along, sorry, bring them along is what she just did, but she's going to appoint people and bring them up because she's succession planning. I just don't really see it happening that way. I don't think that all of a sudden she's going to change, no, because she's in her third term. I think she's been doing things a certain way, and it's going to be difficult to change that particular tack. And further to which, succession planning isn't something that we frequently see happening in the Caribbean in a meaningful way, simply because the heir apparent, quote unquote, is often perceived to be a threat to the sitting leader, and then that becomes an issue in and of itself.
It's not generally done.
I would just acknowledge that all political parties have factions, but some just hide them better than others. Having said that, the other thing was the senatorial picks. We are now having a situation where we have a president who is one term of office removed from being a minister in government. So we have now the Barbados Labour Party making its senatorial picks. If we have, we don't know yet, the Democratic Labour Party holding the seat and then having the right to 2 senatorial picks, and then you will have the other senatorial picks being made, not disparaging his character, but at the same time he was just in politics, being made by the president as the independent, and that was a person who was previously in the ranks of the same party, which is now the sitting, the continued, yes, exactly, during COVID, who was health minister. Anyhow, the last point that I was wanting to make was, it slipped my mind, but it'll come back to me. You go back to you.
Okay. So what's the mind of those Labour Party supporters is we need to know what's happening in St. Michael Northwest, whether Neil Rowe is going to be able to hold on there, or where Ryan Walters will be able to be successful for the Democratic Labour Party. Ryan Walters, 434 votes, Neil Rowe, 408 votes. We're still waiting to hear what the picture is there. In St. Philip North, we saw Dr. Sonia Brown pulling ahead of her challenger in that constituency, as we see more scenes of jubilation. And that looks like Tyra Trotman, newly elected for St. Michael Central, getting warm embrace by the party supporters, welcomed very firmly into the fold of the Labour Party after being in the Democratic Labour Party. And again, yet another very graphic image of the fractures within the Democratic Labour Party, that these candidates can walk right out of George Street and literally into Robert Street, and into Hero Square.
That was the other point that I wanted to make, because as we were talking earlier about Ralph Thorne crossing the floor and questioning when he crossed the floor, did he actually see a future for himself, or did he think, this is my 15 minutes of fame, so I might as well, I've been on the back benches, I might as well go out in a blaze of glory. And then we actually reached the election where I'm seeing people on social media, Dem supporters, coming out and they're saying they're going to win the government, saying we're going to win all the seats, saying that this is my next prime minister here, when there's a video of Ralph Thorne. For none of these things now to materialize, I do wonder what the feeling is over on the Dem side tonight. It's an unfortunate thing to witness, but it will definitely, okay, so we had 2018, they lost. Verla de Pisa became leader. She started opposing, quote unquote, Mia Motley almost pretty much as soon as she became leader. Her first public statements were, hold on. And then Ronnie comes in. Ronnie, I feel as though, had ambition. He looked like the kind of leader that people would want to see in the Democratic Labour Party in terms of being young and fresh, not previously within the Democratic Labour Party ranks, so he didn't have that holdover from the previous government that was unpopular. But I feel like Ronnie was hamstrung by always worrying about his base, having come from over on the BLP side as somebody who aspired to be a BLP candidate, come over now, and now he was always worried about his numbers. Will he get back in? Will he be retained as leader of the party? He can't afford to offend his faction. He can't afford to offend his faction. So he was maybe more conservative in doing things than he wanted to be, or that he should have been. And then you have Ralph Thorne, who comes over and, as I said, led in my opinion, led like a lawyer, and made all the arguments against the Prime Minister, I would have figured that he was in the BLP rank, so he would have come across with different ideas, that he would have observed things going on, and he damn sight is annoying to come across and do things differently. I got a vision for this party. I have a way. But he never showed me any vision, and now we're seeing the fallout from that for him, the political fallout from that. So whoever, just wrapping up my point, whoever comes in now, if it's Ryan Walters, for example, they're going to have to do something different. Completely different from how they're doing things, and they have to capture the imagination of voters.
So, this somehow reminds me to what extent do you see class still in? I mean, as democratic as Barbados has become since 1966, there's still a bit of the class and perceptions of leadership, whether someone can be a man of the people and embrace the masses, or whether someone is prime ministerial material. Does that really matter? Looking back at even the Labour Party back in the day, when the Labour Party had the likes of Sir Mency Cox and so on, working class people who had commanded the base, but would never be given the keys to the citadel as leaders. But I'll pause on that historical note as we see Tony Moore being embraced, victorious in St. George North at the counting station there. And earlier she had been declared for the Barbados Labour Party. And so that's the picture in St. George North. And also I suspect Dwight Sutherland has also been very successful there and been declared. So St. George has gone back to Labour. And we still have not heard, though we have no indication to suspect that there's been any massive change of the picture in St. James Central based on polling data, not on polling results. That's the important point we need to make in the case of Kerry Simmons in St. James Central. And we still want to have an update in St. Michael Northwest, where it could be a close run thing one moment, and then declaration one way or the other in the next. And that's the case where, at last report, Ryan Walters of the Democratic Labour Party was a smidgen ahead of Nero of the Barbados Labour Party, 434 votes to 408 votes in St. Michael Northwest. So, rate of reply will go to you now. I offer what you've heard about the shopping list of issues brought up just now by Corey Sandiford.
Corey said a lot.
Food for thought.
He said a lot. Listen, in terms of what was he saying again?
In terms of succession planning?
The succession planning, yes, that one. In terms of the succession planning, there's evidence of succession planning happening in the Barbados Authority. It's in St. Thomas, in St. Joseph. All right, there's evidence. Candidates. Among candidates. But you said something earlier, or was it Professor Marshall, who said that when you are the leader, you don't announce your successor. Who does that? Mm-hmm. Right? In olden times, they will wake up on the left. Nobody announces. Do you understand the point I'm making? So
politically unalive, because we
politically unalive too, right?
We don't do that sort of thing.
You don't announce. Yeah, but at least what you do is you choose people who are capable of carrying on the mantle after when you're gone. But we're not sending the Prime Minister anywhere just now, just yet.
Okay. All right. Where she's being sent is where she's been since the last 3 general elections, and that is back to the House of Assembly as the leader of the government. The Constitution of Barbados, I have to remind you, does not, as presently written, recognize political parties. Just want to put that out there. So whoever can command the support of the majority of the parliamentarians can go up to what's now called President's State House and ask the President if it can form the government. But so far, political parties are not recognized. But I suspect, I wanted to touch a bit on that, Don Marshall. There is the expectation that a lot of constitutional change which had been talked about, even the minority report of a parliamentary reform commission has been adopted as the supreme law of the land. Not even the Constitutional Review Commission's report. But before I say that, I can now tell you that in St. Philip West, Kay McConney has been returned as the Member of Parliament representing the Labour Party. That's the picture in St. Philip West. Any figures just yet, final figures? We hope to get for that, but that's now been declared for St. Philip West as the balance of power shifts to a solid red of 26. I suspect that's really 28, and really will probably be 29 very soon, with the one holdout being St. Michael Northwest, it has to be said. So there's no balance of power, it's rather an imbalance of power. I know that people are nervous about one-party candidates, so we need to have an opposition, But the stark reality is that people do not elect opposition parties, they elect governments. Don Marshall.
In relation to the last comment, or in relation to comments made earlier about succession planning and the rest of it?
No, I mean, in terms of right now, where we are, where we don't elect, the whole notion of a single party dominating the House of Assembly.
Yeah, here we are.
Well, yes, nobody, as Corey said, nobody wants it, they say, but we're back here again, it seems.
Ultimately, we want to see greater accountability and transparency. And insofar as the government will do so, then, and we also want to see a reduction, or rather, once I think once we continue to exercise free speech and different pockets of society are prepared to engage in critical analysis of the issues, we don't see any attempt to smear, ridicule, or to make light of the role that civil society will play. The role of the media, for example, the role of academics, the role of our Calypsonians, etc. Just getting down to the nitty-gritty. Once we see these things to remain vibrant and people can speak their mind and could agree or agree to disagree, there will be no real concerns. And once we see that there can be a proper accounting of public expenditures, we want to see the appointment of the Auditor General soon and the outfitting of that office. The Auditor General has not been, one has not been appointed, and the office has not been outfitted as we would like to see it. Those organs of our democratic tradition and makeup are things that we want to see retained and restored. I believe Barbadians have faith that the government will continue to do the right thing and move in that required direction. She would have heard the issues on the campaign. She would have seen and when I say issues raised in the campaign, even though independents, opposition parties lost, it's not lost on the government, the things that were said. It's not lost on governments that while you won, there is a type of opinion, albeit minority, about the quality of governance that needs to be improved and so on and so forth. So I think what keeps the Barbados Labour Party successful is that the Prime Minister has made it a good practice and habit to engage the people and to frontally deal with what she thinks are the burning concerns. So if cost of living, for example, comes out of this election, and some of the people are most concerned about fear of crime, greater accountability, I no doubt believe that, I have no doubt that the Prime Minister will seek to address these frontally, so that they can begin to say, these were our promises, and this is our performance. But like I said, it's just for Barbados, like the rest of the Caribbean, has to brace for a tough 3 years at least, next 3 years.
You mean the remainder of the term of the
Donald Trump.
of the President of the United States.
Not just him, but what MAGA is about.
Yeah.
Right? Make America Great Again, what that is about, that agenda, because it transcends who was ever the leader of, but there was a document published in November 2025 about the national security policy of the United States. Yeah. And Trump is pretty much slavishly following that document. And there are implications for the Caribbean. And I'm sure when this is died down, Barbadians will wake up Barbadians will wake up confident that they have a leader that can help navigate us through these things. And of course, there will be a day of reckoning where she will have to face a test from the people as to how well did she do in navigating these rapids.
In that document, basically it says, it's a 2.0 version of what historians call Manifest Destiny and the Monroe Doctrine. Only 200 years before, we said that it is our natural expectation that the Western Hemisphere will be our, not mere sphere of influence, but to put it in Donald Trump's language, it's our whole bag. It's ours to be claimed, and it's a very, not just the withdrawal from the international system and the system that has been the consensus that has emerged since the end of only the Second World War 80 years ago, but it is a kind of a divine right of rule for Washington over the entire West Hemisphere from Greenland south.
And apart from those geopolitics, is the influence that the United States in its current posture would have on institutions like the IMF and the World Bank. We engage these institutions. I don't know that the public finances in Barbados are such that this administration may not find itself going to the IMF again. Mm-hmm. When we go to the IMF again, this is not the IMF that we would have engaged in 2018 through to 2025. This is an IMF that has been revised further in the image of what Trump's MAGA is about. Like I told you, the Climate and Resilience Trust Facility, that's gone. Mm-hmm. That's gone because philosophically, Trump's America does not believe in the climate science and all that.
Even though traditionally the managing director of the IMF comes from Europe, the managing director of the World Bank comes from the United States. Doesn't matter.
I saw the Prime Minister made a useful point about the relationship that she enjoys with the current manager of the IMF, who was a former World Bank leader, and she thinks like a World Bank person. But what the board in Washington determines the policy. Okay, the board in Washington settles what is it that it would give to Barbados and under what terms and so on. Mm-hmm. They approve the program. They approve the program, notwithstanding what the leader is saying. So again, we talk about BERT 3.0 and the content, premise, and promise of BERT 3.0 needs to be grounded in what would it look like and how would it aid or facilitate our capacity to overcome the limited diversification that hobbles our capacity to transform our economy. So I could go on and on, but the point I'm making is that she's done what she's had to do, which is to go to the people, seek a renewal of mandate. She has the mandate, now she must perform. Mm-hmm. And in cricketing terms, you are the creasers expected to play some strokes. But if the bowling is hostile, you're also supposed to play smartly.
And that will be the case in 2 months and 6 days from now, when the spring meetings of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank Group happen in Washington, the annual spring meetings, which the central bankers and the finance ministers and the captains of industry and commerce meet. And I think you're suggesting that it's going to be a reset and a reawakening, similar to what happened with the World Economic Forum in Davos, where some home truths had to be delivered.
Yeah. We are also preparing for a budget expenditures first to be laid, sorted and laid in the House, and then a budget to follow. And there will be some promises made on this campaign in terms of appointing of 2,000 workers full-time.
and we've made some recent appointments of teachers. So public expenditure is going to be high, particularly the wage bill, and we're happy for everyone, you know. But ultimately, you know, some decisions have to be made.
All right, so decisions were made earlier this past day at 2:22 on a Thursday morning. We are trying to find out what that decision was for these remaining seats: St. Michael Northwest, St. Philip North, and St. James Central. Christchurch East has been called for Wilfred Abrams, the former Home Affairs Minister, and we'll see whether he will be the likely Attorney General in the next administration. There are a few other contenders we talked about earlier. But St. Michael, let's have a quick understanding of these three. They're to be called. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're too close to call, except for St. Michael Northwest. The picture is likely to emerge very powerfully and strongly for the Labour Party in St. Philip North, and we expect the same to happen in St. James Central, though we have not received any returns thus far for St. James Central. And you know, it might just be a situation where that declaration happens and all the votes are delivered to us at that point. But we don't know the story in those three constituencies. So it's the 27-0 show for now, but it's likely to change anytime soon. Let's head around to our roving reporter who's been somewhere in Barbados, and this somewhere right now for Kareem Smith is in the constituency of St. Michael North. Kareem.
Yes, I am still at the Ellerslie School, but I have to report to you that the last time we received an update from the returning officer was perhaps about 3 hours ago. And since then, there has been radio silence. We've passed by the constituency office of Ryan Walters, and he and some of his supporters were there. But here at Ellerslie, it has been very, very quiet. I think the hope and the expectation is that when the returning officer returns, that he will be able to present us with the final vote tally. As I would have reported earlier, there was a marginal lead, Ryan Walters amassing 434 votes to New Rowe, the incumbent, 408, and Richard Williams of the Friends of Democracy, at the time he only had 11 votes. Now, only 4 boxes, those are results from only 4 boxes, so, I mean, it really is anybody's race. There are 15 boxes in total to be counted, which means that, you know, we've only had results from less than 1/3 of the total number of boxes. So, you know, by the time the final tally comes in, you know, the result could be quite different from what we have right now.
Thank you very much, Kareem Smith. You have somewhat taken the wind out of the sails of Professor Don Marshall. Was hoping for at least a few more boxes, but 3 hours from 4 boxes out of 15 to nothing, to, as you say, radio silence, is an extraordinary development. What on earth is happening there that could be the reason? Because the boxes have arrived, I imagine. They just need to be counted.
Yeah, well, the returning officer, Charles King, he indicated that the counting, and again, this was 3 hours ago, he indicated that the counting started a bit late, and that was the reason for the delay. But as it stands right now, there are a few police officers on the outside, and, you know, some of my colleague journalists, and there's really been no explanation.
I guess you will not be roving anymore. You will stay there until the bitter end in St. Michael Northwest. Thank you, Kareem Smith. And if you do get that actual declaration, we should want to take that live so that we can see the moment of victory for either Ryan Walters or New Rowe. Whenever those boxes are counted.
Okay, I'm
so
getting
4
more
boxes
that
have
the
been counted
returning
thus far.
officer. Julius, are you there?
I'm hearing you were saying.
Yeah, I'm getting
Okay,
word
I
that
think
the
he's gone off
the returning officer has just come in.
Okay. Well, we'll come right back to you then. I think they want to move the camera over for the returning officer to let us know what's happening. So that's some drama there. It's the only outlier of drama thus far, because we suspect that is the one seat that we could probably get any sort of result from. Kareem, you have anything more for us?
My colleagues have indicated the returning officer just came out for a moment to let us know that in about 20 minutes or so, hopefully, fingers crossed, all of the results will be delivered.
So, so if you can hang on then until 2:48, we should be able to have a live declaration from the Ellerslie Secondary School and St. Michael Northwest, where Ryan Walters is duking it out with Neil Rowe. And again, 434 votes for Ryan Walters, 408 votes for Neil Rowe, but that will all be sorted out in 20 minutes, we are told, when the returning officer comes out and delivers the entire count and declares the winner for that election and bring an end to the declarations for the night save and accept St. James Central. So we hope to get some kind of indication as to what's happening in St. James Central. And I'm getting word that St. Philip North has been declared. I need a little confirmation for that. St. Philip North has been declared for Dr. Sonia Brown. So if we can get some indication as to whether that is actually the case and not social media scuttlebutt, I would like that. But it's going to be the night that many would not have wanted, many others had predicted, and that we have a one-party parliament in the making. Again, all of the drama now, all eyes are on St. Michael Northwest, and any hope that there can be a voice in the House of Assembly and a voice of opposition to the government is there. So I'm being now told that just one more box is being counted, to be counted in St. Michael Northwest. So if that's correct, if what I'm being told. And so if that's the case, then who knows, it might be sooner than 20 minutes from now. We could have a result completely in St. Michael Northwest. I hope that we could still find out what's happening in St. James Central with the Foreign Minister for the Labour Party there. That would be bring an end to really the declarations. And St. Philip North, my understanding is that that's been declared for Dr. Sonia Brown. So once again, we've come to this very long day's journey into night. Between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., the people have their say, and then it's been another 6 hours to really find out what you actually said as the Electoral and Boundaries Commission works to count the votes. And I have to remind you, you could avoid making any sort of social media comments and stolen elections and stuffing of ballot boxes, simply because the system itself has election agents for the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party and others to oversee that. So the likelihood of that happening under the watchful gaze of other parties is really not something that should be, even AI could dream up. So let's not think that some strange thing has been happening, but we do have a very old system that is struggling to keep up in the 21st century and to keep up with 21st century expectations of results when we want them with a mouse click. You're watching Decision 2026 from Barbados Today.
Welcome to the Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
There goes your client, ruining your night's rest again.
I got this.
With our online shop, it's a hassle-free instant booking process for your audio and video equipment. You see availability, set your pickup and drop-off times, and get the final price of your order instantly. Pay via cash, card, or direct bank transfer. We know Miss Panic is definitely getting a markup for ruining your beauty sleep. Summit Media and Event Rentals. Imagine the possibilities.
Life happens, even for the most experienced athletes. That's why Bayview Urgent Care is here. With no appointment needed, you can walk right up to our front desk and be greeted by caring and professional staff who are there to guide you through our intake process. Our dedicated and highly trained nurses and doctors in the urgent care department provide thorough examinations and talk you through the next steps. Need immediate blood work? Bayview Laboratory is conveniently located on the second floor. Need x-rays or scans? Diagnostic radiology is also located within Bayview Urgent Care. Once you are on the mend and ready to go home, our patient shuttle is able to take you where you need in comfort. Bayview Hospital's new urgent care is perfectly equipped to provide you with a full circle of care. Call us at 433-9999 to find out more.
Last moments of this general election, the count here at the Barbados City headquarters in Bridgetown, the very last hours only because we are really waiting the result of one constituency in particular, which is St. Michael Northwest, where we are being told that after having 4 boxes being counted, with Ryan Walters just ahead by a smidgen of the Democratic Labour Party over Neil Rowe of the Barbados Labour Party, that the full result, complete with declaration, will come in under 20 minutes from now. We suspect that that final result will be the one that the Prime Minister and Party Leader Mia Moore-Motley will be looking for before taking to the stage at Grantley Adams House and making her victory speech. It is unlikely that we'll hear any concession speech. That's not our tradition here in this part of the world, of concession speech by a losing candidate, much less someone who has lost not only the election generally, but lost their own seat by failing to claim it, I should say, in the case of St. John and Ralph A. Thorne. The only other outlier that we have not heard from, but we are waiting to get some result. We do have one station at the Counting Center for St. James Central, and in that constituency we're hoping to get some result which would tie a bow on all this. And again, as soon as we can get that victory speech, we'll bring it to you live And we hope also to be able to bring in the declaration of the St. Michael Northwest constituency. As I'm being told, the returning officer has told our Kareem Smith that after moving from 4 boxes, 15 will be tallied, and the full result will be given one time at probably around 10, 11 minutes from now. So I know everyone here has been, really deflated, not by the result as much as by the delay. And that's a conversation that one can have about why it should take so long for votes to be counted. But we also have to remember, and I think, Don Marshall, you started to allude to it, returning officers have an enormous amount of power. They're the managers, the line managers in each constituency. And their laws, in a sense, not unto themselves, but they could say, look, I'm not going to come out to you until I finish all of my boxes. It is possible that can happen. There is no legal requirement that they have to deliver each and every box the moment it is counted.
That's right. And going forward, because you can always improve on your service delivery, going forward, I think there should be some shared protocol or understanding among returning officers to recognize that there's a media. There's respect for the media. The media is broadcasting this to Barbadians who participated from 6 o'clock yesterday morning. So in respecting the electorate through a respect for the journalists and the entire media personnel, release the boxes, the results of those boxes in decent enough batches. So if you've done 4, the next 4 or the next 2, just send out the message, because you're facilitating a public. Many publics are waiting. I've not even spoken about the publics outside of Barbados, in the diaspora, that also, wherever they are, want to see the results, want to hear the results. And this business really is all about me, and the integrity of the process, as I see it, should also include the integrity means I also have a responsibility to see this as a civic exercise I'm conducting on behalf of many publics. So I have a problem with, I applaud those returning officers who've conducted their exercise in a way to facilitate regular updates. And I would wish that the others who are doing it arbitrarily would give some consideration to the media and the role that the media has to play.
But do we have to move now beyond moral suasion and a bit of technology and a little bit of legal legislative change to make that happen?
Good Beijing manners. So I go low tech into your bringing and your training. You're professional. You have an ethical responsibility to demonstrate an ethical care. I feel for the journalists all around Barbados. They're standing in St. Michael Northwest at LSD school. This is not fair to them. Not fair to them. It's disrespect. If we were somewhere else, the journalists as a lobby will be saying this better has to be done by the EBC.
Yeah, well,
better has to be done.
Yeah, but our job is to take enough licks. That's not the problem. The point is, the people we represent, they're the ones that I think the ball must be in their court, and to say, you've got us waiting.
Well, there are many stakeholders.
To get the people who watch the reports from the journalists. They're the ones who actually said what they said from 6 to 6 on Wednesday, and now we're 3 hours short almost of 6 a.m. Thursday, and we can't say this is the actual result. Now, those are the pictures at Roebuck Street. The expected sea of red outside the Grantley Adams house. I see a popcorn machine in the foreground, so people doing brisk trade. We must remember that elections are economic. Economic machines in and of themselves. There's Tony Moore, the General Secretary of the Barbados Workers Union and the duly elected member for St. George North, making her way and thanking supporters. as another long-suffering, long-serving member of the other support staff in a general election, the Barbados Police Service, have to maintain a watchful eye on the security of our candidates. So spirits off them. And finally, we're hearing the voice of the Prime Minister of Barbados and the Prime Minister-elect of Barbados, Mia Motley, live from George Street.
Robert Street.
Robert Street. Been a long night. I think that we.
Start by saying first and foremost, thanks to the Almighty. And I want all of us to give thanks and praise because something special happened in this country today. I want to be clear that we are still waiting on one result. We do not have two of our members here who are trying to get through, I suspect, the density of traffic and audience. I speak of Kerry Simmons. Kerry isn't here yet, right? 3, I speak of Kay McConney, and I can speak also of Sonia Brown and Dwight Sutherland. But I'm reliably informed that all 4 of them will be the members of Parliament for St. James Central, the members of Parliament for St. George South, the member of Parliament for St. Philip North, and the member of Parliament for St. Philip West. We have one more result to come. And on my last count, he is ahead by 186 votes. I speak, of course, of Neil Rowe. But if you know me, you know that I do not count the chickens before they are hatched. But I do not also want to keep you here much longer. The hour is late, and most of you reported for duty at 5 o'clock this morning. Yesterday morning. You are now doing almost 22 hours. And I am appreciative of that fact. But I want to talk and say a few things. We stood here in 2018, and I promised you then that we would work hard to stabilize this country, that we would do the difficult things, and we did them. We thought we could move to a growth path almost immediately, but COVID had other plans for us. And rather than a growth plan, we went from mission critical to mission survival. And regrettably, some of our friends and family did not make it. It is really only in the last 2.5 years that we have started mission transformation. And it is to this that this Barbados Labour Party government is committed. We did not come simply to hold office. We have come to make Barbados better and to make your lives better. We have never stopped believing from the days of Grantley Adams that our mission first and foremost is to stop poor people from being poor and to remove injustice wherever it exists, to create opportunities for people, and to be able collectively to build strong families, strong communities, strong workers, strong businesses, and ultimately a strong nation. I suspect Mr. Sutherland is trying to come through the audience. Make way for him, please. But I say to you that that has been our mission. And next month, we will celebrate 88 years as a political institution. We now know in Barbados more than ever the importance of strong political institutions. And let this Labour Party never take it for granted. But I also recognize that even as we have won tonight as convincingly, we do not turn our eyes away from the concerns of our constituents, constituency by constituency. We do not turn our eyes away from the things that ordinary Bajans want us to redouble our efforts on and to refocus. And whether it is traffic or roads, or the state of our healthcare, or indeed the issue of public safety, I give you this assurance tonight at 111 Roebuck Street that this team that I have the utmost honor to lead will be required to be able to make progress on all of these areas. I have said for most of my time very simple things, that we must see people, we must hear people, and we must feel people. And I promised you that even though we have received overwhelming mandates from the people of Barbados, that we will guard and tender and take care of this democracy as if it was a newborn child, requiring our total attention and care. I think we are now seeing the titan who has taken down the pit bull, Kay McConney. Make way for her, please. I am making the point that we must be committed to taking care of this democracy, which last year celebrated 75 years since Grantley Adams gave ordinary Bajans the right to vote without having to own property in this country. If Grantley Adams did not do that, none of us would be able to claim the Barbados that we have. And the majority of you who are here would never be able to vote. And that is why we say without fear of contradiction that the father of our democracy was Grantley Herbert Adams. I equally say that the father of our independence, Errol Walton Barrow, helped us unite as a people and to recognize the importance of taking those steps to chart our destiny, or in the words of our anthem, to be firm craftsmen of our fate. We have now come this year, as we go to celebrate the 60th anniversary of our independence on November 30th, and the 5th anniversary of our republic. It is time that we fully accept that the responsibility for transformation of Barbados is not just these men and women on this platform, but it is each and every Bajan. No one owes us a living. No one owes us anything. And we know it because in our individual lives, most of us have to find our own way. But as a society, or as a community, or as a family, we work to help each other. I want us, please, as a nation, to recommit to this process. This country has been good to us. Previous generations have worked hard for us to be here today. And we must not take it for granted. And I ask you, please, that even in this moment of victory and jubilation, that each of us recommit to doing a little more each and every day. That each of us commit to doing our job without trying to jinx and move off. That each of us commit to look and see who we can help raise up when a person needs a helping hand. That each of us recommits to making sure that our senior citizens, who are constituting more and more of our population, are treated with dignity and respect. That each of us recommit now to building the future by raising our children well. Every time I see or take a picture with a little child, I ask them one question: are you reading? Are you reading every day? Because this country became what we are because even with the cap of a 7th standard education, even without having access to secondary education, your foreparents understood the importance of reading and being able to learn and think for themselves. In this world in which we live, there's a danger that this tool, as great as it is, as much entertainment and productivity as it gives us, if we are not careful, it will cause us to become slaves again in the 21st century. We must learn to be discerning. And I don't mean to give you a heavy speech tonight, but I need to speak to you from the heart. I am 60 years old, and I believe that I am a bridge, not a destination. I am a bridge, not a destination. And my responsibility is to ensure that the younger ones in this party receive the guidance and the mentorship that Brees and John, Henry Ford, Owen Arthur, Billy Miller, Nigel Barrow, David Simmons, Louis Tull, and I can go on, Vic Johnson, Johnny Cheltenham. They invested in me. And I have a responsibility to invest in all of these here. Because this country has paid a heavy price on the sides of both political parties by having 3 prime ministers die in office. And I don't say so because I fear that. I say so because the knowledge and the experience that they had went like that in the flash of a light. I want us, Barbados, to believe in ourselves. And as much as you have given us your trust and confidence, the major problems facing us as a nation require us internally to band together. And the major problems facing us as a nation with the outside world that has become more and more difficult and troublesome, and at its worst stage since World War II, requires us equally to operate as one. Tonight is not the night for me to reflect on the fact that in this campaign, unfortunately, persons chose to wash dirty linen in public and to be able to make allegations across the region that were intended to harm this country's good reputation. I'd like to make way for the next Member of Parliament for St. James North, Chad Blackman. But what I will say to you is that we have a responsibility to be able to protect our reputation. We do it as individuals. We do it as a family. We must do it to protect Barbados's reputation, because at the end of the day, that is what we have as our currency in the world. People regard us not now, but from the days of Grantley Adams as thought leaders that could help shape the world and shape the region. And I ask us to respect that legacy and to build on it. I'd like equally to say to you that this government is still focused on the basics. We must get rid of pit toilets. We must ensure that people's houses that are in a dilapidated condition, that we find new and novel ways on top of what we have done already to help lift people out of those terrible conditions. And I say so because if we don't do it, our society will disintegrate and there will be nowhere to hide on 166 square miles. And that has been the genius of what Barbados has brought to bear. But I'm equally conscious that those challenges internally, particularly as it relates to gun crime, and those challenges externally, particularly as it relates to the threat of war and cost of living and geopolitical fractions, require not just me asking us as a population to work together. When I called the election at Westbury School, I spoke to you, and I know that some people had concerns. I started to carry you there at Queen's Park in October at our annual conference. I do not enjoy the fact that the Democratic Labour Party is going through a difficult moment in history. Just bear with me, please. I don't. Because I believe that this country needs strong institutions. And I pray that they will listen to the people of Barbados and do what is necessary. It is not mine to advise them. On 2 previous occasions when I offered them the opportunity to be able to serve in the Senate, to have a voice, they told me I was out of order. But I, at risk of being told that I'm out of order again, say that they have a duty to be able to put themselves in a state to be able to help this country. Because that may take time, I made a conscious decision to be able to broaden our tent. And we brought in Michael Lashley. And the city of Bridgetown told me in no uncertain terms that they wanted Michael Lashley in the Barbados Labour Party to be able to be their representative. And Michael, I thank you, where are you, for the courage of being able to make that step. Because, as I said last night in Bay Street, moving from Saul to Paul is never an easy journey. Our elder Colin will tell me that. And equally, my role as his leader will not be the same that he might have been accustomed to with a previous leader. And I make no apology, Michael, for telling you that. Because what you may have done before under a previous leader may be different from what you do now under this leader. After all, Led Pike told me to take charge. But I want to talk you through something too, because many of you are also aware that I would have asked Chris Sinclair some years ago to serve on our behalf in Washington as a nation. And I want tonight to thank Chris. H500, you're blocking someone. H5000, could you please move the car? You're blocking someone who is not feeling well. It's urgent that you do. I'm now told H5004. But I want to thank you, Chris, for being a part of this campaign and for helping us start to reimagine what a Barbados with a big tent can look like. Because we do not have the luxury of leading and living in a country that does not maximize the use of as many people as possible as we can. So I thank you, Chris, for the work that you have done in this campaign with us. And I don't want anybody to whisper about it because you know me. I am upfront. As I told you in Oystons, we have nothing to hide and everything to show. But my friends, I simply say to you that in spite of all of that I ask you to do, we know that the majority of the heavy lifting is this team. And this team has operated with a discipline in this campaign that I am happy to be able to celebrate with them today. It's not a perfect campaign, just as we're not a perfect government. And we will learn from our mistakes, but it was a good campaign, and we had candidates doing their best to be able to impress you and to persuade you that we deserve the opportunity to continue. I want to say to them that your future depends not on me, but it depends on these people out here. And don't ever, ever, ever forget that they must be seen, heard, and felt. And I want to say tonight that I have every confidence that when I announce my cabinet and reduce some of my portfolio and increase some of my supervisory capacity, that I will make sure that being a bridge is not simply words, but indeed will allow me to be able to mentor and ensure that this Barbados Labour Party team can continue to be appropriate and fit for the times at all times. My friends, we will do the heavy lifting, and we will ask you to allow us to tell you, don't hot up your head, relax yourself. In the song that many wondered why we did it. And I want to thank young brother, because it was a gift, and I thank him for the gift. But it is equally important for me to give you a gift, because you have worked hard the last 3.5 days, 3.5 weeks. Oh Lord! Oh Lord! It will not be today, but Friday will be a national bank holiday in Barbados. My friends, and let's be real, the hour is so late that it would be impractical to tell the rest of Barbados not here that they're not going to school or work tomorrow. So we do things in a disciplined way, and you will have a long weekend because you will have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And my friends, it is not by accident, that Friday is a day off, that Saturday is 2 days off, that Sunday is 3 days off. That number 3 songs are a little too special. And while I do not believe in counting the chickens before they hatch, I have been taught always that I must share everything that I know with you. And if I happen to know that Neil Rowe is ahead by 217, is ahead by 217 votes. There is a recount of a box. And I will not keep you later than I need to. But I feel that, in the words of Red Plastic Bag, something is happening. And whether that is so or not, I want you to know that Friday can be your day of rest. But I feel I owe the people of St. Michael Northeast that the moment of Thanksgiving, celebration, and jubilation should take place in St. Michael Northeast. And against that backdrop, I say to you that it is wonderful in life when things come together. Or in the words of Gary Sobers, when the timing is perfect. And the timing between Saturday, the 14th of February, the Day of Love. The timing between the fact that for whatever reason my parents gave me a name called Mia Amor. And the timing between the fact that the National Botanical Gardens is probably the only place that can hold all of you, all of you, all of you. But there's one more coincidence. And that now is the fourth coincidence. So we better get accustomed to loving the number 4. Saturday is not only the day of love. Saturday is the day of red, red, red. The day when we are truly red and ready. Because everybody on Saturday will show their love and their red, and their celebration and their thanksgiving. So all roads on Saturday afternoon, 4 p.m. at the National Botanical Gardens. Peter Phillips, come down from St. Lucie with your people. Colin Jordan, come down from St. Peter with your people. Ryan Brathwaite, come down from St. Joseph with your people. Rommel Springer, come down from St. Andrew with your people. Gregory Nichols, come down from St. Thomas with your people. Dwight Sutherland, come down to St. Michael with your people. Tony Moore, come down from St. George with your people. Chad Blackman, make it the big man, make a big step into St. Michael. Kerry, you are not here, but I know you can hear my voice wherever you are. Make your way from St. James Central to the Botanical Gardens. Sandra Husbands, I heard you won a cricket match and you won every single over today in every single box. Come down from St. James South with your people. My dear friend Davidson Ishmael, step across the road with your people. You only got to step across the road. And Tyra, you got to step across the road from St. Michael Central. And you ain't got an edgel, come up, you got to go 2 steps across the road. But that is not a problem, since the next man that gave you two foolish statements was the man that you left 2 foolish statements and endorsements have already gotten you accustomed to 2 steps. Oh, Lord. I ask that Trevor Prescott step cross and come. Yes, Pressy, come cross. And I ask that Santia Bradshaw bring them down all the way from the Pine into the Botanical Gardens. I ask that Kirk Humphrey come forward and Marsha Cattle hold his hands and come up to the Botanical Gardens. Poor people Governor Michael Lashley, bring them up from the city. And where is the Sheriff of Christchurch? I get to you yet, don't come down. The Sheriff of Christchurch, William Dugan, marshal your troops and make sure that Ryan Strong, Wilfred Abrams, the medic, in case any of us needs him, and of course, the only lady in the Christchurch team, Chantal Monroe Knight, come cross. They tell me that the man Chris Gibbs is bringing up all of what we need from St. Michael West because he is the anchor down there. And when we do all of that, you notice that I come around so rather than going around so. I then want Kay McConney. You have now silenced a pit bull for I hope ever. Bring your people from St. Philip West down to celebrate and to give thanks that we will no longer be a victim of that pit bull. Sonia Brown is not here, but I know that she too will be coming from the east. And in there, bring them down as the captain of St. Philip because we need St. Philip in the house. But you notice I have left one for last because I have spent much time in St. John in the last few weeks. And I ended my day today in College Savannah. And I said to them and to the people of St. John that with Charles you have me. In fact, I will now make sure that St. John has, along with Charles, its third Prime Minister. So my friends, get to work today. We know that everybody might be a little starry-eyed, but I give you the assurance that if you rest on Friday, on Saturday, we shall truly give thanks and celebrate because as of next week, I expect that the cabinet will have to be sworn in on Monday. And I have asked Parliament to get the business of Parliament ready for an opening no later than next Friday because this government will not be playing. We will do our rest, celebrate, but come Monday, we start the work of the next 5 years of transforming this nation. Such that the target of Mission 2030 and our 6 missions, you now have to embrace fully, just as we have embraced you, because that is the core of our transformation program. So, run the tracks, my brothers, and give the people of Barbados 3 cheers for a wonderful, peaceful election. We do not take it for granted. Let's go.
The Prime Minister-elect of Barbados, Miriam Moore, speaking for just about 33 minutes, declaring that Friday will be a bank holiday, that she is confident that there's a 200-vote gap by Neil Rowe in St. Michael Northwest and will likely be the 30th seat for the Labour Party. Speaking also that there's going to be a huge victory lap on the spacious grounds of the National Botanical Gardens at 4 o'clock on Saturday, and announcing that the cabinet is likely to be sworn in on Monday, and she wants the business of Parliament because there has to be the laying of the estimates of expenditure and the budget all before the start of the financial year on April 1st, state opening of Parliament on Friday. What she did not say, however, is who's going to be the Attorney General, because under our Constitution, the principal chief legal advisor,
Getting
along
a
with the
little
Prime
breaking
Minister,
up on my end.
is sworn.
But we are here with Ralph Thorne, the leader of the Democratic Labour Party. We just heard the Prime Minister's speech. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Thorne now for some words.
Thank you very much. First of all, let us thank God for life. Let us thank God that He gave us the strength to fight a very difficult campaign. Let us thank God that we acquitted ourselves well, that we brought the issues to the people of Barbados, that we fought a clean campaign. We set an example for the young people of Barbados. We set a good example for the children of Barbados. There was no vulgarity, no crudity, no profanity on our platform. And as they say, we fought the good fight, we finished the course, and we kept our faith. And we go forward, this party goes forward with the faith that what we do is well done here. And I also want to thank the Democratic Labour Party. I have had amazing comradeship around here, certainly within the team, a group of young men and young women who made for a good group dynamic. We had an excellent group dynamic. And when you saw us in public, and even here tonight, expressing affection, often it was quite genuine affection. So I want to thank the party for being a good party, and its work must continue. We make no apology for acknowledging the forefathers of this party. We've been criticized for acknowledging the forefathers of this party. But any organization that wishes to be credible will acknowledge those who began. And we continue to acknowledge the foundation of this party. I want to say as well that the result is disappointing. It is quite disappointing. There can be no immediate explanation for it, but what we lament and regret is that there seems to be a new paradigm in Barbados in which money has a bearing on some regret. But we will continue to focus on talked about the strength and the power of morality over money, but we continue to believe that. Yeah. So thanks to the party, thanks to the people of Barbados, thanks to those who supported us throughout this campaign. I want to say that the party came back after the obvious difficulties of 2 years ago. We came back and we fought together. We were united. And the people of Barbados understand. And I think we came out looking quite well. The result, as I said, is disappointing, but this party is very resourceful in going forward. Clearly, the time comes when I must pass on to other persons. This is a democratic organization. I do not write political wills, and a new leader will emerge, I'm sure, in the fullness of time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Thorne. Ralph Thorne here at the Democratic Labour Party, sharing his feelings and his thoughts at the end of this general election cycle. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very difficult campaign, as he put it, a campaign that he said set an example, and that there was no immediate explanation for what was he called a very disappointing result. The party came back from the obvious difficulties of the last 2 years, but that the people in the party were united. Nothing further, and no actual statement of concession or of congratulation to the victorious Barbados Labour Party. A very inward-looking Ralph Thorne, but thanking those there alongside him at DLP headquarters in George Street. As I said, what was not said previously by the Prime Minister, this was going to be the Attorney General, but I can also tell you, though, that we're going to go now live to St. Michael Northwest for the declaration.
Walters, 51. Williams, 4. Spoil, 2. HB1, ATH, 286 votes were polled. Row, 146. Walters, 137. Williams, 2. 1 spoil. Okay, HB1 I to Z, 264 votes were polled. Row, 137. Walters, 121. Williams, 4. Spoil, 2. HA2 ATH, 283. Row, 145. Walters, 138. Williams, nil. HB2 I to Z, 220 votes. Row, 121. Walters, 91. Williams, 7. Spoiled, 1. HA3 A to Z, HB, not HB3 A to Z, 121 votes were polled. Row, 62. Walters, 59. Williams, nil. HC1 A to I, 208 votes. Row, 110. Walters, 97. Williams, 1. HC1 J to Z, 241 votes were polled. Row, 134. Walters, 102. Williams, 4. Spoiled, 1. HC2, the final box, A to Z, 183 votes were polled. Row, 99. Walters, 82. Williams, 1. Spoiled, 1. Total number of votes cast in the St. Michael Northwest election was 3,165. Row, 1,674. Walters, 1,441. Williams, 36. Spoiled, 14. I therefore declare Mr. Neil Rowe to be the elected and to be the duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Michael Northwest in this island to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. Thank you.
And just one question from me in terms of the delay in having those results. People are asking why.
Well, we are all a bit tired from the last 3 weeks of election work, and it has taken a toll on us. We've had a few recounts during the night among the bosses we were counting. But we had to get everything right in the end. So, but at least it's finished, and we're happy that the results are now done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And there you have it.
Charles Haynes there for St. Michael Northwest, declaring Neil Rowe the duly elected representative to serve in the House of Assembly. Neil Rowe is back, and with 1,674 votes, polling against Ryan Walters, one of the closer elections in this evening, 1,441. But the story is the same as was in 2022. Let's hear now from Neil Rowe.
Morning. Tell me, how do you feel about the people, the constituents, returning you back to office?
Well, I'm very happy. And first, I wish to give God thanks for giving me the strength, giving me the team, and giving me the resources in order to be victorious here tonight. I have a lot of work to continue, and I also want to take this opportunity to say to the good people of St. Michael Northwest, the people who re-elected me, to let them know that this victory belongs to them. and I will continue to do my utmost and very best when it comes to representing the good people of St. Michael Northwest. And work now begins for me in St. Michael Northwest.
And what about the process this evening? Of course, as Crystal mentioned, it took quite some time. Was this result in your mind ever in doubt? Were you a bit concerned, a bit nervous?
No, please. I was confident. I wasn't overconfident, but I know within myself that the amount of work that I have done across this constituency, was sufficient for the people to recognize and to make that determination, and that is why I am here tonight.
Congratulations, Mr. Rowe. There you have it, Neil Rowe.
In St. Michael Northwest over Ryan Walters, and the result now confirmed: the Barbados Labour Party holding all 30 seats yet again in a general election after 30 nil shutouts in 2018 and in January of 2022, and once again victorious and then some in 2026. So a complete red wash there once again, and despite the fact that some people are lamenting, including the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Prime Minister-elect, of need for a strong Democratic Labour Party, she was quite jubilant with each and every one of those 30 seats returning in the Labour Party's favour. Comments quickly now from around the table as we bring this evening to a close. And what an evening it's been at now just short of 3:30 on a Thursday morning. Beginning with you, Ayo Olalara.
I think this was an interesting election. I know when we came here this evening, we kind of predicted, or we said it looks like it would be a 30 love, but we wanted to be conservative, and it has been proven. I was really holding out for Ryan to win down there. Not that I was hoping that Neil won, but it was looking that way because I don't have
an interest,
not
a vested interest,
right? But but yeah, congrats to the Barbados Labour Party, and at this point in time, the Prime Minister has demanded, and we want her to go ahead and do the things that we want her to go ahead and do without fear and take Barbados into the future.
All right, Professor Don Marshall.
Yeah, the first set of results that came in around minutes of 10, we weren't sure of the boxes, but the magnitude of what we saw before us made me declare I'm getting shades of 2018. And as it turned out, this is 2018 all over again. The electorate has, we have no sense of what the turnout was, but that notwithstanding, the electorate has spoken definitively once again, they've given the Mayor Motley and the Barbados Labour Party a resounding mandate. How this mandate is going to be interpreted, we just got a sense of how the Prime Minister sees it. And so she's receiving this mandate. And just as I said earlier as well, that going into this third term, she's going to be thinking a little bit more about succession, planning, legacy, and so on, and bringing trophies back to Rome. The rest, as the saying goes, she spoke of mentoring, she spoke of scaling back some of her ministerial portfolios to play a much more sort of directive role, supervisory role. And she then spoke of the persons that enable her, the elders that enable her, and good, strong political institutions, particularly political parties, do spend some time in that kind of successive planning, not necessarily of naming the next leader, but ensuring that there's a cadre of persons left behind, that if something, God forbids, happens, that the party just don't simply collapse because all roads led to that one person, all decisions, all that knowledge, everything was just down to one person.
Institutional memory as well, because of the names that she called, Ford, St. John, and the like. I mean, Cheltenham, right down the list, and of course going right back to Grantley Adams.
She's alluded to a strength. That's why I said it would be ridiculous for the Ronnie faction to believe that this is all to do with the Thorn.
the Thorn people because she alluded to an institution where key persons play this conscious role of ensuring they're transferring that knowledge and ensuring that that cadre, of which she was a young person at that time, could grow. And now she says she feels obligated to make sure she does the same. I don't hear that talk from the Democratic Labour Party. You don't hear that at all from them.
The point, though, the last point on this 30 love, and it's not good for parliamentary democracy, you might say, but it isn't bad for democracy in Barbados because there are other institutions at work that are supposed to do their job. You mentioned one or two, the Office of the Auditor General. We've got an entire judiciary completely unscathed by any of this process and has to open for business tomorrow, right like everybody else. So the system continues to work.
Intellectuals inside the academy. So I include critical thinkers, whether they're Calypsonians, griots, or teachers. And so people make a contribution to civic life in Barbados, and long may they continue. And some of that contribution also involves offering critique, offering alternatives, and saying whether they agree or disagree.
Right. Now, last word to you, Corey Sandifer. You've been looking at the numbers, and the number that I saw just now that was pretty important, 3,155. The total number of votes cast for St. Michael Northwest, from what I count. That's not a massive.
No, it's small.
It's indicative of what the entire, because we don't have the actual figures to look, to compare, but is that, again, a reflection of low voter turnout in that classic sense?
Last time it was about what? It was about 3,000 last time. But there would presumably be more voters registered this time. We don't know how many died versus how many went on to the list, but yeah, there was just about, around 3,000. Yeah, just around 3,000 last time.
So
a big difference.
It's no real change from the situation in 2022.
Yeah, but listen, I see poll numbers. I'm not always at liberty to speak to them. So for me, going into the election, I knew the map was flat. For the electoral map, the constituency map was flat for the BLP. It's just a question of how flat were there appear to be a few bumps. Would that actually materialize into losses for them and wins for the Democratic Labour Party? I never thought that the new parties, as much as I would like to like them, I never thought that they were really running out this election. So now we've seen that it has not, and I would speak to what looking forward for the BLP in a minute, but we've had Ralph Thorne comment and give his speech. I can't really call it a concession speech because he didn't really address and concede. He didn't really give due to the Prime Minister for the win or anything like that. But interestingly, the point I really wanted to mention is I didn't hear it coming from him any mention of challenging any of the results. So
no,
I don't know if that will hold or not, but coming out of it, I don't know. Challenging a 30-0 result, you challenge a few seats, I don't know. But it's back to the drawing board for the Democratic Labour Party from here. I'm not entirely sure what the next step is for them coming out of this. But one wonders if some of these folks who formed up with Ralph Thorne, I would have to say out of political interest in their own careers and pushing them forward, if they don't fade into the background, or if they continue to hold on and fight up, and the Democratic Labour Party continues, in spite of what people outside of the party may want to see it do, if they continue along the same stream that we've seen them be on for these many years. Lastly, I'm thinking about voter apathy. And we had a lot of Barbadians who guessed that this was going to be the outcome of the election, and now this is the outcome of the election, and they stayed home from voting or pledged so to do. We don't have the actual voter turnout, which would be interesting to know. When we do have that number, we can now have a conversation as a nation, what that means, where we go from here. What I really am hoping for Barbadians, even if they did not vote, is that they continue to engage and they find means of engaging with the government, because that's what is needed. Professor was referring to all different types of Barbadians, that it doesn't have to be the lawyers and the people that we would normally associate with politics, that it really needs voices from all over. It needs voices from all over. Any kind of Barbadian could engage with government, but I don't think that the government deserves to be quote unquote comfortable. I think it needs our politics is made up of us, and it's a mistake to think that it's just made up of the political class. It's made up of Barbadians, and we all have interests, because even people who aren't interested in politics don't like the political parties, don't like the politicians, and they just find that it's shenanigans or political theater. We are all interested in political affairs, because whether it's how much we pay for gas at the pump, whether it's the state of our roads, whether it's crime affecting us and how we feel like that's being managed in terms of law enforcement or whatever, whether it's the cost of living, all that is political affairs. So for people who say that they're not interested in politics, I don't think that that's true. I just think that we're keeping them separate in our heads. So anyhow, I look forward to that for Barbadians and us as we go forward now for this next term of government.
And the 30 people in the House of Assembly are not Martians, they're Barbadians.
Yes, they are.
And they were elected
the voters. Yeah, exactly. I always make that point. They don't come from, we don't pull them from Mars. They come from within us, but we see them as separate, and I think that's unfortunate.
Right. Well, here on Earth 1, it's 22 minutes to 4, and I will thank you for your patience. Just to bring in the big news that the declaration has been made in the very last constituency of St. Michael Northwest, with Nero defeating Ryan Walters by about 100 and something votes there. But the point is that the Prime Minister-elect, Mia Motley, who will take the oath of office in a few hours at State House, told Barbadians from Grantley Adams House on Roebuck Street that as she reflects on the country's mission now to eradicate poverty, address injustice, and build strong communities, she highlighted the importance of political institutions, including the Democratic Labour Party, and the need for collective effort in national transformation. She emphasized the significance of education, democracy, and the role of a long list of historical figures like Grantley Herbert Adams, the co-founder of the Barbados Labour Party. She has announced that a national holiday will be on Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th is not an unlucky number for many people. It's actually considered lucky, and she must consider herself extremely fortunate at the helm of a political party for the third time, shutting out any opposition in the House of Assembly, and that the following day, which just happens to be a day where you can wear red regardless of whether you are a supporter or not of the Barbados Labour Party, because it'll be Valentine's Day if you're into that sort of thing. National Botanical Gardens, you can show up there in your red, supporter or not, and cheer on the Barbados Labour Party as it makes its victory lap on the spacious grounds of Waterford. And that the cabinet will be sworn in, she suspects, on Monday, ready to take on the national issues, including the economy and infrastructure and the roads and the water and that sort of thing. And she said that Parliament should open no later than next Friday so that the business can get on, and that business being the laying of the estimates of spending and revenue, and also the new budget, which has to be in place for the 1st of April, the start of the financial year. All that ahead will be reported by the good people here at Barbados Today. You can read our latest edition at barbadostoday.bb and continued coverage of our elections every minute of every day on our social media and website. For Ayo Olalara and earlier Raheem Augustine Joseph, monitoring events from Oxford, for Professor Don Marshall of the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute of Social and Economic Studies at University of the West Indies, and for Corey Sanderford of Cadres, who has been our resident statistician. We thank you for joining us here for Decision 2026 and wish you a very good morning.